Do you see that tweet that Lula Robs posted on Twitter?
Yeah, I did, and I didn't like it at all.
I thought of a very
meet up to a lot of my friends that are looking for different things. Wine tasting, movies, book club. Meet a lot of new people, a lot of new friends, and it will make you more social.
What is a chess dynasty? Unceasing dominance, move after move, again and again and again.
We have a resignation, we have history.
He is the 5-time FIDE World Chess Champion.
But a chess dynasty can also be cruel. It forces most to defer their dreams until next time. If there is a next time.
It's losing.
Oh my God, did he just blow?
Yeah, he did.
I'm blown away. The game is over.
As the chess world turns to Kazakhstan, the Magnus Carlsen dynasty is set to close. The FIDE World Championship is finally up for grabs. For two chess superstars lying in wait, until next time is now. Jan Nepomniachtchi has methodically done what he needed to do to get another shot at the title. The pressure to seize the moment this time rests heavily upon him.
I am getting worried for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Is not the same confident Jan that we have been seeing before Game 12.
Ding Liren knows firsthand what the end of this dynasty means. An unexpected chance to make history. Can China's best turn his good fortune into eternal fame?
We still have a tied match. And for Ding Liren, that's a success, drawing with the black pieces.
Both these players are relieved.
The legacy of this championship spans across centuries. It reads from the names of chess giants. For the first time in a decade, a new name will raise the trophy and be etched into chess history. It's the 2023 FIDE World Championship. Whose name will next be called champion?
It's been a spectacular fight, and it all comes down to this. Today in Astana, it is the final Game 14 face-off for the World Championship crown. We go live to the halls of St. Regis Hotel. Moments from now, the challengers Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren will arrive and play the most important classical game of their lives. If decisive, one of them will wake up tomorrow as the World Chess Champion. Welcome to the Chess.com coverage of the FIDE World Championship match. I'm International Master Tanya Sachdev, alongside my co-commentators, Grandmaster Robert Hess and Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana. Welcome, guys. Big day in the chess world. Straight out, Fabi, what's your prediction?
I think the most accurate prediction is going to be that it's a draw and that we go to playoffs. But either way, it's going to be thrilling. If there's a decisive result today, if Ding comes out swinging, if there's a draw and we see a big fight tomorrow, either way, it's going to be an exciting fight.
It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to be on the edge of my seat. What are the chances of a new world champion being crowned today? Robert, what are you expecting?
Well, throughout the entire match, we've had to expect the unexpected. So I'm not exactly sure what we will see from the surprise bag of tricks that Ding Liren and his second Richard Report have brought to the match. But I'm going to have to go with Fabi on this one, not just because he's my friend. I do think, based on that post-game interview and everything, I think that Ding, he's going to play quietly, he's going to play solidly, and I think we're heading to tiebreaks tomorrow.
Either way, it's going to be a fun ride. You guys are predicting a big possibility of a draw, which would take us to the playoffs. I'm going to differ here. I'm going to say we will have a decisive game today. We will have a world champion at the end of the day. And this match has been intense, nail-biting from the very start. The momentum we're seeing, the back and forth that we've been seeing from the players started in a Game 2 victory by Jan Nepomniachtchi with the black pieces. It all seems like it happened in a different lifetime. All that matters is today. And the first half ended with Jan Nepomniachtchi taking a 1-point lead after punches being traded. And then we saw a very stable phase of the match with 4 draws. And finally, a critical Game 12 victory from a lost position saw Ding level the score at 6.5 each. It was perhaps the hardest moment in Jan's career, that Game 12. But very impressive, Fabi, how he stabilized in Game 13.
Yeah, we were very worried for him in that last game because from the opening, he was playing quickly, but he was drifting into a worse position. And at some point, we really felt like Ding had a serious advantage. But to Jan's credit, he not only reversed the trend of the game, he was even at some point getting chances to play for an advantage. And he made a draw at the end in a position, we could say, from strength, where we were only thinking that White was the one who might have some chances to play for an advantage. So that was good that Jan didn't, collapse in that game. That was definitely very good for him. But from Ding's point of view, also, I think a solid draw with the black pieces. He can't be too upset, even if at some point he perhaps had some chances to play for an advantage. And overall, the trend of the second half of the match, we saw that scoreboard is in Ding's favor. That disastrous game where Jan pretty much could have put the match away, and we might not have even been here to talk about this final game. But instead, there was a complete reversal, and now we're back in even territory. I think that Jan overall has a lot of reason to be disappointed with how the last few days have turned out.
Can't argue with that. I mean, Jan had a 1-point lead, could have been a 2-point lead, and maybe match victory, but it's been a roller coaster in this match. A ton of reversals, and even in Game 13, Ding had the upper hand. It was much better for him, no risk. And then suddenly, it felt like Jan was in control, up in exchange for a pawn, having some chances in the endgame. He decided to allow a repetition. They did draw that game, but the latter part of that Game 13 did see Jan with the edge, so maybe he could take that into today, some comfort, some consolation. But of course, Ding Liren, he should be thrilled to be here, and he gets the white pieces, so Jan better be careful.
And very importantly, Jan also got a rest day for that recovery from a Game 13 that we saw and the Game 12 drama. So that definitely is something that Jan needed. The players today have to play their hearts out. Not like it's the last game, but like there's no tomorrow. Because there actually might not be a second chance at the World Championship. It's a rope that once you let loose of it, you don't know if you're going to be back on this stage. You don't know if you'll get a second chance on this stage. Well, at least not for a long time. Ding Liren will start Game 14 with the white pieces. And it will be about the R word today. Risk. How much is Ding willing to risk out in Game 14 with the white pieces? And he shared his feelings about having white in the final game. Take a look.
It's both advantage and also disadvantage. I remember once Topalov, the Tomorrov Anand match, where Topalov had white pieces in the last game, but he destroyed it. So, yeah, I have a rest day to see what to play for the last, or maybe not the last game. Yeah.
While Jan Nepomniachtchi gets a rest day to recover from all that happened in Game 12 and Game 13, Team Ding, the task was clear. to come up with a fresh new idea, as Ding hinted to going into game 14. That's the kind of chess that we've been seeing by both these players. Some amazing prep, incredible ideas in openings that we haven't seen before in the World Championship. Looking at you, the London, and we also have been treated to such a variety of different starts in this match. We see that we had a Nimzo, we had a Roy Lopez, an English in game 10 and game 12, a Cole system that was hard to predict, but it did go in Ding's favor, and then the anti-Marshall in game 13. It's been so exciting to see the players come up with these new ideas. Fabi, what are you expecting today?
Well, I think that it's difficult to expect anything, and it's because of what Ding said, that even he didn't know what he was going to play. So how could we possibly guess? And I think that shows that the players, they had a lot of opening ideas early on in the match. They had a lot of fresh preparation from their 6+ months of intense prep for this World Championship match. But that only lasts usually half the match. After that, you're pretty much on your own and searching for new ideas. Well, you and your team, trying to find some weaknesses here or there in what you know that your opponent is likely to be playing. But we see, I think the Cole system is a clear sign that Ding has run out of his repertoire of ideas with the white pieces. And the question is one day enough to find something to play against Jan's opening defenses? And that's a very, very difficult task. It's possible to find an idea, but more likely that you don't really find anything special. I'm going to say again that if I were in Ding's shoes, I would probably search for something in the reverse Sicilian that he's tried a few times in the English opening, first move c4. But it's going to be very tough to find some ideas there. Maybe he and his team have been able to, but the likelihood is probably that we will see a very small idea, not some monster prep like we saw in Game 8.
I think the reverse Sicilian's a great idea. And for Ding Liren and Richard Rapport and his whole team, it's a different mindset, right? In the previous games, he needed a win. Now he comes into this 14th and final classical game of the match thinking, a draw, not the worst result, whereas in the past games, a draw was a bad result for him. So I think that we have to take that into account to contextualize it. What does that mean he's going to play today? I don't even think Ding Liren knows right now.
Well, you better know by now, Robert, because it's just a few moments before the final game 14 does kick off. Fabi, you have sort of predicted 1c4. I also feel that Ding has got tons out of the opening with 1d4. He's tried different ideas, especially in the Nimzo. We saw this little move, rook a2. I don't expect a repeat of the London. I don't expect a repeat of Cole. But I'm going to say that I do expect Ding to start with 1d4. Well, will it be 1d4? Will it be 1c4? It all depends on Ding's strategy for the match. We have been talking about a momentum shift in the second half, favoring Ding. The shaky, emotional Ding feels like a distant memory. We saw him struggle with those emotions after game 1 at the very, very start. Going into the first half of the match, he has stabilized. His time management has been better. Even at press conferences, he seems a lot more confident. And with the white pieces in this match is when he scored these 3 victories. And to my eyes, that feels like enough reason for Ding to try to push for more, to be ambitious today. Robert, a cautiously aggressive approach, is that something that Ding can aim for with white today?
And that has to be it, because he doesn't want to take a risk. We heard him talk about Topalov's final game of the match against Anand, where he had the white pieces and, in fact, lost that game, and thus Anand was able to retain the title. So I think for Ding Liren, confidence is king. Let's call him King Ding. We'll see what he brings today in this final game of classical chess in the match.
Yeah, I think one of the things, and you mentioned that game, Ding mentioned that game from the 2010 World Championship match. One of the things you really want to avoid is, taking too many risks in the final game and losing and feeling like, you wasted your big chance due to overambition. In a rapid playoff, I think that it is a pure 50-50 fight. It's impossible to pick out a favorite, and I think Ding will feel relatively confident going into a potential playoff. So I don't think he wants to take huge risks. I think earlier in the match, maybe we would have seen one of those sharp Nimzos again. I was at some point predicting that maybe we would see a Samish variation, although it never panned out. But at this point, he's not going to play some super risky line. Maybe first move d4 Tanya, as you predicted. Maybe a Catalan at this point, because it's a safe choice, but not some crazy Nimzo or anything like that. That's why I thought the reverse Sicilian is logical, also because Ding is going to be trying, but from a position of relative safety. So I don't think we're going to see any crazy risk taking like we would in case Ding was still behind in the match, behind a point, and he would have to go all out for a win today.
It is a tough balance that Ding has to figure out. How much risk is he willing to take? The more risk he takes, of course, the chances of it backfiring also increase. We've seen one decisive result with Black, and that was the one game that that Jan Nepomniachtchi won in game 2. So Ding has to be careful. There is no coming back from this situation, and he will have to play it out depending on what team Yan has also prepared for this game 14, how they approach it, how they want to counter these little ideas. Now, these two players, the kind of chess that they've played in this match, has left the chess world, fans of both Yan and Ding, guessing who will actually become world champion. It's been more than 3 weeks of play, of intense play, and months of preparation leading up to the match. Their lives have revolved around this world championship match. And only one game remains. Only one classical game remains. Fabi, you've been in this situation back in 2018. World number 1 versus world number 2. Magnus versus Fabi going into the final game, a level score with 11 draws. What are the nerves like? And is it different from every other game of the match?
I think the nerves are super high, but not necessarily higher than in previous games, because there's also that factor of adjustment. And I think slowly over the course of the match, you adjust to the nerves. So for me, the nerves really hit the most in the first game. And that was also, I think, if you look at the play from both of us, the most nervous looking game and probably the lowest quality game that we played in the match. Uh, the last game also, I think, was relatively not super high quality, at least from my point of view, and also in terms of Magnus missing some chances to punish me, because I was definitely in some very serious trouble in that game. So yeah, maybe the first and last games are, or at least in our match, were the nerviest. But the first game in this match was a relatively well played. Jan had some chances. He was pressing, but Ding was defending well. Relatively well played affair. And the nerviest games were somewhere in the middle. I mean, obviously, that game 7 was, but then everything culminating in the game that Jan lost from a winning position. Uh, I think it's very individual. It really depends on the players. And Ding said yesterday, or sorry, not yesterday, but the day before yesterday, that is, that he did not feel nervous. Um, Actually, I'm mistaken again. I think it was even 2 days ago. But yeah, Ding said that he was not feeling nervous when asked about that. So who knows how nerves affect these guys? I would think that, generally speaking, even if you don't think you feel nervous, the nerves affect you, even if you don't realize it fully, because sometimes we don't know exactly what's going on in our mind. There's so many thought processes and so many things behind the scenes that we might not even be privy to, and that affect our decision making.
Yeah, and we see Ding Liren seated at the chessboard here, the press behind him, cameras are clicking. There's a lot of pressure, not just internally, but from the audience. And I don't recall Ding Liren at the board first, at least not in recent games. So 2 questions. Where is Jan Nepomniachtchi, and what do you think his mindset is today?
We saw that he was in the rest area. He will be arriving in just a few moments and take his seat for this game 14. Very important, Robert, what you mentioned. What is Jan's mindset? We've been talking about Ding with his game 12 victory, feeling more confident. He arrives on the board. For Jan, I think the fact that he gets a rest day before this final game is so critical. He has to be feeling confident. With the black pieces, he has to make sure that everything remains under control. And there he arrives, Jan Nepomniachtchi, with his shot at the World Championship. While he's playing black today, he has to keep it under control. And we've been talking about first moves by the players. We've had chat give their suggestions on what they think Ding will start with. It's going to be 1d4 or 1c4 is what we're expecting. What are the chances of it being something that we haven't seen in this match so far, Robert? A completely different move on.
And there's no way Ding Liren is playing e4 today. It just doesn't make sense. It's not in his repertoire, and there's too many options at Jan Nepomniachtchi's disposal. So as Ding takes his jacket off, he gets settled into his seat. I don't think we're going to see him settle into a king's pawn game. I know it's best by test, but maybe it's best by test after you've practiced it a lot and played it for many years. Whereas for Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's an e4 player himself, and so I just don't think it would be a wise choice.
And is that a different shirt by Jan today?
It is, yeah. He went from white to, it looks like a light blue. But let's not mention it to him after the press conference. I was going to ask, what are the chances we see a Frankenstein Dracula variation? Probably not too high.
Maybe less likely than seeing the pterodactyl beefeater variation, but it's up there.
I'm still not sure what the pterodactyl beefeater variation is, and I think I learned about this like 2 days ago.
Oh, well, I can help you out, buddy, but it's the Gingy Indian. You know it by that
Okay,
name.
yeah. Now I remember.
And some heartwarming scenes there. Of course, this match has been such an inspiration for generations across the world with the fighting chess that we're seeing. And here we have the first moves being made. This is amazing to see. This has to warm your heart. But that's good news, because you do need a hot heart for the action that we're seeing in game 14. And we got 2 moves for the first time. We had d4 played, and it is the chairperson of the Senate of the Parliament of Kazakhstan, Mr. Maulin Sagatanuli Ashimbaev, who replied with d5 there. And of course, the moves have been taken back. Will not be surprised with Ding deciding to go for the move, as we saw by the little girl.
But d4, d5 would be a surprising response to that. And I think I saw Jan make a little bit of a surprised face at the choice of d5. So we know that he generally tends to move his knight out after d4, knight to f6, invitation to the Nimzo, invitation to Catalan. But d4, d5, well, some people are very, very enchanted by the Queen's Gambit accepted these days. But we're going to see what happens in just a second.
Clock started, handshakes, Ding about to make the first move of the final game, classical game of the World Championship match, and he starts with the Queen's Pawn opening, 1 d4 on the board, no d5 by Jan Nepomniachtchi. He sticks to the development with the knight. Knight f6 played. No London today.
Okay, I'm going to call something. We're going to see a Tarish.
Wow. What makes you say that? I mean, we've only are 2 moves in, and that often involves a d5 and a c5 just to put some arrows on the board. Why are you predicting that, Fabi?
Well, after Ding played knight c3, I can say why. When you make a prediction, either it's wrong and everyone forgets about it, or it's right and you look like a genius. So it's just a very good equity to make those predictions. Instead, we see a Nimzo Indian defense.
So I think the words were you were wrong, Fabi. It's okay. We forgive you.
That also works, yeah. Wait, are we going to see castle a3 again? Another return to this crazy line?
And that's what we were talking about, because Ding really got so much out of the opening in that game where he created his chances, but Jan Nepomniachtchi managed to survive with a semi-bluff, so to say. Will a3 happen, but we have a new variation of the Nimzo Indian, Bishop d2, and this one as well has been a topic of conversation in the Nimzo. It's quite topical these days.
Yeah, Magnus played this against Hikaru recently. Basically, it's saying one of 2 things. Either you play d5, and I play knight f3, and we get a very, very topical and very strategically complex position, where black usually plays b6, and very often at some point white takes on d5, plants the knight on e5. There's a million move orders, but let's say d5, knight f3, b6, white can play rook c1, bishop d3, a3, and so on. But at some point, white usually takes on d5, plants the knight on e5, plays f4, and tries to engineer some sort of kingside initiative. The other thing bishop d2 invites, which is, I think, more like, is they're more theoretically likely to kind of kill the game. Like if you really want to equalize by force, you play c5 here. And this is, instead Jan plays e5, but this was played in Magnus against Hikaru in one of their recent matches in the, I think it was the Chess World Masters, where it was one of those very complicated games, both sides having chances. But instead d5, now knight to f3, and after knight f3, b6 is the main move, but I've myself played knight b to d7 quite a few times recently. So this is a really popular line for white. It's one of those like lines. If you really want to get a fight, you play this line.
And I guess a question I have is, you were mentioning how c5, instead of this d5 move, black could have played c5 instead, and you said that's a good path towards equality. So you say white has a lot of flexibility here, but it's clear that black had some choices. Why do you think Jan pushed the queen spawn?
I think this is just was his prep. I mean, c5 is also a good option, but there's nothing wrong with d5. Wait, did we see a3 after d5? I don't
Yep.
remember this move. But I mean, for sure, it's a logical move.
And Fabi, you've got reasons to not remember this move because I have the database with me. I'm looking at it right now. And if we just go back one move, instead of a3, the most normal move, the standard move in this position is knight to f3. It's been played about 1600 times. And after knight f3, the game can continue in various ways. Black wants to try to get a c5 break in. White looks at developing the bishop to either e2 or d3 and then goes short castle. Everything pretty standard. But if we just back up, the move of choice by Ding Liren instead of this approach, the move a3, has been only played 160 times. 1500 times knight f3, 160 times played the move a3. It's definitely not something that we've seen a lot. It's a newish position, at least at the top level. And this was the little idea that Team Ding has prepared for the final game 14 to pose challenges to Yan. And we saw Ding make this move, leave the board immediately. It hits the bishop. The bishop has to decide. Do you actually trade on c3 or do you fall back with your bishop to e7, keeping the pair of bishops on the board? Now, also, let's point out the move bishop to d2 that's made. Yes, you're behind your own pawn structure, but one of the big ideas is that when there's a capture on c3, you don't want to destroy your pawn structure. You actually don't want to retake with the b pawn, but your own bishop sliding from d2 to c3. And that is one of the main concepts of this opening.
Yeah, there are two big choices, as Tanya is mentioning. You could take this knight, and then the bishop takes, your pawn structure is intact, but the bishop still stares into its own pawns. It's a closed position, which means bishop takes c3 isn't a bad move from black's perspective. But oftentimes in these positions, it is better to slide your bishop back. It keeps more options available to you and doesn't make the pathway clear for white at all. It's hard to move a piece out and then retreat it, but white's moves haven't exactly been threatening. A bishop to d2 scares nobody. You're just protecting your knight. It was a defensive move rather than an aggressive one. So bishop e7, perfectly logical retreat. Bishop takes c3, not out of the question, but I prefer to keep my bishops on the board.
Yeah, I'm wondering, bishop e7 is white's because knight f3 will probably transpose his theory. I don't see the point of knight to f3 here, especially after bishop e7. So is the idea just you want to take on d5? Because very often white is trying to play these types of structures in this line. ed5 looks like the move, and bishop to d3, and maybe the knight goes to e2. This could be some sort of original approach. Instead of putting the knight on f3, you maybe put it on e2, and it makes it a bit easier to play f3, e4 someday. Castle with the f3, e4. It's like these slow maneuvering positions. These are very often the ideas that white wants to eventually go for some central expansion. And yeah, it's basically, it's a Carlsbad structure. Just the bishop on d2 is not on f4 usually, like we saw when Jan had the white pieces. I think it was in game 3. We saw a Carlsbad structure and the bishop was outside the pawn chain. Of course, it would be much happier there. It's just, instead he plays knight f3. So if black plays knight b to d7, it transposes to theory. If black plays b6, it transposes to theory. I guess his idea was, if we go back and to the move that Tanya, you mentioned as the main move, knight to f3 instead of a3, b6, a3 now, or, I mean, he's avoiding some, I guess, bishop to d6 lines.
Nuanced, right? All these decisions, there's like these things beneath the surface that are not readily apparent, but we do see, you said it Tarash, this is a Tarash-like idea with a pawn coming up to c5. So Fabi, I mean, I'll give you a little bit of credit here. The position isn't exactly the same, but we do see Jan competing for the center. And some may think, oh, Jan, he's getting aggressive. He's playing for a win. No, he's playing for ideas of his own. You don't just want to allow your opponent to take all the space. As you were mentioning, oftentimes white wants to play knight f4, pawn to knight e5, pawn to f4, excuse me, and bishop to d3. But you're not going to be able to do that with your pawns being hit in the center.
Yeah, and this is a Queen's Gambit declined with the bishop again, not on like the line I played against Magnus throughout the 2018 match was with the bishop on f4, and basically the same position without white's pawn on the pawn is on a2 instead of a3, but white's bishop is developed outside the pawn chain, which generally speaking, not always, but generally speaking, is a more active and better piece. So, okay, to me it looks like d takes c5, bishop c5, b4 is like the way you continue here. Otherwise, you probably don't play for an advantage. I'm otherwise I just don't see like white's threatening ideas, and the bishop can go back to e7. It can go to b6. Hard to say where. I mean, e7 looks like the safe square, yeah, but what's this position? Maybe queen c2 here.
Yeah, it looks like just a position. And I feel like this bishop on d2 is misplaced because you said it wanted to be on f4, like your games. It also wants to be on b2, on the long diagonal. But on d2, it just stares into your own pieces. So I feel like Ding, is he doing, Tanya, what he did in game 2, where he plays this kind of offbeat line and maybe he'll regret it to some extent?
A small deviation, a small mix of the move order there is what we're seeing by Ding. And it's so hard to understand right now. And I have no doubt that Ding is going to show us the point of actually switching up knight f3 with a3, of starting with the pawn move instead of the developing move with the knight. And Robert, I want to point out one subtlety that comes to mind. If we can just pull up the analysis at this moment, that this position, if instead of a3, I'm trying to understand and break down what are the differences of starting with knight f3. Let's just put that bishop back on b4. If instead of a3, the standard move, knight f3 here. Now, black's main idea in these lines is to strike in the center. You want to make the move c5 before white completes development, before white is able to get the king to safety. You want to strike in the center because as black, you've done all these things. The point is that now if black was to make the move c5, which is the most popular move in this current position, white can actually play a3 now, and black doesn't have the option of actually retreating and keeping the bishop pair that you were vouching for, Robert. The move bishop a5, one loses the c5 pawn, and second, it's not a good square for the bishop. You want that bishop on e7. So in fact, after a3, black simply takes on c3, relinquishes the bishop pair, and the game continues like this. Now, with the choice that Ding made, he gave this additional option to Jan to simply keep the bishop pair, which of course Jan takes with both hands. He falls back as now he's not forced to trade. And after c5, we see Ding's decision to trade on c5. He does have the option to actually create a long-term isolated queen's pawn. He can further trade on d5 and provoke black to take with the e-pawn. We get IQP structures, but that can be a little dangerous with white not yet having completed development. Are we expecting further liquidation of the center or keeping of tension by Ding right now?
I think that we'll see. Oh, sorry, Robert. You go ahead first.
No. I defer to you, my friend.
I think we're probably likely to say the same thing, which is that white might as well start with b4 and then consider after what to do. And because it depends a lot on where black decides to drop that bishop back, the plan may change, may vary, depending on where that bishop goes. For example, if the bishop is on b6, I'm not really tempted to take on d5, because then the bishop on b6 with the pawn on d5, knight c6 coming, black may very well quickly achieve the move d4. And the problem with having a bishop on b6 is that it somewhat cuts into the idea of playing b6 and bishop to b7. And so the bishop on c8 doesn't have a great place to go to, but by playing c takes d5, you actually give that bishop a beautiful diagonal to develop to, for example, g4. So if the bishop's on b6, I'm thinking maybe a move like, bishop to d3, for example, is super logical. And if after b4 black plays, bishop to e7 instead, then maybe cd5 is now a more appropriate moment to think about this move. And after ed5, we can play, for example, bishop to e2. I still think black after knight c6 is probably more or less just equalizing rather easily. because you have very good development, and the bishop on d2, Robert, as you mentioned, just doesn't belong there. It should be on b2. On b2, I love white's position. I mean, just amazing. Castle and knight b5 is coming, and the bishop has a beautiful diagonal. On d2, it'll need a lot of time to get somewhere where it actually contributes to the position. So I think b4 will probably be played, although white could actually consider playing queen c2 first. That also makes a lot of sense. Maybe with the idea that the bishop on c5 is a little bit under the eye of the queen, so we can potentially at some point exploit that bishop's position. But I don't see exactly how after knight to c6, so it depends. Is there something subtle for white here or not? Some of
Big
the
question. Yeah.
like the exciting ideas are, let's say after knight c6, with the bishop on f4, it's very, very common that white castles long and then plays g4 at some moment. But I don't think castling it long here is very likely to work out for white. But I mean, we could try it. Why not? Let's have a look at long castle.
Yeah, not completely detested by the engine, so that's a good start. But it does seem to give black some chances with the king on c1 being way more exposed than this king that is sitting happily on g8.
Yeah, that bar is getting more and more upset at me. I think it's going from not completely detested to starting to get pretty detested with you having castled long and facing potentially a queen-sided pawn storm.
The bishop so misplaced on d2. Whether or not you castle queenside, I think this bishop on d2 is a bit of a problem. And one thing to note is that after c takes d5, you can take back with the pawn on d5. That gives you an isolated pawn, but it's one of these big questions, because if black were to take with the knight on d5, now we have a different type of position where white will bring a rook to c1. And if we just look at the minor pieces, this bishop on c8 tends to be the bad piece. It takes some time to like b6, bishop b7, and white will start getting active on the queen side. It's not a guarantee that the knight will take on d5. Sometimes the knight hops into the center with knight to e4 as well. But these types of positions are, I feel like, more in Ding's wheelhouse than they are in Jan Nepomniachtchi's. Nothing major is happening. Even material, only 2 pawns have been traded. Black has already castled. But Ding likes this type of position. We've seen him play the white side of these positions many, many times. I keep kind of harkening back to the game against Hikaru Nakamura from the final game of the candidates. It reminds me of this initial setup here where he was able to outplay Hikaru down the line from what looked like nothing. But then on the flip side, if he makes the move b4, it reminds me more of his game against Rajabov, which did not go very well for him.
Yeah, this is oh, sorry, Tanya.
I was going to say, Fabi, that one of the main ideas for black in these positions to try to create play, because white hasn't finished development, and because black, well, at least temporarily feels like could be ready for this, and something that I would be worried with the white pieces is a move like d4, trying to get rid of the isolated queen's pawn, also just opening up the center. It's definitely a move that many of us would consider in this position with black. So if white was to push b4, one of the main moves that definitely Ding is considering. Also, I want to add that, Ding decides to switch up the move order with a3, knight f3. Jan Nepomniachtchi plays the most logical moves after that, falls back with the bishop, strikes in the center. And we see Ding is the one who's taking a little more time than Jan. It's something that does stand out to me. It might matter. It might just be Ding trying to remember all the different variations, different ideas, just making up his mind on the approach that he wants and how he wants to go forward. But it strikes as something that we should keep in mind. Now, coming to the point I was making, a move like b4 hits the bishop. It's a move that gains more space for white on queen side. And at least it looks exciting and a move that we should consider. And Fabi, I'm pretty sure you're going to refute it or at least tell us why it's not a good idea. But I want to take a look at d4. I want to take a look at what happens in the most direct line. b4, if Jan Nepomniachtchi decides to strike in the center with a move like d4.
This is a very typical idea in a lot of Queen's Gambit lines with the bishop on f4. Very often, there are a lot of lines where black usually has the knight on c6 first, and then at some point plays d4, and we see a trade on that square. So here it's connected to a pawn sacrifice, which also gives the bishop pair, and maybe you get that pawn back, but still you'll have to deal with the bishop pair in an endgame potentially. So b takes c5, and also I'm not sure if e takes d4 is a good outcome for black. I mean, here DC3, bishop c3, I guess somewhere 94 comes, and maybe queen d1, rook d1, 94, and maybe you get the pawn back. So let's say you take on d4 instead. Trade everything on d4. And let's make a move like queen to c2. And I want to play bishop to e3. And bishop to e2, short castle, and the bishop pair is a very important factor. I'm not sure if queen c2 is the most accurate, maybe bishop e2 to start with, but usually you want to achieve this break with the knight on c6. So if instead of b4 we make, let's say, a move like bishop to e2, just to illustrate your point, a knight to c6, castle, or maybe even d4 there. Now, like something like d4 would definitely be a big consideration, but it's also not really necessary for black. But I would definitely prefer to prepare that move with knight to c6 if possible.
Yeah, I think in most of these positions, white just gains the upper hand on the queen side. This bishop on c8, I know it's not easy for people to register this in the current position, but it's a much worse piece than the white counterpart, even though in the live board, the bishop is on a starting square. The bishop has a harder time getting out, and in a position like this, white does have control, can push forward on the queen side unopposed, and just gain important space, because even if black says, I'm going to get the bishop here, you see the bar is very heavily in white's favor. Some natural moves, bring a rook to d1. At some point, you can even push this pawn forward to c5, bring your knight into e5. White is going forward, and black has not really developed off its initial rank. So yeah, I'm looking at this position. d4 is an idea you'd really want to play, especially if there is an isolated pawn at some point. People don't like playing with the isolated pawn. Many players prefer to play against it, but after c takes d5, I think Jan would be encouraged strongly to take back with the pawn. I do not believe in the line I was looking at earlier with knight takes d5. I think white can even play the move bishop d3, just develop. And there are no tactics related to the bishop being loose on d3, because if you take on c3, the bishop takes back and the queen protects this bishop. And look out for your king on g8. There could be some difficulties there with queen c2 next on the agenda.
Yeah, I was going to say that one of the downsides of removing this knight from f6, I think there's two downsides. One is that the knight on c3, white is actually happy to get rid of it because it opens up a square on c3 for the bishop. So for example, after, any time there's a trade on d5, suddenly white has options of bishop c3 to get that bishop active. The other thing is that, yeah, I'm really looking at that pawn on h7, and something like queen c2, you kind of voluntarily weakened the h7 pawn, and after bishop d3 ideas, you'll have to take a tempo, probably with h6 or maybe knight f6 back, but then you just lost time to deal with the threat to that pawn. So yeah, knight takes d5. I think in chess, generally speaking, dynamics are more important than some sort of structural, let's say, biases that we have. Like you shouldn't isolate your pawn, you shouldn't create more pawn islands. Usually the dynamic factors are far more important to the position. So isolated pawn positions, you might think I'm damaging the pawn structure, but very often they lead to piece activity, which is far more important. And in this particular case, the bishop on c8 is opened up, and black also gains space by having a pawn which is a bit more advanced. So it gains space. For example, the e4 square becomes a potential point for black to kind of jump the knight into, knight to e4 ideas, and so on. So definitely, for any like aspiring chess players who are interested in improving their understanding of the game, isolated pawn positions, especially isolated d5 or d4 pawn positions, are crucial to study. They're like one of the basic types of positions. We talk about structural positions, right? These can arise from any sort of opening, not only the Nimzo, the Queen's Gambit, the Queen's Gambit accepted, Queen's Gambit declined, all sorts of openings. So studying these types of positions is really, really important for your chess understanding.
That's
I'll
a
just say
great
that-
point, Fabi, because the isolated queen's pawn positions often show us the difference between strategic and dynamic play. And with modern chess, we've seen the focus with concrete lines, dynamic play initiatives are such important concepts, and definitely something that needs to be kept in mind in closed positions where the center is fixed, where the play is slow. You can start thinking about strategic positional concepts like maneuvers, like weaknesses, like pawn formations. But when the position is so open and you think about how to create and build an attack, the isolated queen's pawn is definitely a position that everyone should get some experience in playing. You learn about your pawn weaknesses, but also how to counter it in a dynamic, non-defensive way, not just about defending that d5 pawn, but looking at an attack on the king side, looking at a timely d4 break to not just dissolve your own pawn structure, not to just dissolve your problems, but actually to open up the center further. So that's some great advice there by Fabi. And once again, Robert, I want to ask you, is it surprising how much time Ding is taking at this point after all the natural moves that Jan has played?
No, I mean, I don't think in the heat of this moment, in considering what is at stake, right, he himself referenced the game between Anand and Topalov. He does not want to lose with the white pieces in this final game. So he is choosing a direction at this point. He could take on d5. He knows that. He's not going to be in any trouble. The best that happens for black is usually, okay, you make your way towards equality and you call it a day. He could also just develop his bishop to e2. He could bring his rook to c1. There are several options here, but the good news for him is at least the contours of this position, the early stage here, shows that it won't be as dynamic, as combative. And now that I say that, it probably will be the craziest game of the entire match. But in all seriousness, I'm looking at this position, and it's very much in Ding's style. He can maybe get a slight advantage and try to press it, or Jan equalizes, and he doesn't take on d5. He plays this move, queen to c2. I don't think he's going to castle queenside, like we were mentioning and kind of joking about earlier, but it does leave flexibility in white's position. And if black takes on c4, great. I develop my bishop in one turn. White has no problems here, so I'm not surprised Ding is thinking he wants to try to make the most of his chances, get an advantage of some sort.
You know, this is reminding me of another opening, very, very much so. Oh, we see the immediate dc4. That's interesting. So why didn't he play knight c6 first? I suppose, I mean, obviously Jan is prepared for this position, so it's interesting because very often after knight c6, White does not want to move the bishop, and then after dc4 move the bishop again, thereby losing a tempo. So after knight c6, very often in similar positions, White makes some kind of minor, like semi-useful waiting move like h3 or something, and then saying, you know, take on c4, and now I didn't waste a tempo, and I got my extra h3 move. And there's like very similar line that I played once from another opening. I played once against Wesley So, which looks so much like this one. But Jan, instead, he just takes immediately. And does that mean he doesn't want to put the knight on c6? That could be the case. After bishop takes c4, can we explore some other modes of development besides knight to c6? Because if you could play b6, bishop b7, that would be pretty favorable for black to get the bishop on that diagonal immediately. The question is, bishop takes c4, b6, does white have knight to e4?
That's a
And
tricky
actually,
move,
to me,
Fabi.
it looks like white does have knight to e4 here. And I'm starting to get worried that you have to give up the bishop on c5, but you really don't want to do that.
Just to
Because if
show
you play,
what your point is, Fabi, that after knight takes, queen takes, this rook has a big problem in the corner.
yeah, here the funny thing is that maybe bishop to a6, black is still not dead lost. I mean, obviously you never go for this, but if queen takes a, bishop c4, the fact that white can't castle is a little bit annoying, but probably the material is still by far the most important factor. And so, okay, bishop c4 quickly played. So b6 is unlikely.
He's going to come back and blitz out his move. And maybe he just starts with the move knight to d7 if he doesn't want to take it out on c6. Because if he wanted to develop the knight to c6, he very well could have done it on the previous move, waited for Ding Liren to perhaps waste one more tempo with the bishop rather than allowing it to develop in just one move. Knight d7, and then by the time Ding is able to castle, centralize his rook, it might give black enough time to get the setup that you've been talking about, b6. And now with the black rook having an additional square, you can play bishop b7. And we've got Jan's decision. He does develop the knight to a different square. He does go for knight d7.
Yeah, Ding has not won this opening battle. And I think, considering that we are very likely to go into a rapid playoff tomorrow, I think we should have a discussion about Ding's openings, because the way I see it with the white pieces, he is completely dry at this point. He has run out of opening ideas. And it's maybe in classical, you know, a draw is okay, but in rapid, you really want to be able to put some pressure with the white pieces, because the likelihood of a decisive result in rapid becomes higher. So the chance that you lose with black becomes higher. The chance that you may need to come back with the white pieces is that's quite an important factor in these rapid matches. So he'll need some ideas with the white pieces, things like this where Jan just knows the position better than him, plays faster, more familiar with the position, very likely to equalize without any problems. That's not a good outcome going into tomorrow if they do indeed go into tomorrow. So Ding will he said he used the rest day to prepare something, and the result was that it seems like Jan equalized without big problems, which is a very comfortable result for Jan indeed.
It's something I was mentioning before the show, or at least before the game began, is potentially a mindset thing, right? That for this game, Ding Liren said, I am not going to lose. I'm taking zero risk. If we draw, I get to play another day in the World Championship. So, Fabi, is it possible that he has a set of classical openings and that he has rapid openings that we haven't seen yet?
I don't know, because he doesn't look super thrilled, does he? Like, he just shook his head a bit. I don't think his game plan was to put no pressure on. And also, I feel like it was a fighting choice, because if black had played b6 instead of c5, if we go back to that moment, to me, these are like super fighting positions. So after, yeah, for b6 here, like, white very often takes on d5. This is a huge fight. All the pieces remain on the board, and we have a sort of structural debate. Can white use the c file and the e5 square, or can black arrange c5, c4, get a sort of queenside majority running with b5, and so on? This is like the standard debate in the structure. And to me, it's a big fight. Of course, he had some idea here. I don't think he would be taking huge risk because he would know the position well. But I didn't see this as like a sort of safety first approach. I actually thought he was really trying to get a fight in this game. And with that in mind, it looks like the result of the opening is a bit of a disappointment for him, because it's going to be very hard for him to get a fight from the current position. And well, let's just see how maybe there is a way for him to put pressure on this position. Let's see if there's some sort of possibility there. So, for example, short castle. Let's just play a natural, standard, generic moves. b6, knight to e4. I think maybe bishop to b7 now. Black probably doesn't mind giving up the bishop pair in this instance, because after knight c5, bishop coming to e4, very, very active pieces. And most likely, black is equalizing here. Bishop to c3, it's still, I think you're kind of inviting bishop takes f3. I think you're happy for that outcome. Because then you can play king h1, rook g1, and, now we're having some fun with the position. But I don't think black will oblige, and might even just play bishop to e4 instead of bishop takes f3.
All looks like a good idea from black's perspective. This would be pretty much a dream scenario. You have a lot of activity, you have no real weaknesses, and this bishop on c3, that's the one great advantage that white would have, but you would have to make the use of it. And you typically like your bishop in pairs, and if this light square bishop gets traded off soon, then we may not be speaking about a white advantage anymore. So it's a big moment here. Knight bd7 played. So Tanya, I'm looking at this. I agree with Fabi. I think that Jan has won the opening battle.
It looks like Team Yan can pat themselves on the back for the outcome of this opening that they've seen. A small surprise there by Ding with the move bishop d2, and then mixing up the move order from the standard way of playing. But surprisingly, it's Ding who's in the tank rather than Yan. Yan playing confidently. We've been talking about momentum shifts, but we haven't seen any of that on Yan today. He plays fast, he plays confidently, and he's making all the accurate moves. Ding currently taking his time to figure out how does he create his chances with white in this final game, and we will be back after a break with Ding's decision.
Hi, everybody. International Master Danny Wrench here, Chess.com's Chief Chess Officer. We are here and excited to be collaborating and partnering with World Quant as an official partner of the Champions Tour in the year 2023. I'm now speaking with Chief Strategy Officer for World Quant, Nitish Maini. The people have met us, and now time for the big questions. Jumping right into the basics, tell everybody a little more about World Quant and what exactly is it that World Quant does?
Thank you for having me, Danny. And you already introduced me. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at World Quant. World Quant is a global asset management organization. It was founded by Igor Tulchinsky in 2007. World Quant today has over 850 employees who are working towards designing investment strategies in multiple asset classes across global markets. World Quant believes in empowering the ideas of the talent across the globe, and we have 23 offices in 13 countries today.
Amazing, amazing stuff. So tell us now a little bit more about this project called World Quant Brain.
So World Quant is built on the belief that talent is global, but opportunity is not. And we strive to take this opportunity to everyone around the globe. World Quant Brain has been designed as a tool which empowers us to take that opportunity to anyone.
That's fantastic. Seriously, that's amazing. I had no idea about that. Learning about this along with our viewers, and obviously as a website and a company with a mission to also connect global communities and increase the opportunity for chess, that makes it even more of a natural partnership. Tell me a little bit more from World Quant's perspective why you guys run the IQC.
So World Quant has this mission of democratizing quantitative finance. And International Quant Championship is one of the tools we have to spread the message about this opportunity which World Quant is offering to everyone to be a quant in the quantitative space. And International Quant Championship empowers the individuals to utilize their ideas and show that they can do it, and gives us an opportunity to take this message to them wherever they are.
That's great. Now, you said the finals will be in person. Was I right that it'll be in the Bahamas? That sounds like a pretty great location. Can I come?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I can? Okay, so I don't know that I'm qualified to be in the IQC, but tell everybody a little more. So the finals are going to be in the Bahamas. What will that be like for those who make it?
Yes, so the finals, as you said, is planned to be in Bahamas for the IQC. So World Quant celebrated its 15th anniversary last year in 2022. To celebrate that occasion, we are getting the whole World Quant organization together in Bahamas this year. And we decided that we will organize the finals of IQC at that event. So this will give an opportunity to our finalists to meet the World Quant team in person. It will give them an opportunity to watch the culture and rigor of the organization. And we are very excited that everybody will be able to get together at that event in Bahamas.
Well, this has been awesome. Nitish, thank you so much. This is where I remind everybody it's their chance to get involved in the IQC, the International Quant Championship. You can use the command IQC. You can visit the World Quant Brain website. We encourage you to do so ASAP. Registration is open until May, so it's time to jump in. And maybe you'll get to meet the CSO and others in the Bahamas. Maybe I'll be there. If I'm lucky. I don't know, but it sounds like a great time either way. And Nitish, the Chess World and the Champions Chess Tour thanks World Quant for their partnership. And we're looking forward to the rest of the year together.
Thank you, Danny, and good luck to the community for participating in IQC.
World Quant is an official partner of the Chess.com broadcast of the FIDE World Championship. They are a global firm that builds complex mathematical models to identify market inefficiencies. Now, World Quant Brain is bringing together its International Quant Championship and the chess community to hunt down the next generation of quant finance specialists. Because nobody knows how to analyze a position better than a chess player, right? If you think you have what it takes, register for the International Quant Championship. Head to go.chess.com/IQC or use the command IQC in chat for all the details. And we've got Ding Liren, who is giving us the details in this position. A new opening idea by Ding, but he is currently behind on the clock by about 20 minutes. Yan, with a 20-minute lead on move number 11 of this final game that we're seeing. The last move that Ding chose is rook to d1. So he still postpones castling. He decides to continue with development, putting pressure on that d file. And we're seeing some decisions being taken. The ideas of trying to trade off that knight on e4. You want that white bishop to land on c3. That is the Dean's dream square for that dark squared bishop for Ding. Knight e4 is the move that comes to mind to open up this d file. And that bishop retreat by Fabi. Was that a requirement? What do you make of these last few moves, Fabi, that we're seeing?
Well, I thought b6 was the most natural move, and I didn't see the clear problem with it. I guess knight e4 would be the idea, but it didn't look like a bad outcome for black there. Bishop d7, okay, my question is only e4. Otherwise, I don't see the problem for black, but e4, critical move. I mean, I don't know if it's good, but the problem for black is, of course, now b6 allows e5, and your knight has nowhere good to go. This is simply very, very bad for black. Knight to g4, queen to e4 just wins the game. Picks up either the knight or the rook. Obviously, this will not happen, but then the question is, after e4, is the move queen to c7? Certainly, it's a logical move. It might actually be the best move because, or even the only move, I don't know, because e5 is a really serious threat, and black doesn't want to play e5 himself. That would weaken the d5 square enormously, and for example, after e5, white could consider bishop to g5, and it starts to look extremely, extremely dangerous for black here, with knight takes e5 threats, and potentially at some point knight to d5 coming as well. So after e4, queen c7, this is a critical line. I think that if white has something here, then Ding is likely to go for it. If not, maybe he will prefer not to play such a committal move as e4, which somewhat weakens the structure. But how does white continue?
Well, so Fabi's point is e5 is now stopped, and the bishop is under attack. So the queen is doing two purposes here. But I don't know, Fabi. Can I go knight b5? You're going to go queen b8, I assume. And I didn't have a follow-up.
I was thinking queen c6 is also critical, but I'm not sure if I want to play queen c6. But it's definitely one of those moves that would be calculated, or should be calculated. e5, queen to e4. Black maybe is happy to trade queens. Apparently not. Maybe bishop to e3. White is somewhat better, although
there's a tactic. I think that's why, right? Bishop, this pawn, and there's also some knight c7, knight takes e6 stuff in the air.
Mm-hmm.
Be very careful, because like a6 would be a natural reply. But I think I just have this tactic.
Yeah, or bishop to a7, or bishop to a7. I thought was, but maybe knight e6 is even better.
Yeah, I was just trying to win pawns, but you're trying to take an exchange. Just check.
Two pawns is good. I like the way you think.
Hey, I appreciate that, buddy. But yeah, bishop a7, just to put Fabi's idea on the board. That rook is trapped back here. Not great.
He's probably allowing some tactics, I guess, because black is potentially exploiting the knight on c7. It's not exactly clear to me how. Maybe bishop to c5, bishop b8, knight b8, but in any case, this is not super relevant to the position we have on the board right now. So knight to b5. Yeah.
I was thinking queen b8. I was just trying to stop this e5 move.
That looks like a perfectly good move. And black will kick the knight away. Next move with a6. So you got to keep attacking something. You have to keep threatening. Question is, how do you keep threatening? You can move the bishop to threaten knight c7. I mean yeah, maybe bishop a2.
I don't really know, because this queen looks very awkward, and I'm trying to go for this pawn, but maybe just e5 again.
Yeah, I was thinking a6 after bishop a2 is critical. Knight c7, rook a7. But this is not the end of the story, because there's bishop to f4. There's all sorts of tactical shots, including involving the move that you mentioned before, knight takes e6 at some opportune moment. So
terrible.
This is a very critical way for white to play. I feel like Ding is already on the verge of moving. It looks like he's poised.
Well, e4 is very natural, think from Ding's perspective. Tanya, I mean, we were talking about this before, that Ding has the option to play it safe, try to make a draw. E4, you're a D4 player. If you can get this kind of open position to play E4, it seems like what you want to do most of the time.
I would completely agree with you. And that's why I was slightly surprised to see Jan's last move. Of course, it's prophylactic of the idea of the knight jumping to the center, hitting that bishop, hitting that knight, but bishop to e7 instead of the idea of b6 and bishop b7 was something that took me by surprise. E4 is definitely a point of worry, but Ding chooses another approach, a completely different one, another direct move, and it has been stamped with a question mark. Knight g5 on the board. We also see the eval bar slightly dip towards black. Now, Ding's idea is clear, right? You want to put that c3 knight to e4. You want to take away the defense of that h7 pawn and also open up the c3 square for your own bishop. That's clear enough, but the question mark, that's not clear to me. Take it away and tell us why is this an inaccuracy?
I just don't understand it. Like, if this knight were suddenly moved from f6, there could be a checkmate. But this position has made it worse for white. There was an advantage after the move e4. Knight g5, let's say black plays h6. You're not going to sacrifice your knight on e6 now. That's not going to work out. So you're most likely going to backtrack your knight
No. Robert, h4. He wants h4.
Wow.
He
I
wants
won't accept any knight
Oh my
e4.
gosh.
You think he's going all in like this? He's not going to be able to castle.
If you play knight g5, you want to play h4. I don't know if it's good, but there's no way that you play knight e5 with the idea of playing knight gd4 and trading off pieces. I mean, then you could just play castle or something. He wants to play h4. He wants to follow it up at some point with some knight move, bishop c3, and sacrifices. And Ding has seen in his mind the picture of him sacrificing pieces and becoming world champion with a checkmate. Whether that's going to happen remains to be seen, but that's definitely what he's saying with knight g5.
And I just want to show that Bobby's point is after hg5, thank you very much for opening up this h file. If you move your knight, I checkmate you in 1 on the h7 square, just to put that on the board for everybody to see. That is checkmate. Unstoppable if you move that knight away. So the knight would have to remain, but now you haven't even won material and you've opened up your own king. So they say to castle as quickly possible. Sometimes it's better to leave your rook on h1 if the file opens up. So, wow, Tanya, h4, that is Ding's idea. I have to say, I'm surprised. I thought he would just play this cautiously, but he's throwing caution to the wind, and he might want to win this championship today.
Surprising, but loving it, Robert. This is all in. We have been talking about Ding's approach in game 14. Will he shut it down? Will he play something positional? How cautious will he be? How much risk will he take? And he just answers us. Well, he's up for a lot of it. He delays his own castling. He's going for checkmate on the king side. Knight g5. Of course, it's still a faraway dream. All these sacrifices, all this mating attack, but Ding has made the first step towards it. And Jan's got to be feeling a little bit of the heat, a little discomfort there. We see him, the expressions are back. He's taken by surprise as well with this decision with Ding. Knight g5, and if we see h4 on the board, Robert, and the more I look at the position, the more logical it seems what Fabi's mentioning. If you go knight g5, you move your piece twice in the opening. You're putting attack on the king side. h4 is the logical follow-up. The idea is, of course, not to fall back with his own knight to f3. You don't want to now go to e4 and trade pieces for nothing. So I would love to see this happen on the board. Ding making it clear that he is ambitious. Does this also throw light on what Ding estimates about the rapid, about the playoffs, about the chances of these two players if it was to go into playoff? And he probably believes that his best chance is today with the white pieces in game 14?
I was just going to say very quickly, Fabian, you need to answer all these questions, but this feels like an opening you should play in rapid chess. This is classical chess. Jan, it's time to figure it out. So, Fabi, take it away. What is Jan going through right now?
I told you guys he wants to win. I mean, those opening choices of fighting opening choice. This e3 bishop d2. This is not something where you're trying to, make a draw. That being said, I thought that black would likely equalize in a standard way, but instead we see what is going to be basically a fist fight at this point. I mean, so h6, h4, I think black might as well include that. And then I'm wondering, because b6, I think knight c4 is super dangerous. And the point is that you want to take on e4 and play knight f6, but now you can't because queen takes a8. And so you're just not in time here to, like, if the pawn's on b7, I guess this is a decent defense to this problem. But b6 allows knight e4. So to me, after h4, queen c7, just the most natural move. You get the queen out of the way of the rook. Knight c4 is now met with knight takes e4, queen e4, knight f6, and I don't think white is making progress in terms of the attack. White can still play this, but then the question is, where do you put your queen? For example, queen c2 allows b5, and something like this could be rather dangerous for white as well, because in endgame, obviously the attack is just a failure, right? This is only a middle game sort of attack. Positionally speaking, white is of course taking a lot of risk. So after queen c7, I was thinking of a few moves. One move I was thinking of was bishop b3, which has a very cute trick, which is after b6, knight to d5, I think wins the game. Or at least gets a very big advantage, because queen c2, knight e7 wins a piece, intermediate check. Knight takes d5, less checkmate on h7 instead of that. So black would have to play some very, very ugly move like queen to d8, which you definitely don't want to do. Actually, that also seems to lose. So yeah, b6 is out of the question completely. But then if knight c5 here, how is white continuing? You still have knight c to e4. Knight fe4, and now you take with the knight, and you're counting on the pin. But without knight on g5, your checkmate patterns are kind of out the window, and b6 or something, I guess black is no longer really in danger, most likely. But also, I guess white is not worse, so maybe that's also not a bad thing, because white is taking some risk, right, with the move knight g5. So after queen c7, is that his idea, or does he want to put the bishop somewhere on e2, for example? There's a lot to consider for black and for white here. But now after b6, do you want to play bishop to f3? I guess that's the point. And then, yeah, bishop b7, trade of bishops. After black trades this rather poorly, like this inactive bishop on c8, then I guess white's attack is no longer really working out. So this is very much a tempo game. If white is in time, could be very dangerous. If not, black could end up with a bit of an advantage. After queen c7, I'm curious to see what Ding's calculations are.
I'm loving all these ideas that you're mentioning, Fabi, with these tactics in the air and how to build this attack. And I want to point out one more with queen c7 that perhaps black needs to watch out for. After a move like queen h6, h4 has been included, you go queen c7. White can also look at this jump with the knight to b5, hit that queen, and if black was to fall back to b8, it's not forced and it's probably a bad move. And yes, Devalbar says it's a bad move. I think the queen should keep the pressure on c4 with a move like queen c6. But here I was thinking bishop c3, and I'm struggling to find a way for black to actually keep those knights alive. Robert, you're pointing out all the right arrows. That rook on d1 hitting the knight on d7, the bishop on c3 taking away the defender on f6. It will result in a mate on h7. White doesn't care about that g5 knight. You can start sacrificing already. Bishop f6 coming next. If hg5, the h file opens, that's doomsday for black. These are all moves that are possible to build up the attack. And wow, Jan Nepomniachtchi is taking his time for the first time out of the opening. This is his first big thing that we're seeing in game 14. He's trying to navigate what is the right way to defend. And one thing more, h6, h4, super tempting. But also, for some of us, it might look like, why not just block this diagonal? Why not just move the other pawn? g6 comes to mind. You've got your queen on c2. I'm going to shut you down with black with a move like g6. But that also is an idea that invites white to, in fact, go for h4, h5. It's not a fight against the attack. g6 would mean h4. The one thing that white has to time well and not get tempted to, and I just want to make this point, Robert, is that if black went for a move like g6, you perhaps don't want to rush with a sacrifice on e6. You might be tempted to pick up 2 pawns, pick up the rook for 2 pieces. But let's just show this. Bishop e6, knight e6, you hit the queen, you hit the rook. It's a 4. But black can sidestep, move that queen to a nice square. Perhaps b6 comes to mind, a natural looking move. I don't see another good option. Knight f8, knight f8. The bishop is coming to f5. Black's got the double bishop in this position. He's got 2 minor pieces, piece activity, and this will be enough compensation for Jan Nepomniachtchi. So white's idea with these attacks is not to get super tempted with that sack on e6. He's looking at this h4 advance. Big question to Jan. How does he counter it? Will he feel safe after playing 8-6?
I don't know if he'll feel safe. I mean, it's a world championship match and your opponent's trying to checkmate you. Would any of us feel safe? But that being said, there is no, like, okay, White has shown his intentions. So at this point, you have to deal with it. There's no way to get rid of that knight on g5. You just have to live with it there. It's a very annoying piece, but it's staying on g5 for a while. And black has a simple task, which is to try to activate the bishop on c8, and to generally speaking avoid checkmate. But I think that's just like a general chess kind of principle, not only in this position. And h6 on the board. Ding, will he play h4 quickly? Will he take a little bit of time to consider some sort of knight takes c6, which I'm sure doesn't work, or knight takes f7, which... Okay, let's just like get knight f7 on the analysis board for a second. I just want to see it. King f7, bishop e6. Let's go.
Oh my goodness.
King e6 and
Wow.
queen b3.
B3?
The king goes to f5. Is it just a draw? King f5, queen c2, king e6. I mean, it could be a draw. This is like kind of typical sort of drawing pattern, I guess, in some lines. I once had this. I think it's called like a magnet sacrifice, where you take, like, you're kind of bringing the king in to center as if on a magnet. And against Emanuel Berg in 2008 in the Olympiad, in Dresden Olympiad, I had a chance to play this knight f7 sacrifice, followed by taking on e6, and the king was lured into center. Double p sacrifice actually, in that case, was winning the game. So sometimes these things work out. Here it seems like it would only lead to a draw. But wait, knight f7 in that case is like a viable move if White wants to draw, right?
Well, I
Oh
think
my
that
God.
just to show quickly that black can't take with the rook. And if bishop takes e6, I was thinking knight c5, forcing this bishop to take the rook here. And we saw not this exact position, but a similar one in a variation we were looking at from Tanya, that you have the two minor pieces for this rook. And I feel like the minor pieces are going to shine here, especially with queen d3 on the agenda, trying to trade queens off next. And I just don't think White has enough here.
You know, Robert, if this game has to end in a draw, I would love to see it go down the paths that Fabi said. With knight f7, sacrifice 2 pieces and force a perpetual, but as you're pointing out, black does have a getaway. And in fact, after knight f7, the tactics might not work out to perfection for White. So it all comes down to, again, the question of whether Ding will play the move h4. He has slowed down. The bigger question, the bigger picture, how much risk is Ding willing to take today? And of course, that depends on also Team Ding's estimation of his chances in the playoffs. A completely different animal with a different time control that will require a big shift in the mindset. And these are the head-to-heads of Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren in their battles of speed chess. And we see Ding has a mammoth rating of 2829 in Rapid. Now, Rapid and Blitz rating are quite volatile. But that rating, he's world number 2 in Rapid, just 10 points behind world number 1, a certain Magnus Carlsen. He's definitely got to be feeling that, all right, if this game does end in a draw, at least on paper, Ding looks like the one who has a slight edge. A very close score, but Ding leads in their Rapid encounters 7-6. But take a look at this. In case the match doesn't get decided in Rapid, we will have Blitz playoff. And Jan Nepomniachtchi has destroyed Ding in Blitz. He leads 13-2. Robert, that's definitely one time control that Ding Liren will avoid in this match.
Well, I think a lot about that graphic is misleading, not because it's inaccurate, but because ratings, they're historic. They're kind of archaic in some ways. When's the last time Ding Liren played a Rapid tournament? He played one last year, but that was only 9 games, and then before that, it had been several years. So the chess rating system relies on past performance in a way that I don't always think is very good. Tennis, you have to play every single year. You have to play events to keep your ranking. In chess, if you don't play for 20 years, your rating stays the same. And with no offense meant to anyone, but we see that when players take a long hiatus and they come back to the game, they're not at the strength that their rating would imply that they are. So I feel like the rating system, for one, is misleading. Second of all, the record in Blitz chess, that's from that Speed Chess Championship where Jan, he crushed Ding back in 2019. But the Ding Liren of recent years in the quicker time, which was online, let's not forget what he did against Hikaru Nakamura in the 2021 Speed Chess Championship in their semifinal, which for all intents and purposes was the final, it was a 1-point match victory for Hikaru, and that was in tiebreak. So it was really close. Ding is improving, and there is a different feel to this. This is the World Championship. It's in person. You can't pre-move, so it's just a entirely different event. I don't like looking at the ratings. I don't like looking at the score line from their performance in the past. I really do think that these players are about as even as it gets in rapid chess. They both are super strong, and I have no idea who is going to win if we do get to that point.
Yeah, I think that's very accurate. And in a playoff, I think it's very, very close to equal. It's hard to say exactly how close to equal, but Ding got that rating, that Raptor rating, by winning the Grand Chess Tour in 2019. I remember that event well, and he beat Maxime in the final. Maxine had beaten Magnus in the semifinal match. So Ding won that event, uh, dominated the rapid portion, got his rapid rating up to astronomical heights. But still, that's already almost 4 years ago. And although, of course, results 4 years ago are still relevant because Ding is still a super strong player, we don't know if he's still at the level, at exactly the level of rapid that he was at 4 years ago, right? Things can change a bit in the past few years. And besides that, he hasn't had much practice. There's a lot of online chess that's happened, and for sure he's had plenty of success in those online events. But online and over the board is quite a bit different. Uh, that being said, I definitely wouldn't call you on the favorite, but just because of this rating disparity, 28-29 versus 27-61, which is a huge rating difference, I wouldn't say that Ding is a favorite just because of that. Uh, maybe he's a slight favorite, but only time will tell that. We can't really say that at the moment. And still, it's too early to say. Anyway, if we'll even get there, because obviously the last two moves have definitely shaken up our belief that this is going to be a boring draw in any way. This has certainly shaping up to be a very exciting game. I hope that Ding doesn't change his mind last minute, pull the brakes, and play knight g to e4 because that would be disappointing. I really want to see h4, a logical continuation of his previous move, and maybe he's having second thoughts. I don't know. It's possible because he, of course, realizes the weight of the moment. Uh, you can win a brilliancy, but you could also lose. And then his words mentioning that 2010 match, Topalov Anand, the final game, where Topalov overpressed with the white pieces from a slightly better position. Ding's mentioning that game will actually be prophetic, but not in a way that he will be too happy about.
Abby, you said our belief of this being a boring draw. That was not my belief at all. I have predicted a decisive game 14. Well, I don't know if it's going to be decisive or not, but one thing's for sure. With Ding's last few moves, it's definitely not going to be boring. It's going to be an exciting game for sure, regardless of the result we get. And once again, I think this is also one of the reasons that this World Championship match is so unique from what we've been seeing over the last decade. There is no favorite in a rapid time control. There is no favorite if this does go into a playoff. And that was a very different narrative in the World Championship matches of Magnus Carlsen, where Fabi, even against you and against Sergei Karyakin, he had a very clear strategy in that last game. 2016 World Championship match, Magnus versus Karyakin. Magnus comes to the board with the white pieces, makes the shortest draw of a World Championship match in terms of time, not in terms of move. Literally blitzes out his moves, 35 minutes, game over, says, I'm going into the playoffs. The 2018 match, he was slightly better with black, and he's the one who offered you a draw in that position. He estimated that his best chance to win the match was not in classical against you, but in the rapid playoff. So it's really all about taking that risk in this final game, depending on how much you believe in your own ability in that shorter time control. And speaking of taking risks, look at the move that we have on the board. Ding goes for the move, h4. This is fire on board.
Yeah, Magnus, as you mentioned, he tends to come to the game with a clear strategy, and I'm not sure if Ding has a clear strategy. In general, whatever your strategy is, it's best to stick to it, whether it's to go all out for a win, whether it's to play solidly. You don't want to be confusing yourself in terms of what you want during the game, and we'll see. I mean, he's really going for it here. We see that objectively speaking, black is doing all right, but that doesn't mean that it's going to be easy. And we might see another wild game with the valuation swings up and down. I'm going to predict a decisive result now. And as I mentioned before, the beautiful thing about predictions is that if you predict two completely opposing things, then you're absolutely guaranteed to be correct. So
Fab-
now that I've predicted a decisive result and a draw, I think I'm absolutely going to be correct in my prediction. But
That's
yeah,
a very safe approach. While Ding isn't playing safe at all, Fabiano Caruana playing extremely safe in the commentary, basically predicting all three results that are possible. Love it, Fabi. Well, H4 on the board. And I think this is going to be definitely a fun one. Chat, we want you to get involved. Tell us, what do you think? Where are Ding's best chances? Does he try to shut this down? Well, it might be too late to shut it down. Once you make a move like H4 with your king in the center, it might not even be up to you anymore. You've got a game in your hands and you're playing for all three results here. Fabi, take it away. Queen c7 is the option that we were looking at. How big a deal is the attack that we're seeing by white? And is there a direct threat that white has after h4?
yeah, I think that uh, well, maybe white doesn't have a clearly direct threat. Robert, what do you think? What's white planning in this position?
Well, hopefully, White is not planning to lose power like I just did. But either way, it's back. And what is White planning? I don't really know, because what you were talking about with this Queen C7 idea, it feels very straightforward for Black. And I think this Queen will end up on a square like C6 or with B6, Bishop B7. I don't believe in this. This feels like a game I would see in Blitz in the Title Tuesday. And so to see it over the board in a World Championship, I'm both happy because it feels like the romantic era of chess is back. But at the same time, I'm looking at this with a skeptical glare, like, this feels wrong.
Yeah, I think the question is only after Queen C7, because other moves seem to be very promising for white. We saw B6 is simply a mistake. The knight on f6 can't move, and I don't see why the knight on d7 would want to move, because it would, maybe knight to e5 would come to mind, but I think that would actually expose black to knight c to e4 ideas. Like knight e5, knight c4, I'm starting to get pretty scared if I'm playing with black. So I think this is a perfect position for candidate moves when we talk about how to calculate variations. Sometimes the analysis tree, right, that was that Kotov was mentioned in his classic book Think Like a Grandmaster. Sometimes that lets you down in terms of calculations, because it's not always that candidate moves and the analysis tree will get you to the right conclusion. But here, after Queen to c7, I think that this is a standard position where you need to calculate white's various options one by one. And probably that's what Jan is doing from his rest area. First, you calculate, for example, knight c to e4. And then you see take knight f6. Okay, I seem to be good there. Queen c2, b5. Maybe you extend your calculation one more move and you end it there. Then you have to calculate knight b5. That's the second move I think that comes to mind. Tanya, you mentioned that one. Then queen to c6 is probably the right move, because I think you attack g2 as well. That's very important. Not only dealing with threats, but also implementing your own threats. And maybe you feel safe there because white cannot move the bishop to c3 because queen c4, maybe also queen g2, but queen c4 at the very least is winning. And other moves, knight d4 allows queen takes g2. So the thing is, if white delays his play by one move, defending g2 after queen c6, if he takes even a single moment to deal with that threat, for example, with f3, then after knight to e5, I think we're going to be looking at a trade of queens, or maybe white doesn't even get that, but a trade of pieces that will not be favorable for white. So white cannot hesitate here. And once you're done calculating knight b5, then you move on to the various bishop moves. But they're not looking super threatening to my eye. Only bishop b3 seems to contain a threat, because other moves you can't move your knight after because the queen on c2 would be hanging. So only bishop b3 threatens knight to d5. And so you only have to deal with this move, and at that point you are, I think, confident that queen c7 is a fine option for black.
Can I just say that was an amazing breakdown of the thought process while you're defending a position, Fabi? That was super cool. Very instructive stuff.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that to Fabi's point, that queen c7, you see the immediate responses, you're not too concerned. And then once you see that knight d5 is a threat, you realize that your queen needs to be defended, because knight d5 is so powerful. Just to show again a line that Fabi brought up earlier, is b6 loses to knight d5. This knight cannot take. It would protect the queen, but it would give up checkmate. And if you don't take this knight and say you take the queen on c2, knight takes e7 is check. So you throw that in, a nice intermezzo, and then recapture. So b6 out of the question, but putting your queen on a defended square, that is the theme. And putting on c6 is perfect because you attack this pawn on g2 as well. You protect e6, so you stop any sacrifices on that square. And then black's knight will likely come out to a square like c5. And if white doesn't keep an eye on it, this knight on g5 can be captured at some point. Just because I haven't been doing it doesn't mean that it's impossible forever. So this position, it's already, let's say I play rook h2, just to emphasize the point. I play knight c5. You don't want to give me your bishop, so you go to a2. There is a time where I can take it, and that time might be now, because I can bring this knight into e4. And you see the evaluation bar, it was even better for black before I went down this line, but it still is saying that black is in this, and it's not clear how white takes advantage of it. Maybe it's bishop b1 to try to get to the h7 square, but black is still hanging in.
Maybe b4 is quite interesting here. But I think instead of taking on g5, the problem for white is you always have to calculate hg5, but also simply rook to d8, for example. I want to play knight to d3 with check. And yeah, also the king may be escaping in case, it's ever chased with queen h7 check or anything. The king maybe has an escape square, but I think the most important factor here is knight to d3 check is just not only shutting out white's queen from the attack, but also we'll gain a tempo on the king, we'll attack f2, and we'll definitely enable h takes g5 ideas if white allows knight d3. So something went wrong here. And I'm wondering, in general, if maybe Ding was a bit too optimistic with this whole h4, because after queen c7, I'm not seeing the way forward. And unless maybe Ding sees something that we don't, but if not, then I think Jan has a perfectly good position. And it's double-edged. I mean, this knight g5 h4, it's not just an attacking thing, it's also weakening. Very weakening. And if you're, forced to, at some point, move the knight back from g5 to e4, f3, then basically you just wasted time, played h4, which contributes nothing to your position, just weakens the g4 square. You didn't gain anything out of it, and black will be at least a tiny bit better. So I hope, for Ding's sake, that he has something in mind after queen c7.
And he plays it. It's on the board. All the points that you were making, Jan Nepomniachtchi makes the move queen c7. A tense moment there where, of course, it was critical to play the right move. Critical moments in chess are often the ones that make the difference between half a point and sometimes a full point. With the attack coming in, it's important that Jan is precise, but the good thing is that queen c7 is also one of the moves that you consider first. It's a natural looking move. Jan finds it, doesn't spend too much time on the clock. He's still ahead on the clock. And now Ding Liren once again has to show the way of how he wants to proceed with the attack. Will he choose the bishop retreat to b3, creating this tactical trick of the knight jumping to the center? Could be game over in one move if Jan doesn't spot it, but 100% he will. Or will he go for the idea of knight b5 jumping in, attacking the queen, and forcing another important move by Jan, the queen, to c6? Stylistically, is this the kind of position that Jan feels at home with?
Yeah, I mean, just before I was saying that this was the Ding type of position, but that was before he went knight g5 and h4. Suddenly, he's playing a Jan Nepomniachtchi style position where Jan is taking no risks. Jan has made every single move naturally. Right? He didn't do anything obscure. He's bringing his queen to c7. He'll see that his queen is loose here. Bring it up to c6, whether it's attacked or not. So I just really don't like what Ding is doing. I'm actually quite surprised that he's playing in this manner because he is unnecessarily just getting aggressive, trying to make miracles happen, and you can't will a victory into existence. You're playing Jan Nepomniachtchi. He is one of the best players in chess history, and so Jan is making straightforward moves. He can attack this bishop. The bishop retreats. He brings his queen up to c6 to stop that one tactical threat. And if white's best idea at some point is to retreat, this is really bad. Why is your pawn out on h4? Black's knight will come out to c5 at the right moment. b6, bishop b7 still available. I don't like this at all for Ding anymore.
And Ding in a think on move 14 currently. A big decision has been made by Ding with that h-pawn, which just blows the position open, blows the game open for any result. Anything can happen. This is playing with fire. Ding is taking all the risks right now, and he is thinking at an important moment how he wants to develop this attack. Well, on the other side of this break, we will find out how much poison does this h-pawn push really have. We will be back after a short break.
Introducing WorldQuant, the partner of the Champions Chess Tour and Chess.com. WorldQuant is a global firm in the field of quantitative asset management. If you don't know what that is, it's the job of building complex mathematical models that seek to identify market inefficiency. For 2023, WorldQuant Brain is bringing together its International Quant Championship and the award-winning Champions Chess Tour to hunt down the next generation of quant finance specialists.
It sounds very exciting. You put your skills in practice in a case competition where you get a real challenge. And I signed up.
WorldQuant is seeking new talent and new energy, and it's looking at the world of chess to help. Because nobody knows how to analyze a position better than a chess player, right? No quant experience? No problem. So, do you think you have what it takes to compete in the International Quant Championship? Sign up and be the next quant champion.
Move number 14, it's game number 14, and Ding Liren having a big think. There is so much on the line. This is the fight for the World Championship crown, and we've got a game on our hands. Now, this World Championship is, well, it's very different from what we've seen over the last decade. Whoever wins, whether we've got a decisive game today or not, we will have a world champion, and his name will not be Magnus Carlsen. Magnus has been reigning as the world number one and as world champion since 2013. His first match against Vishwanathan Anand. Anand won the candidates, had a rematch in 2014. Magnus again became world champion. We saw Magnus take down Sergei Karyakin, Fabiano Caruana, and Jan Nepomniachtchi in 2021. It does feel like an end of an era, and the whole chess world was in turmoil when Magnus announced that indeed he will not be defending his world championship match. It is a big moment for the chess world, and after a long time, the world number one and the world champion will be two different players.
Yeah, no, it's something that is difficult for the chess world to wrap their head around, because Magnus Carlsen, it's not up for debate. He is the best chess player on the planet, but he decided not to play. That doesn't mean that the winner of this match is not one of the best, but they will not be the best. So it's kind of difficult. But at this point, neither player cares about that. What they care about is this one game. They will become the world champion if they win today.
Well, historically, we've had a lot of moments when the world champion and the number one in the world were not the same. And I mean, for Kasparov's reign, which was 15 years, from 1985 until he lost his match against Kramnik, the world champion and the world number one were the same. But after that, Kramnik was world champion. He beat Kasparov in actually a dominant fashion, but for quite a long time he was not world number one as well, although he did also, I think, a few times reach in the world number one spot, but never consistently. And also for a lot of the FIDE World Champions, from going from Halifman to Ponomaryov to Kazimjanov to Topalov. Topalov was actually world number one quite a bit as well. So, but we've had this a lot. This is not unprecedented. It's just that for people who are, let's say, new to chess or relatively more new to chess, this might be a very surprising thing. But for a lot of chess history, it was just a normal, I think that we have to recognize that the World Championship, it's a super important event, but it is one event, so it doesn't always determine that the player is legitimately the best of all time or anything. It just means that the player was the best at that moment. And of course, these guys are both two of the very best in history, but still, with the rating list, Magnus is quite heavily topping the number one spot.
Ever since he reigned as world champion, he has kept that world number one spot. Even in fact, before he became world champion, he became world number one. And Fabi, I want to ask you that whether it's Jan Nepomniachtchi or Ding Liren who take the crown in 2023, how do you see this impacting chess history? With Magnus, he's been an amazing ambassador of the game. He's been fantastic as the world champion. And how do you see this match impacting chess?
I don't think it changes very much that we don't have, because I don't think it's unprecedented that we won't have the number one in the world by rating as the world champion. And we could have also easily had this happen in 2016. That Karyakin was at some point leading the match. If he had drawn his last few games, he would be the world champion without being number one in the world, without even being close. I don't even know if he was number 5 in the world at the time. I'm not sure, because he actually, after winning the candidates in 2016, he actually had a very, very lousy year up until that match, and he was kind of hemorrhaging rating points until he was playing Magnus. And so this is not a new thing. I think that one of the big things we've seen change in chess is that chess has moved a lot to shorter time controls, and Magnus has basically said that he supports that chess becomes faster and faster and moves more into a sort of different time controls, which I also think is a good thing. I think that classical chess, it has its place, for sure, a very important place in chess history and also in modern chess, but we shouldn't deny the importance of rapid chess, blitz chess, and potentially Fischer random chess 960, whichever name you want to call it, and other. I mean, I think those are the most important forms of chess, but we shouldn't deny that these are also a very important measure of a person's chess skill, not just classical chess. And that being said, a world championship match like this can be decided in rapid, very often is. From the matches in 2016, 2018, and 2012 uh, were all decided in rapid formats in the playoff. And so very often it does come down to your proficiency in faster time controls as well. Also, this one may easily be decided in rapid and potentially even in blitz, right? That's just the nature of the format.
Yeah, I
And that's
think
a really
that
interesting point that you make, Robert. And I want you to jump into this, but I also want to just touch upon this because there are these uh, there are these conversations around whether a classical world champion should be decided only in classical, or should a classical world champion be also decided in a rapid or a blitz format if it goes into a playoff, especially considering that we've got separate world championships for these. Robert, I want your thoughts on these and also on either of these two players taking the reign as world champion.
Oh wow! Now I'm really put on the spot. So, yeah, I don't really think that the World Championship match is representative of chess as a whole because if you think about it, Magnus Carlsen in 2016, 2018, and of course Fabiano's right here, so it's a little awkward. But with all respect meant, we're longtime friends. The record outside of the World Championship doesn't match the record that happened within it because when you have months and months to prepare, it changes the nature of the chess that's being played. And I think that I've said this many times over the years: if you give strong grandmasters 24 hours to make a move, one move a day, like you can play daily chess on chess.com. Magnus Carlsen isn't going to win many games, right? The more time that you have, the more preparation, the more engine that you put into it, the less the kind of human elements, the natural, the strength that Magnus has over some of his competitors. So I don't really blame Magnus for not playing. And this is my way of getting to the second part of your question about the rapid and blitz chess deciding a world championship. We're not going to go back to Karpov-Kasparov where it was 5-0, then 5-3, and then they were so sick that they lost so much weight that they had to stop the match because it was first to a certain amount of wins. And draws are very likely at the highest level. So I don't really know what the alternative is. And I agree with Fabi, I agree with Magnus that this is a different era of chess. We have engines that are super strong that you can work with to map out entire openings. Some openings are completely killed because they're forced draws. The players didn't know that in the 80s. That wasn't what they were working with. So I think we have to adapt to a new era, and I don't see a problem with quicker time controls. I love Fischer random chess. And so whether that Magnus Carlsen is champion or not, he remains the strongest player. And Ding Liren or Jan Nepomniachtchi, they will deserve the match victory. But the world championship title, I mean, is weird. I have to be honest. It's strange that we have clearly the best player in the world, and he will not be world champion. And Garry Kasparov retired several years after his match, 4 years, if I'm remembering correctly, as the highest rated player in the world at the time. Magnus might be the highest rated player for another decade. And then only history or time will tell what the history says about it. But it's a very strange thing. And I don't want to take away from these two players because they're so strong. But I think it's a difficult topic to ignore completely.
It's a new chapter for Magnus. Well, either today or tomorrow, he will relinquish his classical world championship crown to either Nepomniachtchi or Ding Liren. And these two have been incredible fighters in this match. We've seen some amazing moments. The chess has been fantastic. The drama, the opening, the time management, the press conferences, all of it has been a complete delight for chess fans across the world. And either one of them absolutely deserving of that crown. And well, right now, a big moment here. And Ding Liren, well, you mentioned about having 24 hours to make a move. He is taking a long time. He's taken 17 minutes, and every move we've been seeing Ding take his time. We've seen him slow down while he's the one who is going for the attack. And we also saw Yan prowling there in the tournament hall. You got a featured chat by Bigfoot saying, how nervous is it to see Yan like that, prowling like that for Ding? Must be scary. Or are you in your own zone? And I think that's a great question because having your opponent in the playing arena, you feel like, all right, you've gone all in, you made the move h4, you haven't yet castled, you have made your ambitions very clear, you're taking all the risk, but what's the follow-up? While your opponent comes on the board, makes a quick move, starts walking up and down, does that put psychological pressure on Ding?
Yeah, I think the pressure might even be more so just that he went all in on this attack. Maybe all in is too strong a word, but he definitely burned his bridges a little bit with this attack, and maybe it's just not working out, and that could put a lot of pressure on him. Because the thing is, sometimes you go in on an attack, and you still have a way to, you can still retreat, and you accepted that the attack was a failure, that it's not working out, that you're not going to checkmate your opponent, but you're only looking at a slightly worse position. And maybe that's what you should do in a position like this, but psychologically, there's no way that you want to, let's say after knight b5, queen c6, maybe the best move is simply knight to f3, because you need to deal with the threat to the g2 pawn and to the um, knight e5 ideas as well. And so you need to play knight f3, but okay, then you just accepted, well, my attack didn't work out. Now let's play a position where I try to equalize. That's a difficult psychological adjustment that you might have to make, and yeah, I know exactly what's going on in Ding's head. He's calculating variations, and they're not leading to an advantage. He's calculating all the stuff that we discussed with bishop b3, queen c6, knight b5, queen c6, knight e4, knight takes e4, other bishop moves, all sorts of things, and none of them are leading to the desired result, which is an attack which succeeds or at least gives some sort of advantage. And that's why he's disappointed, because maybe at some point he'll have to make that tough decision based on the realization that his attack is not going forward the way he wanted to, and that maybe he has to retreat that knight back to f3 or e4 at some moment, except that he's a little bit worse. And it's not a disaster, of course. I don't think he's much worse or anything, but it's definitely a big disappointment. He doesn't look super, super thrilled with the situation.
He really doesn't. And he's hit the 1 hour mark on just move 14. There are a lot of moves to be played to make time control. The players have to reach move 40, a far way off. And just 2 pawns have been traded. Everything is on the board. The position is just starting to heat up. I can feel that the clock will be an important factor in this. Another couple of moves, Ding takes these 5-6 minute things, and we can really see that clock being burned and come down to those critical moments. Robert, do you think Yan is sensing that could this be his chance with black right now?
Absolutely. He's not risking anything in the position. If you just look at black's pieces, they're all on very good squares. We've highlighted how the bishop on c8 isn't the best piece. At some point, it would like to fianchetto and develop along this diagonal, but black has done nothing wrong. I think when bishop e7 was played, Ding got too ambitious. Sometimes we think playing for a win requires trying to go and deliver a checkmate. He could have played e4 in that position, and he would have had the upper hand, and Jan would have had to prove his path towards equality, which was not easy to find. So I just think that maybe Ding, he went too far, and as Fabi said, he will need to rein it in, that if this knight has to go back to f3 or go back to e4, you may be slightly worse, but you can defend it, just like Jan Nepomniachtchi defended game 13. So the opening battle, huge victory for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Look at the clocks. This is a serious time deficit for Ding. And I'm not even saying this because of game 7. I'm just looking at this position, and I could see black taking control of his board in the next few moves. And let's not forget, there's a pawn on h4, which we liked because it was aggressive and attacking, ambitious chess, but I hate because castling will be difficult. And Ding did retreat his bishop to e2, so maybe he took Fabi's advice. No more attack for Ding Liren. Now it's time to make sure he does not end up in a bad position.
And how does he not end up in a bad position after b6 is my first thought, because let's say after b6, if you play bishop f3, bishop b7, I think those trades actually help black. Because actually, if you trade on b7, you're dealing with the threat to g2 pawn. And also, the trade of black square bishops is just generally very favorable for black, because that was a bad bishop on c8, and white's bishop was more active. And also, white took bishop c4, e2, f3, bishop takes b7, 4 moves to trade off for a piece that only moved once. So, this is not good for white. And after b6, what other moves are coming to mind? You can move the knight from c3, your queen hangs. You can move the knight from g5, but probably only back to f3, so you just basically gave your opponent 2 free tempi and played h4 to boot, none of which is good for your position. So I'm really curious about what he wants here. Does he... I mean, it just doesn't come to mind at all. Like, even a single move is not coming to mind for me.
The move bishop e2 kind of hints at wanting to put that bishop to f3 to not allow black to have that control over the long diagonal. And also, let's point out, Fabi, the ideas of knight d5, which we were looking at with the other bishop retreat to b3, simply don't work. The big difference, as you mentioned yourself, that the queen on c2 is not defended. Black can simply pick up the queen, and after a check on e7, you don't have a piece to recapture. So bishop e2 is not a move that kind of hints at a follow-up of an attack, but more to perhaps simplify the position, try to liquidate, get some pieces off the board. And the question that you mentioned, Robert, it's time for Ding to perhaps try to make sure that he doesn't end up worse. When you make a move like h4, it might be too late for that. Pawns do not move backwards. h4, a move that hinted at an attack, but then following it up with the move bishop e2, one gets the feeling that things have gone wrong for Ding out of this opening, out of the attack that he was trying to set up. And I want to take a deeper look at the trades that you were talking about, because there's no other explanation for the move bishop e2. After b6, bishop f3, yes, you've spent those 4 tempos. Yes, black does lead in development and does manage to place the queen on a nice square on b7 after the bishops are traded off. Is this a big advantage, though, for black? And if yes, how big?
Very, very big. And actually, the eval bar didn't like bishop b7, which allowed me to understand that instead of bishop b7, bishop a6 is just crushing. You take this rook on a8 and the knight comes to c5, and this king is not castling. This knight will be loose in the near future. I will pick up your bishop over on a8, and I wouldn't have thought about this without the eval bar saying it was -2 and then went down to -1. Oh, boo-hoo, -1. Still a great advantage for black, but this looks like a huge problem for Ding Liren. This is just not a...
I just want to, like, this is a super interesting line. I just want to understand after bishop c1 how black is continuing this attack.
That's a fantastic question. I was just honestly relying on the eval bar, but I think you just take this rook. And sorry.
Yeah, and after b4, do you want to play knight to a4? I'm thinking maybe this is the idea. Because after queen a4, queen c3, bishop d2, there's queen to d3, and this ends up just being a checkmate that costs white a queen, or queen c4. I think it's the same outcome for the position. Because it's not like black is threatening anything direct after rook takes a8. It's just that it's just compensation, which is so strong that it's worth far more than white's rook. Like, for example, knight to f3 here. I mean, I wouldn't like white's position, but I also wouldn't immediately say, this is -1 million or whatever the eval bar is telling me. Maybe even just rook to d8 might be the reason. I mean, that's the thing. It's a little bit it's a bit tragic.
Yeah, I laugh because when you're down in exchange, you're down a rook for a minor piece, you're told not to trade. Let's not give away pieces when we're already down. But here the point is that this king is just being hunted. Knight d3 check is unstoppable. You could maybe play knight e5, but I could just chase your knight away, and your king is going to be miserable, and it's just going to be attacked, and it's not going to be able to be defended. So it's a great illustration of how activity can offset material deficits. And I think that... Oh, sorry, go ahead, Fabi.
I just want to continue this line a little bit, because you're absolutely right. But after knight to e5, I think it's actually important. If bishop d6, b4 is maybe getting out of the woods for white a little bit. I mean, maybe not. Well, computer doesn't seem to think so, but at least I don't see like the immediate win here. But after knight e5, knight to g4, I think is crushing, because now the point, if knight g4, knight d3, king goes anywhere, and knight to b4, anywhere it goes, and I just win that queen. And if you play b4 after knight g4, then yeah, this wins a queen due to discovered check. And after b4, you replace that knight with the other knight. So that's the point. Now after bc5, knight to d3, the other knight finds its way into that square with the same exact idea, right? Anywhere the queen goes, knight to b4.
You're a bully. Has anyone ever told you that? This is just mean. You're bullying this white king in the center.
But this was bishop a6 was your idea. It's not my fault. I'm being nice here. I just wanted to trade bishops.
The engine kept reacting, and I was very confused because bishop b7 was so natural. But yeah, bishop a6 is better. But I do think if we go back to that position, just like b6, bishop f3, even this position, Tanya's question was how much better is black here? Your knight is under attack, so you can't castle, which would be a good way to defend this pawn on g2. And if your best move is knight to f3, black's knight can come to c5, rook to c8, rook to d8. It's not losing for white. But this pawn on h4, it's just a bad piece, because at some point you may want to move your knight from f3, but you would just drop this pawn on h4. So, Tanya, I just can't get behind this h4 idea. When knight g5 was played, I looked at it with like, I mean, I was just confused. I didn't really get what he was going for. Now I'm looking at it as it was a huge mistake.
All these points you're making, and it's extremely telling that it's Jan Nepomniachtchi's move, but it's Ding Liren who's on the board with his head in hands. He's definitely feeling that the attack and the initiative has backfired. Those lines with the bishop coming to a6, I mean, whose king is weaker there? Whose king is under fire? And the big answer to that is it would be Ding Liren's king. And I'm just trying to understand this move bishop e2 a little more. Perhaps Ding also realizes that he needs to try and trade, shut down the position. Well, I'm sure he does. Look at him on the camera right now. He's feeling the heat of the position. Jan Nepomniachtchi in his resting area is just looking at all these lines. And what also stands out is that how throughout the game, up until this point, and we are on move 14 for Jan, every move has been extremely logical and natural. He hasn't taken that much time, which is why he's about 30 minutes ahead on the clock. But, coming back with the bishop to e7, not giving a bishop pair, striking in the center. Your opponent's king is in the center, c5, trades everything off, pushes that knight on g5, develops the queen to c7. It feels like Jan has made, well, I wouldn't call them simple moves, but moves which come to mind first. And he sort of calculated all these attacking ideas, decided that it doesn't work. And I want to ask you guys that after b6, bishop f3, especially after the line of bishop a6, or even the strategic advantages after the trade, looks like a bad idea for white. Can Ding try to reinforce the tactic of knight d5 with now deciding to slide the rook to defend the queen on c2? He's got no time to castle. He's got no time to play it safe right now. Shot castle, g5, knight hangs. So b6, let's say you make a move like rook c1 now. Castling is out of the window. Now, after bishop b7, Fabi, the tactics that you've been talking about, knight d5, they work again because white's queen is not hanging anymore. But I see the eval bar says that black should be fine, but at least white has the bailout with knight d5. So if bishop b7, you've got this idea, then maybe it's time for white to shift strategy, start lining up the queen and the rook on the c line, and look at ways to actually penetrate to c7 if black fights this threat.
Yeah, I think that rook c1 is definitely his plan, and that's I was going to suggest that this is probably the only move that the only idea that white has, and that's the reason why Jan is thinking, because it's a very concrete threat, rook to c1, with the idea of knight to d5. You don't want to allow it, at the very least. It might not lead to an advantage, but you still have no reason to want to allow it. And then the question is, can you prevent it? Of course, you can move your queen, but it's not absolutely ideal. And the question is, where would you move your queen as well? That doesn't instantly come to mind. So yeah, rook c1 is a very serious move for sure. How do you deal with the threat of knight d5 here?
Well, Jan has finally arrived on
Maybe
the board.
rook to e8 deals with it, but I'm scared to do that.
Can you just move the queen? Like, I know we don't want to go to b8. Well, what's the problem moving our queen anywhere? Let's say I go up to e5, for example.
Okay, f4. I don't know. I'm going.
Wow.
Going for it.
Okay, actually, that doesn't really scare me because I can just bring my queen back. But I see your point that suddenly white just.
Why would the computer hate this so much? I mean, f4. How bad can it be? You get it for free.
It approved. The computer approved of f4.
Yeah, I showed that.
Oh wait.
We've got a completely different move, by the way. No b6, the lines that we were looking at, but Jan decides a totally different approach, moves the rook to d8. And this delays a little bit of harmony. And Fabi, what's your take on this?
Well, he wants to play knight to f8. So it's very clever. Rook c1, knight f8. That stops the whole knight d5 idea, because knight takes d5, you have another piece defending that h7 square. So this is a very clever idea to play knight f8. For sure, e6, rook c1, that's what he was worried about, and that's why he decided not to go for it. Although, maybe there was something good for black there. Can we just go back to that movement for a second after b6, rook c1? Is the move rook to e8 bad? I'm just...
Rook where? e8, you said?
Yeah.
Knight d5?
Oh, no.
It's not, yeah, because no, here, queen c2, knight e7, rook e7, rook c2, and I can take the piece, finally. In the endgame, there's no point to white's attack, because there's no queen h7 at all.
True. So
he plays rook c1 anyway.
Okay, so he's protecting his queen.
On the board. And knight d5 is a threat now, so knight f8. That would explain rook d8, Fabi, as you're pointing out, just controlling that h7 square. b6 now, knight d5 works?
I think so. I think it at least is not worse for white. I mean, queen c2, knight e7, king f8, rook c2, king e7. I think white should be better there, but maybe not much better, but somewhat better for sure. Just with the bishop here in the endgame. Bishop b4, king e8. You can even throw bishop f3 in at some moment, maybe, or just knight to f3 back is maybe a little bit more pleasant for white.
Yeah, white just controls the open file. You're not losing a piece, so that's a good start. And black's king, well, we often want our king in the center in the endgame. This is an endgame, it's just a queenless middle game where there could be some attacking chances. So knight f8 makes perfect sense to me, but just to finish off this variation, let's say then white just retreats. Black seemingly could have had this position with b6, bishop b7, and instead has it with rook d8, knight f8. So while black is not doing anything wrong, black's position is very solid, Jan is no worse here. I feel like he wasn't able to capitalize on this whole knight g5, h4, knight back to f3 as much as he could have, even if black's position is still perfectly good. So my big question is, and Tanya, I'm curious what your take is. Do you think that Jan is going into this game, I just need to make a draw? I have the black pieces against a super strong player. That's what the mantra is. You try to win with white, you draw with black. Do you think he's kind of using that right now? Just, I want to make a draw and send this to Rapid because that was his intention all along.
I think before the game started, the answer to that would be yes. Tiebreak color glasses, as they say. If you've got that on, you get the chance. You try to neutralize all the edge of your opponent and happily take it into the Rapid playoff. But Robert, I think given the way the opening's gone, Jan, he wants a little more. I think he wants to now try to get something out of it. Whether he plays knight f8 at this moment or another move, we do see the eval bar say it's just black has got the slight edge in the position. White is still not managed to find harmony in the pieces. That h4 pawn, what is it doing right now? Ding is the one who needs to be precise to equalize. We might see trades on the board happen. We might see an endgame, and it might become more clear if Jan has a single tunnel vision to get to the playoffs. Right now, what we see are two empty chairs as the players contemplate this in their resting area. And Ding there, we see Jan as well. Big moment in the game will decide, will show us whether Jan Nepomniachtchi wants to play for more or will we see more trades. But either ways, it's been a success out of the opening for Jan. We will take this time to go into a break and we'll be right back.
I do recommend Meetup to a lot of my friends that are looking for different things. Wine tasting, movies, book club, meet a lot of new people, a lot of new friends, and it will make you more social.
What is a chess dynasty? Unceasing dominance, move after move, again and again and again.
We have a resignation, we have history.
He is the 5-time FIDE World Chess Champion.
But a chess dynasty can also be cruel. It forces most to defer their dreams until next time. If there is a next time.
That's losing.
Oh my God, did he just blow?
Yeah, he did.
I'm blown away. The game is over.
As the chess world turns to Kazakhstan, the Magnus Carlsen dynasty is set to close. The FIDE World Championship is finally up for grabs. For two chess superstars lying in wait, until next time is now. Jan Nepomniachtchi has methodically done what he needed to do to get another shot at the title. The pressure to seize the moment this time rests heavily upon him.
I am getting worried for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Is not the same confident Yan that we have been seeing before game 12.
Ding Liren knows firsthand what the end of this dynasty means. An unexpected chance to make history. Can China's best turn his good fortune into eternal fame?
We still have a tied match. And for Ding Liren, that's a success, drawing with the black pieces.
Both these players are relieved.
The legacy of this championship spans across centuries. It reads from the names of chess giants. For the first time in a decade, a new name will raise the trophy and be etched into chess history. It's the 2023 FIDE World Championship. Whose name will next be called champion?
Game 14 is heating up as we see Ding Liren there alone in the playing arena. He is contemplating his next move. Jan Nepomniachtchi did take the decision that Fabiano was pointing at. He does fall back with the knight to f8, just reinforcing the defenses on the king side, taking care of any tactical tricks with the jump associated with the knight coming to d5, a possible trade, and a mate on h7. Knight f8 played. We've been talking about how perhaps it's time for Ding Liren to find a way to bail out. Well, Jan Nepomniachtchi would have been happy to accept that at the start, but is he now? Given that White has created this weakness with the move h4, and will that give Jan a little something to play for? Robert, we were looking at moves with knight retreat. You mentioned the knight coming back to f3. Now, if I'm playing with White here, I want as many pieces off the board as possible. Knight f3 is one retreat. The other one that I'm assuming that Ding might have on his radar is that knight jumping to e4. My idea is that if you trade off the knights, my other knight comes to e4, I'm the one who gets control of the c file. If you trade the queens, you still haven't managed to get your bishop out on b7. Maybe my rook will come to c7. I will have enough time to perhaps get my kingside rook also into the game with a timely shot castle. But that h-pawn, it's such a sore point in White's position. Every time I say shot castle, bishop from e7 captures that pawn on h4. Problems still to be solved by Ding. But Fabi, what's your take on this approach of just trying to get rid of maximum pieces in the current position for Ding?
Yeah, I like the move knight g to e4. It feels like the most natural move to me. And I don't think black is obligated to capture immediately, but if white is allowed to, we might see knight takes f6 followed by knight to e4, and white would gain the bishop pair. So if black wants to avoid that, maybe the best time to capture is immediately after knight e4. And then the question is still, does white want to go super ambitious, play queen e4? But with the knight on f8, I don't really see the attack working out. But still, you could argue that you put some pressure with knight to b5 and bishop c3. It's not about the attack anymore, it's just some sort of positional pressure based on black's pieces being a bit passive. Specifically, the knight on f8 defends the h7 point very well, but doesn't contribute to any sort of fight in the center or on the queen side. So yeah, knight e4 is super natural. Position is a bit less interesting than it was a few moves ago.
Board. Played by Ding.
Yeah, it feels like Jan, it's very logical what he did, rook d8, knight f8, but it might not have been the most concrete approach. Maybe b6 was a more exciting direction. Here I just feel like white is certainly not worse. I'd slightly prefer white's position, but I guess the position is very, very close to equal here.
And Jan is playing his moves quickly. So he took on e4 instantly. He just to emphasize Fabi's point, he didn't want any sort of imbalances. He doesn't want to allow a knight capture on f6. He's trying to get these queens off the board. So the big question is, will Ding take with his queen on e4? Is he really playing for a win? Where are those chances going to come from? This knight on f8 really does keep the black king safe, covers that checkmate square. Not to mention that there are not really pieces in the attack. You'd have to get your queen to e4, and this bishop behind it, and it still doesn't threaten anything. So it feels like an attack is a long way away. And if I'm Ding Liren, just based on how this game has gone, I think I'd want to send this to tie breaks. Take on e4 with the knight, trade queens, and it's very likely we'll see a draw.
But he hasn't seen that of Alvar, so he doesn't know that he was at some point a little bit worse. And
True.
He might still be ambitious. I mean, I don't see a problem with queen e4. I don't see a problem with knight e4. In either case, I would a tiny bit prefer white's position, but really just a little bit, because I really think that black is doing fine. But in the endgame, I actually like the pawn h4. So knight e4, queen c2 works c2. I don't think the h4 pawn is any more really a weakness. I think it doesn't change much in particular, but if it goes to h5, it's a pretty good pawn, gains a bit of space there. And I'm not seeing exactly how black is continuing. I think you could play b6, and if rook c7, you can answer with rook to d7. I think that looks pretty logical, and after b6, bishop to f3 comes to mind, but maybe just a little... Or actually, no, now I'm realizing bishop to a6 is potentially getting annoying for white, because we saw that in the middle game. In the endgame, definitely less effective, but still a little bit of an annoying bishop there.
Yeah, I agree. And I think actually by process of elimination, we will see knight takes e4, just because I was wondering, queen takes e4, while you were talking, Fabio, I was thinking, what can black do? Like, if I just play a simple move like queen b6, how are you going to protect your b2 pawn? Because you can play b4, but then I get to develop my bishop, and I only wanted to move my queen to b6 to get out of the rook's sight. But I feel like this just starts to be a position where black might strike with a5, put a bishop on c6, and white really doesn't have an attack. So I would be careful if I'm Ding, and I think trading the queens means that his chances to lose the game won't be very high, but then again, his chance to win the game won't be very high either. It seems a draw would be in the near future if he takes with a knight rather than the queen on e4.
Can we dive into this a bit after queen b6? Because I think queen e4 is a very possible move, and after queen b6, there's a move which almost traps the queen on the spot. It's knight to a4.
Yeah, I was going to bring
and the queen is only one square. Oh, it can go to b3. I was looking at queen d6. Yeah, the b3 square is also... No, I just didn't see that move, so that's why I thought it would be interesting for white.
So you thought of a queen d6, there's some kind of...
Yeah, and then I was very interested in bishop to a5 here. Maybe it's also nothing for white, but I was like getting, kind of semi-excited at the complications. But queen b3.
Yeah, I'm sorry to steal your fun there. Queen
you ruined all the fun, Robert.
And actually, after queen b3, bishop c4 would trap the queen if it wasn't for the a4 knight hanging. So literally hanging by a thread there, but queen b3 is indeed possible in that position. And we see Ding taking his time on the capture. Will the adventures continue in the middle game, or will we see queen trades and a possible leading up to a draw in that end game? That would also give us an insight into Ding's mind right now. How confident is he feeling about his position? How confident is he feeling about his chances in game 14? 94 would imply a bailout. 94 would imply that he's probably happy to just liquidate the position in a pleasant endgame. Queen e4, definitely a more ambitious approach, but it just feels that without a knight on the king's side, without having a piece on g5, with black's knight on f8, a wonderful defender in black's position, where is the attack? And the question to that is not easy. Ding taking his time. He's in about a 4-minute think, deciding which piece to recapture. Very different games ahead of us based on that decision.
The clock. Ding is down a lot of time here. So if he takes with the queen on e4 and he's trying to be ambitious, it could really backfire. And not because he's going to lose on time, but at some moment, the decisions will not be easy. And he, at this point, 16 moves have been played, 24 moves left. He has 2 minutes per move. That is not a lot of time when you have to deal with some of the complexities that may arise.
You guys want to see how to make a draw like a potential world champion?
Oh my goodness, Fabi's found it. What is it, Fabi? Give it to us.
Queen takes e4, queen to b6.
Yeah.
Knight a4, I'm still on this move.
Yeah.
Queen to b3.
Mm-hmm.
Now bishop to d1. The queen has a choice of squares to go to, but if you trade queens, I'm saying maybe I'm better in the endgame because the bishop gets to long diagonal. Queen to a2 feels a bit, a little bit iffy, right? So you play queen to b5. Looks super, super decent square. And now I play bishop to e2. And black doesn't want to retreat the queen, plays queen to b3, and that's how both of these potential world champions make a draw.
Abby the Nostradamus. Well, we will find out how accurate this prediction is if Queen e4 happens. It's very possible that we might see this actually. Because after Queen b6, I don't see a better move than Knight a4 to defend that b2 pawn. And then you see this little dance, and this might be the end of game 14.
Who was saying that featured chat? I just saw a featured chat on the screen.
What did it say?
I missed it. What was it, Abby?
It said that I'm always looking for a draw, but I didn't see the name of the person who said it, so I wanted to give them a little shout out. No, I was gonna say that I know that we changed the commentary team at some point, but it's not a niche here. It's okay, so you got that wrong. It's
Wow,
I've learned some things from my boy Anish. I've learned how to find the easiest path to a draw from any position.
You've also learned some great tweets, Fabi, as we saw from you today.
Yeah, I'm competing with Anish there too.
Yeah, but I mean, sometimes forcing a draw is necessary, and I do think that we're in the type of game, and especially because Ding is thinking more and more, that it would be wise for him. And there it is, knight takes e4. I think this was a very, very good decision by Ding. He would be risking too much. With so much on the line, a world championship title, he can try to make this draw, send it to the tiebreaks. And as we were talking about earlier, I don't think we got your take, Tanya. So I'm going to put you on the spot. If we do go to tiebreaks, who do you see as the favorite? You are always the one asking the question.
Yeah, wow. Okay, thanks for that, Robert. But I've been thinking about it, and honestly, I did predict that this game would be the one that would decide the world champion. But as we see that it develops, Ding was ambitious, but it looks like we are probably likely to head towards a draw. Yan continues to play confidently. If this was to go into a playoff, if we were to see rapid games happen between these two, I would say it's super hard to pick a favorite. We're going to have a very close fight in those 4 rapid games that we see. But just seeing the kind of shift in momentum over the last few games, Ding, with his confidence as the World Championship has progressed, just a slight favorite in my head would be Ding Liren. He's the one who got the last classical win in the match. And to me, I feel that getting over that for Jan Nepomniachtchi, being so close to the World Championship title, having to deal with that just psychologically, maybe just a small advantage to Ding there, but it's a super hard clash to pick a favorite. And I would say even if there's a margin, it's 51-49 in my head. So that's how close it will be. And that's exactly what we're seeing in the classical as well, right? 14th game, the score is level, and it hasn't been level with 13 draws. It's been level with a lot of back and forth. So it's going to be a fun ride if it does go into a playoff. And I think the big question will be who is able to actually adapt to that shift going from classical to rapid. Fabi, is that a difficult challenge for players?
It can be, but I think people are pretty used to playing a lot of rapid chess by now. Although after so many classical games in this long match and only thinking about classical chess for the past 3 weeks, it might be a bit of an adjustment. The other thing is that you play multiple games on one day, but everything ends, if not today, then tomorrow. And so you have to be ready for that. For each of these days, there was the possibility that, there was never the possibility that it would be the final day until today. And now, today, it's only the possibility that it's the final day. So tomorrow they will have to come to terms with the fact that it will be the final day, one way or the other. There is no drawing, there's no taking it to the next game. It's a bit of a psychological adjustment as well, not just in terms of playing different type of chess, rapid chess over classical, but also that every game, although it was high stakes, it wasn't the determining game. There was never the one game that would decide it all. But tomorrow, the 4 games, potentially infinite amount of games they could play almost, will be the deciding factor. So whether it's today that's a draw, then tomorrow they will have to be ready that one of them will have the title, the other one will not, and that's the reality of it. But in terms of who's a favorite, yeah, that's a much more difficult question. And it looks like our prediction that it's going to head to a peaceful result may come to terms relatively quickly.
I thought you changed your mind somewhere in the middle with that, Fabi.
No, but I still kept my earlier prediction too.
Oh, look at you. You're juggling over there, Fabi. But I do have a question about that shift we keep talking about, going into rapid time controls. How do you prepare for that? Because there's the opening preparation, and that's true for classical and rapid. But did you, when you were playing Magnus, play some speed chess the day before? Or how did you get ready for the quicker time controls?
Well, I wasn't able to at all, and I said that I would never really talk about it, so I'm not going to. But I mean, basically, my team after the match told me like just don't talk about it.
Okay, then what
And yeah,
advice would you have for the players then?
I think that openings are going to be the main thing because they're well practiced. They've been calculating it for 3 weeks. The question of whether they're in shape to calculate variations to play chess, I don't think that's a question. Like sometimes you're a bit rusty at the start, but this is the end of a long marathon. Um, they won't be rusty. They could be fatigued, but in that case, I would not recommend playing a bunch of chess on the right before their playoff. I would say that they need to get their openings in order because Ding obviously needs some ideas, and you play like this in rapid chess without basically an idea, and then you go for some sort of speculative attack like he did. It could backfire rather easily when you don't have a safety net of time to essentially figure out any sort of defense in case things go south. So also the importance of having ideas in rapid chess when your opponent can't react to them, can't figure out the way to equalize, let's say. It's just so important, and especially that you have your black defenses in order. So if you're surprised, you don't want to get surprised. For example, in the first game against Magnus, I was surprised by the opening. We hadn't prepared this idea that Magnus had, and he just got a tremendous advantage. After 10 moves, it was basically like +1 at the very least, and I was on the back foot throughout that entire game. So you don't want to be surprised in that way. You just can't figure out opening subtleties when you have 25 minutes on your clock or less than that. Especially if they go to blitz, right? Then 3 minutes, if you don't know what you're doing in the opening, things could really go very wrong.
And Fabi, I'm surprised with Ding's decision on the live board that we see. All these points that you're mentioning, playoffs, while the players still have to make some moves to actually get to that playoff, and they need to make sure they don't mess this up. One inaccuracy in this endgame could mean a lot of pressure. Bishop b4 played, and I see the eval bar doesn't approve. Well, this just invites a trade on b4, and forever you're left with these double pawns on the b file. The b4 pawn can come under fire at some point and Yan immediately swaps the bishop. Can place his own bishop on the long diagonal. He gets that tempo in to put the bishop to c6, not only shutting down the rook on the c line, but actually winning a tempo by attacking White's knight on e4. And after that, he can also look at transferring his own knight to the center of the board. The knight from f8, which is a defensive piece, can get into offense with the jump from g6 to e5. Is this going to be a tricky endgame? And what's your take on this structural decision by Ding?
Structurally, I think it should be fine, but I think maybe White's just not in time to fully consolidate, or at least to easily do so. So bishop c6 is forcing bishop f3, because if you move the knight, you lose the pawn, and if you play f3, I mean, just don't do that. I think you already feel like you want to try and go home if you ever end up with this structure. So you play bishop f3, and then I'm looking at, for example, rook a to c8. I'm wondering, is White in time to castle? Because then there's knight g6 as well, attacking that h4 pawn, and then knight coming to. It's suddenly looking a little bit concretely dangerous. I think structurally it's not a big deal. It's only about is White in time, because White still hasn't castled and Black has everything basically developed. So yeah, it's a concrete position. Maybe Black is getting a little bit of pressure.
Is there some kind of rook c1 to try to save the day, or is that just
I was thinking about that. So rook c1, knight h4, how do you continue? Because b5, bishop to d7 always covers everything.
was planning to vacuum cleaner, or excuse me, hoover everything off if David Howell is watching, but maybe there is a problem that at the end of a situation like this, I was hoping that I have knight d6, but I'm just realizing that after takes, there's bishop d7, and I lose b5 if I take b7, so that's clearly not ideal. Black's up a pawn.
Also, just from a point of view of, like, you're the one who has to make a draw, and it's not a pleasant thing to suddenly be on the back foot in a completely safe position for black. So after bishop f3, what's his idea? Rook c8. Let's look a bit more deeply after what white can do here. I mean, actually, is there anything you can do? You can play rook d2, I guess, but it's a very artificial move.
That's a brave choice, because I'm already looking at some problems for this king. Are you just trying to trade everything off? Is that your plan?
I don't want to leave the h4 pawn undefended so black can get it with tempo, can attack it with tempo and get to e5 with tempo. So if rook d2, king d2, I'm happy to play rook c1 very quickly. And in case of knight g6 here, I'm thinking maybe I'll try to trade bishops, something like, I don't know, knight c5, knight c3 maybe. Yeah, it's obviously a bit better for black because the g pawn will go to the f file. White's structure is a bit damaged, but on the other hand, knight to d3 is actually a very nice piece. If like b6, knight d3, it really covers everything from there. And white can play f4, h5, and maybe equalize like this.
And bishop c6 on the board, so we might be seeing these lines being played out. Jan Nepomniachtchi continues to put the pressure with the black pieces, a slight nag in the position for white, and also on the clock. Currently, the knight on e4 is hanging, can't move because the g2 pawn hangs. And we do have a decision. While I was saying that, Ding sacrifices the g2 pawn. That is very brave. Knight c5 played. Where is the compensation after bishop takes g2? Fabi, can you break down this pawn sacrifice? Because I'm struggling to understand what Ding wants after bishop g2.
Well, he wants rook g1, and then the question is, can the bishop stay in contact with the b7 pawn? But at least like white's play is pretty transparent. Yeah, he's bishop d5. I guess you can provoke e4. Like let's provoke e4 because it becomes a bit of a weakness. And now we go to c6, and now b5, and bishop to e8. Knight takes b7, and now this is why I provoked e4. I can potentially play rook d4 here. At least like I gained tempo on that pawn. And okay, so I don't know the like objective value of this knight c5 move, but I am kind of like, they take such responsible decisions, or at least in this case, Ding. I mean, Jan has obviously played very stable games so far, but Ding is taking like crazy responsible decisions when a loss means that he loses the match. This is
scary
pretty
stuff.
remarkable like time usage and general risk taking. I mean, almost like I don't know, he's maybe doesn't want to like stand the tension of having to calculate each move, but it's very, very risky to just go for some very concrete, responsible decision when the entire match rides on the line, when you haven't spent much time to consider it too much. So, okay, maybe it's okay for white.
Wow.
Yeah, but I think what you're saying is important. That this is a type of position where it seems much more likely that white may go wrong because you're giving up a pawn, and the pawn you get back, you have double pawns at the side of the board. So that's not exactly the best case scenario for white. But Ding, he might be kind of certain that he'll make a draw in this type of line. And for Jan and Ding, they don't know the evaluation. So they're like, okay, black is better, but it's probably slight and it should be a draw. I'm guessing that's the mentality that these players have. But there's no risk for Jan Nepomniachtchi. He can just play this for a win. He's ahead in the clock. He has a better pawn structure. He'll be able to just play without any difficulties. So, yeah, I think that you're right, that this was a big decision, and bishop f3 was there, and knight c5, it's committal.
This is a dream position from Jan's perspective, right? Game 14, final game. You have to withstand the pressure that your opponent brings on with white. But here you are, just 16 moves down. Sorry, how many moves is that exactly?
21.
Right, 21 moves down, and you come into a position where in an endgame, you're playing for 2 results. You've got your bishop on an active diagonal. Your opponent with a double pawns, yes, you might trade the b for the g2 pawn, but the point that you were making, Robert, that's essentially half an extra pawn for black, because you've got a healthy pawn structure on the king side, while white winning that b7 pawn, where are you creating your passes? And that's the drawback of a double pawn situation in an endgame. It's so hard to imagine a position where actually white will be able to create a passer on the queen side, but black will have all the flexibility to slowly start pushing the pawns. And let's not forget, the h pawn, once the friend on the g file, the g2 pawn falls, will be a weakness for the rest of the game. Knight c5, a very committal decision there by Ding Liren, and it definitely gives Jan Nepomniachtchi a possible chance of a lifetime to get some advantage at least, and to try to grind down this endgame.
Yeah, I think it's a very risky approach from white, because let's look at that bishop g2 line again. White will simply lose a pawn if not for rook g1, bishop d5, e4. So white's hand is kind of forced. And after you play e4, just from a purely strategic point of view, if black's knight ever gets to f4, it's not just that you're down a pawn, but also your structure is really irreparably damaged potentially if you can't, let's say, get your king to e3 and start pushing f4 and creating some counterplay. That knight on f4 might, like, this could be really seriously strategically dangerous for black. For white, that is. So the question is concrete. After bishop c6, b5, bishop e8, white should take the pawn, rook to d4. Knight to c5 looks logical, but I'm not sure it's forced. But the thing is, like, maybe rook c4, yeah, maybe rook c4 is the answer. So take.
Still looks so pleasant for
Rook b8.
black here. There's knight d6, I guess.
Yeah, bishop d7. And now I'm ready for knight g6. I couldn't before because of some bishop takes e6 stuff, but here, maybe you should play h5, because if that knight goes to g6, I really think that white starts to collapse, like knight g6 and rook b6 ideas. Wait, is the bar starting to say white's better? I wasn't even looking at it, but now...
It might be because this knight on d6 is just so powerful. It's protecting b5. It can be defended by the e-pawn. It puts pressure on f7, and this knight is a really bad piece. So I guess there is a little bit more to white's position than I thought at first glance. But yeah, of course, we didn't necessarily make the best moves for black along the way. So
after rook c4, black should also take some care with what to do here.
You can bring the rook back here.
Just to stop that knight. Yeah, actually provoking the rook to c4 was still quite logical, because it gets in the way of the defense of the b-pawn. So rook d7. Maybe white needs to go to a5, not c5, because knight c5, rook c7, I think, is not working out. And rook d6 here, is that a good move?
It's such a funny thing. Rook d4 to provoke rook c4. Rook d7 to bring the knight to the rim. And then rook d6. All these rook moves in a row, but it does make sense because b5 is targeted. But I think this goes to show that it's kind of difficult to really keep that advantage for black.
Maybe it's knight g6 after knight a5. It's a good time to get that knight into the game. That's a really crucial knight. If it gets in or not, that might decide whether black is better or not. h5, knight f4, and it starts to look really dangerous to me for white, because that knight on f4 is absolutely an absolute monster. I mean, even if it only takes on e2 and weakens that b5 pawn further, like, it's still providing a very useful function.
Difficult position for white, indeed. And I guess I had another question here. It's very instructive to show that inducing a weakness with pawn to e4, but there are different ways to go about this, Fabi. Like, if we instead play bishop c6 first, b5, and then bishop d5, now e4, and I was wondering, do I have time to make a move like b6? Because you take my bishop, I take your knight, and that seems to be a very good trade for black. So just to put that on the board, if you take on e6, now my knight gets the capture, and you're mentioning f4, there's also d4. This looks really bad for white.
And you keep an extra pawn.
Yeah.
This looks like a real disaster for white. So I would say rook takes d5 is critical instead of d takes e6. Just because the d5 pawn could become, after black captures, could become a weakness as well. For sure, black is the only one playing for a win here, but maybe white will have enough to hold it. So how do you take? Do you take with the rook or with the pawn?
Well, let's just see what happens if we go here.
Let's try king d2. But now rook a1, no? Isn't this
Oh.
already...
Oh.
Yeah, I think you need to get that rook to the side of the pawn.
Right. Okay, so you just bring the rook away. Rook.
Yeah, because also here, rook a1, knight b6, your rook becomes trapped on a8. So now rook a1, rook d7. Feels super close to a draw just because white is so active, but like let's say rook a6 here followed by b6, and then you get a passed b pawn, and I don't know if it's draw or not, but the passed b pawn is a very nice asset to have because it really runs down the board very quickly.
It's true. It's just a position where black, there are some missteps along the way, but black had options, and Ding played his move very quickly, and Jan takes that pawn on g2. He says, glad, give me that, thank you very much. So Tanya, I mean, this has been a bit of a strange turn of events in the last bunch of moves where Ding had to backtrack. We thought the queen trades would happen, and then he'd just make a draw, but suddenly it feels like he's worse, and now Jan can have all the fun.
I wonder if this was Ding's way of backtracking. Maybe he just believes that this position is holdable. He does make the move rook to g1 quickly. It was the only move in the position. And Yan doesn't slow down because, Robert, that idea that you mentioned that actually gives black the option to still hold on with the extra pawn, which would require the bishop to fall back to c6 first rather than d5, looked very tempting. But Yan goes for Fabi's approach of provoking the move e4, provoking a central weakness there. And that a very instructive point. Once again, pawns do not move backwards. We've seen that with h4, we see that with e4, we'll see that with every pawn move in the history of chess. e4 played, creating f4 weakness, creating the d4 weakness. The knight will find its way there. And now we're probably potentially looking at the endgame with bishop c6, b5, the line with the bishop falling back. You lose the b7 pawn, and then it's about how quickly can Yan get the knight on f8 and that rook on a8 into the game to start putting pressure. Because even now, Ding hasn't solved development problems. That king on e1, the rook on g1, one feels that the harmony between the pieces is missing. After e4, we are expecting Yan to return, play his move quickly, bishop c6, the only move on the board. Bishop a2 is not a move that you want to even consider here. So we're expecting a move to be blitzed out because that bishop on a2, Robert, looks like you might just lose it.
Yeah, you might lose it. And I just want to say, Tanya, clearly you haven't been to a children's tournament in a while because you said pawns have never moved backwards in the history of chess. That is not true if you ever go to a scholastic event. Sometimes the pawn that was on h5 somehow ends up back on h3, and it's just, that's how it goes. But yeah, these pawns in this game, in this World Championship, with everybody watching, they will not move backwards, and that means squares like d4 and squares like f4 will be vulnerable, and black can take advantage of it. So Ding, he did play these last ones quickly. They're kind of forced. Bishop c6, b5. This will all happen at the moment. Although there is once again this b6 idea, but I think it's a worse variation now because if you take on d5, take on c5, pawn takes back, we have a passed pawn, and that just looks scary.
Yeah, this you don't want to allow. You know, my most difficult simul that I ever gave, it was only on 5 boards. And it was against a bunch of kids who I think had recently learned the rules of chess. And so I would play a move on one board, I would go to the next board, I would go around, and then I would come back to the first board, and I would have like 3 less pieces than when I'd... So they found the right, really excellent strategy. It doesn't work in online chess too well, but over the board chess, it really is very effective. And when your opponent's not looking, just take away a few of their pieces. And you can sort of like argue with them the first time, but then after you continue the simul, like the second time it happens, the time at some point you kind of lose your will to fight against their strategy. So yeah, they eventually, I think I lost 2 of those 5 games, and 3 I somehow managed to hold on. But yeah, you're right. Kids are really good at chess.
I love it. Love that story. Well, definitely in this position, we're not going to see any. In this game, we're not going to see any pieces being removed from the board. But we might see some pawns being traded off. So b5 on the board. We are indeed expecting the line that we were looking at. You've got to move that bishop back to e8, give up that b7 pawn, and then the material will be balanced, but you've got to compare the position of the pieces and the pawns to each other to understand who is pushing for an advantage. Well, it's clear that white's the one with a pawn structure that is the weakness in the position. H4 pawn on its own, the doubled B pawns, impossible to create a passer, well, unless black does something disastrous. A long-term edge in black's position, and perhaps we should deep dive into that to really see how much of an advantage is it for black. Once the bishop falls back to e8, the knight picks up the b7 pawn. And Fabi, another provoking move that we were looking at, for those of you who are just joining us, rook to d4. It hits the pawn on e4, and now it also tempts white to offer a trade, provokes white to play rook to c4. And the idea is that you don't really exchange the rooks, but actually fall back with your own rook. And now white has blocked that bishop from e2, defending the b5 pawn, the rook on c4, not at such a good place. So that's a nice idea, rook d4. Are we expecting Jan to take this direction? He has slowed down after the move b5, and I'm just wondering, is there even an alternative to bishop e8?
Well, bishop d7, knight b7, rook db8, but I looked at this a little bit and then I kind of thought rook c7. There's no clear follow-up here, so I don't really see the point to this. And so yeah, bishop e8 and rook d4 is so natural that I would be surprised if we see something else, but definitely other moves exist. And here we were looking at rook c4. I think f3 also comes to mind as a logical move, but then maybe knight to g6 comes and it starts to get super unpleasant. Maybe rook b8 was even better, but after rook b8 at rook c7, I wasn't 100% sure how to
There's going to be
proceed.
a rook b4 at some point, right? Like,
I was thinking the rook b4 would allow knight d6 and, yeah, let's say rook b8, rook c7. I don't feel like it's rook b4 because then knight d6 comes and that knight starts to look really, really annoying there.
I think that's a theme we've seen in plenty of these variations. If the knight gets into d6 and it can be bolstered by this pawn coming to e5, this rook on the 7th rank, this rook on g1, yeah, there's definitely play here for white, and it still says the position is level, but it's a dynamic equality, which means that there are oftentimes errors in these types of positions. So no move
Maybe
yet.
e5 is the answer in that position.
Okay.
After rook c7, maybe e5 is really...
win.
Yeah, knight b7, rook d4, f3, rook b8, rook c7, and now maybe e5 because it carries that very powerful threat of knight to e6.
Ooh.
And wherever the knight goes, b5 drops. So the knight to e6 also, not only does it threaten to win a piece here or win material, but also positionally speaking, that knight could come to f4 at some point in the future. So things like this, yeah, white cannot not allow it. Maybe that's why f3 is just a bad move, and why the rook c4 option that we were discussing is a preferable option to this. But after rook d7, and knight c5, rook c7 looks lousy for white, so knight a5.
And apparently it's not that lousy.
Why? Oh, is there e5 and if take rook g4? Is that?
No way.
Whoa. Oh my gosh. And if you take on e2, that's checkmate?
That is.
Or on c5?
Rook g7, rook g8, and rook g7.
Whoa, what an idea, Fabi. That's crazy.
So maybe just knight to g6? Or I mean after bishop b5, rook g4, just knight g6.
I love how you say just as if this bishop on b5 isn't under attack, but it does work because the knight on c5 is also threatened. But yeah, just sacrifice your bishop to win this knight back, but that's what you super GMs do. Always finding these crazy lines.
I was worried about knight e6, but then rook c1 seems to cause white too many issues. And probably just leads to a close to winning position for black. So yeah, this was not working out for white. But we did see that before white played e5, the position was still okay with some move, which maybe is just rook c3, in fact, because that carries the same idea of rook g3, but doesn't drop the pawn. So it looks like a much more healthy way of doing so.
Makes sense. Definitely checks out. And I mean, I'm looking at Jan. He hasn't moved yet in the live position. Bishop e8 would be the most natural play, but bishop d7 we've also discussed. So I don't know, is Jan thinking about how much more he wants to play this game? He knows he can't be worse, but there could be a future where that knight hops around and he may feel like it could be some danger there. So is he just trying to figure out how to make this draw?
Yeah, I think that it's a very concrete position, so it makes a lot of sense because even if you pause at this moment or on a later one, your calculations are not going to waste. So you might as well take your time, even if the decision is likely that bishop e8 is the best move. Still, it can't hurt to think a bit. Also, I generally like that approach where you think at least a little bit each move because it gets you in a mode where you're not rushing at some point down the road. So you don't want to like maybe think for 20 minutes, get into yourself in time trouble, but always having that like buffer that I'm going to at least pause for a minute or two, even if the decision is obvious. Um, and, I mean, we saw that in the which game was it? The 12th game, right? Where at some point, because they were in that blitz mode, they just kept blitzing through these super critical decisions. And some players I know, they just never do that. Like let's say Grishuk, for example, he's never going to rush through any decision, even if he only has 30 seconds on his clock. He's going to take the 25 seconds, and then he's going to okay. Here they don't have increment, so maybe not the same situation, but he's never going to rush through a decision. And also some, let's say Magnus, for example, I don't think I've ever seen him rush through a critical moment. He might play quickly, but if he feels it's critical, then he's not going to try to blitz his opponent down.
That's definitely good news for Yan fans that Yan has decided after, well, almost blitzing out the last few moves that we saw. He had an almost 30-minute advantage on the clock, which now has been leveled out, that indeed he slowed down. We've seen that backfire for Yan when he has that. It almost feels like an inability to slow down at a point. He just continues to blitz out moves after moves, and most of them good, but one bad move, and we've seen the big turnarounds happen. Well, a critical moment for Yan in this endgame. The big questions that he's answering to himself is how much of an advantage does he really feel that this is? He can sense the danger for white, but is it enough? Will Yan try to push? How much will he be able to push? Will the questions be too difficult to answer? Well, one thing is for sure, that there are no draw offers. So the players have to either just continue making these accurate moves, keep things under control, or find a way to repeat. And while Yan takes his time to come to a decision, we will go into a break and see what he decides on the other side.
Hi, I'm Gotham Chess, and this is the Chess Kid Chessboard Challenge. Oh my god, I just stabbed myself. Ah! Can I take two at the same time? Okay, they'll just edit that out. Ah! Ah! I think the world record is like 35 seconds or something. Yeah. I still know how to do this. Yeah. Did I just get a world record? That was like 32 seconds.
Chess Kid Stars versus Streamers is back. In the first event, Chess Kid Stars took down their streamer opponents. Now, Anna Kramling and Eric Rosin are back with a vengeance. Joining them are Levy Rosman and Grandmaster Arthur Nixons. It's an impressive lineup, but the Chess Kid team is insanely strong. Pro Chess League stars Alice Lee, Brewington Hardaway, Tani Adewami, and Omegan Paraguay. This is going to be a thrilling match. Mark your calendars now and don't miss the Chess Kid Stars versus Streamers rematch. It's all happening on Sunday, May 14th at 1 p.m. Pacific time. And right now, it is about these two incredible stars, Ding Liren and Jan Nepomniachtchi, playing the most important classical game, perhaps of their entire life, as they go into an endgame and we see decisions have been made. It is the line that we were looking at. Jan decides to fall back with the bishop to e8, all the way back, and Ding doesn't waste time on the board, picks up the b7 pawn, leveling the material, keeping the material balance. And now, once again, the clock is on Jan. He needs to decide. Well, he's not on the board currently. And if you, Robert, had to break down Jan's thought process, his mindset, the way the game has gone, with Ding taking these ambitious decisions in the opening, and then boiling down to what we see right now, this endgame with sort of a broken pawn structure for white. What would be your guess of what's going on in Jan's mind?
I think what he wants to do is find a way to make a draw. That doesn't mean he'll play that continuation, but you always want to have a draw in your back pocket in a position of this nature. We see the evaluation bar saying black is slightly better. I think that both players would agree that it should be a draw, but black is the side that with best play will keep an edge. But with imprecise play, suddenly white is the one who could be better. And we were talking about dynamics where this knight ends up on d6, or this rook slams down on c7, or you play rook c3 to g3, and this g7 pawn is in trouble. So I think that Jan, he's looking at this with broad strokes. He wants to play for an advantage, but he recognizes that if he just tunnels and thinks that, okay, I'm going to try to win this game, it could really backfire, and he could see himself in harm's way. So I do think that ultimately Jan is going to play the moves that make sense, like rook to d4. You could start with rook to d7 instead and go for this rook d7, rook c7 line. But long story short, I do think that he wants to find a way out before he decides to play for more.
Yeah, I think Jan is not worried about being worse here, but it's still difficult to prove an advantage. I mean, we've been struggling right after rook d4, rook c4, and I don't know how ambitious Jan is feeling in this position. I'm sure that if he sees a chance, he'll try to take it. But it's also, chess is a game that by nature, with correct play, tends to lead to a peaceful result. And even though white has done some questionable things in this game, for sure, probably some overambitious things, and this pawn sack with knight to c5, a little bit reckless, in my view, still it does feel like the position is closer to draw than anything else. And after rook d4, rook c4, I really think that we should try to find some idea for black here. I mean, is it connected with the trade of rooks? Because then white's knight will come to d6, but maybe black gets knight g6 in time. So here, knight to g6 could be a good moment to do this, but it's still knight. White can try to sack that pawn on h4, maybe knight to d6 here. I don't know if you care about the h4 pawn so much.
What's
Fabi.
the reason that you want to sack the pawn, Fabi? What's wrong with just going h5 and hitting that knight? And then saying you go knight e5, fall back with the bishop to e2, just taking control of f3?
No, nothing necessarily wrong with it. I just thought maybe the activity was a more important factor in this position, but probably h5 is the right move. And if knight to f4... Oh, sorry, Robert.
I was just going to say, your pawn sacrifice idea inspired me, but I also am reflecting on something you said earlier. Can you play king e2, rook a1, and go for b6?
Yeah, maybe this is a better way. Knight d6 might be a bit premature, but this was generally what I was thinking, that the important thing is to target the a pawn and to do that in some way. So maybe king e2 or h5, followed by moving the king at some point is a way to do so. But yeah, it looks like white has enough activity here to compensate for the clear structural deficiencies in the position.
I could see white winning a game like this. This type of position that we have on the analysis board, it's one of these where you just take a pawn on h4, you see the eval bar starting to go up, this rook swings over to a1, trying to go b6. This looks scary for black. So this is what I meant for Jan, is he wants to be sure that he has a way to make a draw when the moment calls for it, and the position remains quite double-edged, in fact. When we saw this initially, I was like, oh, what is going on? Knight c5 gives black all the chances, but if black plays too ambitiously, if you get a bit reckless, then all of a sudden white is the one who can maybe play for more.
Yeah, here black was super greedy, taking that pawn on the edge of the board. It's a good pawn to take, but not when it costs so much time, and when white has very concrete threats with b6. So let's see after knight b7 if maybe we missed some ideas that black could potentially have, because Jan is thinking in this position, not at the board, but he is thinking about it. And now he's back to the board. So we discussed rook d to b8. And rook to d4. Rook d to b8, we said rook c7. And if e5 here, yeah, that's a nasty move. That's really annoying. You don't get knight e6.
You don't get knight g6 either. I just take it. So it's like you're sort of stuck in place.
Yeah, you don't get anything. And so this is bad. This is not what black wants. So, you know what? I feel like rook d4 is just the move. I mean, it has to be the right move. And rook d7 should be the right move here. Knight c5. Maybe here rook to d6 is the moment.
Rook d4 on the board.
Curious how quick. Wow, Ding just played rook c4 instantly. I mean, the guy doesn't take a second to think. He knows what he wants from the position. So maybe knight c5, even though it's not brilliant from the objective evaluation, maybe it was his way of saying, I'm not going to lose this game, and I feel very good about my position in this one, where black has an extra pawn. If we cut the board in half, let's cut the board here. Black has an extra pawn, 4-on-3 on the king side. White has a 2-on-1, but as Tanya was indicating before, they're doubled, so it's hard to create a pass pawn. But if this rook can get over to a1, then we're talking. We can use this active pawn to try to break through on the queen side. So Ding is playing this confidently.
And that's the key, right? That you've got to make sure that white doesn't manage to get the rook from g1 to a1, which would explain the rook retreat. You don't want to trade on c4, giving that e2 square for the king. The bishop needs to remain there. You need to cut off the d file. Rook d7 has been played. The most accurate move by Jan. Jan also realizes the dangers of allowing the rook to transfer to the a line, and then a potential creation of the b pawn becoming a passer. We've been talking about how difficult it is for double pawns to become passer. With this one, the b5 pawn, if it actually does, because of how advanced it is, it will be a huge advantage for Ding Liren. So nice accuracy there by Jan, not playing for the move rook c4, even though we saw in the eval bar that practically it was fine for black. But this decision makes so much more sense, because now it's that much more difficult for white to actually manage to get the rook to the a file. And while I say that, I find another path, which is rook g3 to rook a3. But right now, that knight on b7 is attacked. So there is a direct threat. And while rook g3, rook a3 ideas can appear later on the board, the most direct question needs to be answered. And knight c5 feels like a natural response.
Yeah, knight c5. Knight to a5 didn't look so great when we were looking at it. It's also a very logical, natural move, but it felt like there black is in time to get knight g6 and get that knight active before, you know, white can start some play on the queen side. So knight c5, and
played.
He does indeed play it. And we saw rook c7 was looking decent for white after
He didn't play it. He grabbed the knight, brought it to c5, and then placed it back on its way. He didn't let the piece go, because then he would have to leave it there. But there's some uncertainty, some hesitation from Ding.
Yeah, a little bit. Maybe, okay, now he's starting to think. So he saw something which bothered him after knight c5. So is it rook d6 that's bothering him? Does white have a clear path forward there? Or maybe that's quite an interesting way for black to play? Because after knight c5, rook d6, I'm thinking e5 is a critical move. But then I think black can get away with rook d5. At first it looks like bishop to f3, but then there's rook takes e5 with check, and that's the important point. So you can't do that. So you have to find a way to deal with two threats, rook takes e5 and bishop takes b5. Again, you have this rook g4, but after g6, do you have a way forward? Now again, you're dealing with knight c5, the pawn e5. Things are a bit hangy now. I mean, either you have some sort of very concrete way to deal with the problems, or you just lose a pawn and, potentially looking at a very bad position.
You know why he did that? He grabbed the knight and then put it back. That way he couldn't possibly blunder, because if he tries to make another move now, like rook g3, he's like, nope, touch move, got to move the knight. So at least he's did a blunder-proof decision. But in all seriousness, it was a little weird to see that, because he clearly wanted to play knight c5, but is he now going to go to a5 because he's decided to put the piece back on b7? It's hard to explain.
So this
He
is an
reached
interesting.
out so confidently for knight c5, and this just shows a little sign of, well, self-doubt, second guessing, and the fact that he's now really slowed down. So he's got two options on the board, right? Knight c5, knight a5, the only two moves possible. So it's clear that he did not like something about knight c5 just as he was about to make the move. And we might actually see the move knight a5, which, as we were looking at the different lines, gives Jan more to play for. Fabi, what are the chances of Ding deciding to play a completely different move right now from what he intended first?
It could be knight a5. Yeah, I still think he will probably go for knight c5, because usually people, after they make their first intention, they don't change it unless it's due to some kind of time scramble, when they just like panic at the last moment and change their mind last minute. But I think he saw something, so he's making sure that knight c5 is a move he wants to play. And I think we probably did guess what he was worried about, which is this rook d6 followed by rook d5. It's a bit of a surprising decision that you can put your rook seemingly in harm's way, but tactically speaking, there's no easy way to exploit it. And this is all about calculation, which thankfully for Dink, he's extremely proficient at. So he, if he has a way to equality, then he will probably be able to find it. But on the other hand, I mean, yeah, we could talk about how this whole knight c5 transition, all this stuff that Ding went for, it might still be okay for white. But the position was okay for white before, so it's, you went from a position which was definitely okay to a position where suddenly we're arguing or discussing some long variations about, is it okay or not? And for sure, it's impossible to foresee all of the potential ramifications of knight c5 when you play it. So he was going a little bit with his gut. It was definitely a risky decision. I don't know if it was a good one.
Great call, Fabi. He does stick to the intended knight c5, sorted out those doubts in his mind. Took a little while to do that, but knight c5, the best move on the board, has been played by Ding. And now, once again, Jan is immediately back. Undoubtedly, he was thinking about what would be his response. Where would he move the rook? And we've been seeing different ideas. Rook c7 looks very logical here, not only putting pressure on the c line, but asking questions with that bishop b5 coming in. So are we expecting a quick move by Jan here, or do you think he's going to slow down one more time? The clocks are level now.
Yeah, but he has the options. You mentioned rook c7. We've been talking about rook d6. But rook d6, there is this e5. You have to look out for this rook swinging over here. So Jan's decisions aren't that easy, but I'm still wondering. I hope they ask him. I'm sure they will after the game. Why he paused there, why he put the move back and then played it once more. But I like rook d6. I like keeping the rook on the open file. And I also like, in the line that Fabi had mentioned, rook d6, e5, rook d5. If you think about it, our rook started on d8, then it went to d4, then to d7, and then it stopped on d6, and now it's finally on d5. I've run out of colors, but I had fun drawing them while I had the opportunity. So this rook just went on every available square on the d file, but this is looking quite annoying for white. You have to find some move that defends two pawns that are under attack at the same time. I feel like these positions are very, very tricky. And so for Jan, I like rook d6 just to force the question back to Ding Liren.
Yeah, I'm looking at this position, not really seeing the move here for white. It wasn't rook g4, that was bad for white. It wasn't bishop f3, that's clearly bad. So, what is the move? How do you defend your pawns? It must be something very deep because I'm just not seeing it at all. Is it knight to e4?
Oh, that's so nice. You're trying to get this check in the G-pawn's pit. He did go rook c7, so Tanya's move hasn't played. Oh my goodness, Ding. Rook d7, and then rook c3 instantly. He won't slow down for nobody.
It's hard to
Yeah, but I
predict
think this is a
anything.
really
It's
natural
impossible
move.
to predict their moves. It's impossible to predict that time consumption. And Rook C3, your mentioning was quite accurate. I like Rook C7 simply because it keeps the option of fighting for the C file alive as well. Rook D6 would have been different set of questions for Ding, but the path chosen by Yan was Rook C7. Instantly played Rook C3, defending that B5 pawn and also eyeing a transfer of the queenside rook towards the kingside. Rook G3 ideas doubling down on the G7 pawn.
Yeah, and if you try to play rook to b8 here, trying to attack that b5 pawn, I like the move knight to a6. And I think that's forcing a trade on c3, which is very good news for white, because that double b pawn becomes instead a passed c pawn. And c4 next deals with the weakness of the b5 pawn. White has some very dangerous queenside pawns here, so that's why rook to b8 is not looking amazing. I think knight g6 is such a natural move here, and we may see a move like that. But here white has some options. For example, white can play h5, which is some sort of... Although I don't like that. Knight f4 comes, so that one I don't like.
Fabi, quickly.
I actually think...
You know I like to do this. What happens if I sack an exchange? Oh, it didn't go down that much.
Wait, so what's the big plan after?
Rabbit?
I was just going to
Just like this?
Sometimes...
Is this really okay for white?
I didn't expect it to be. I was just going to ask the question, but the engine says you're not so silly after all.
This isn't going to happen. There's no way that voluntarily Ding in the final game of the World Championship match, even if objectively it's fine for white, will just give up the exchange at this moment, Robert. I don't see this happening in any reality.
Yeah, just let a boy have fun. That's all I'm saying. This I expected it to be completely refuted, but the fact that it's only 0.4 in black's favor, I think just by feel, by the aesthetic, there's no universe where Ding would ever play this. But it's curious that it's keeping essentially the same evaluation.
Yeah, I guess white has a lot of activity, and the trade of rooks will correct white's pawn structure. And if rook to e7, then maybe you have knight c7. And rook c8 loses to knight d5.
Right.
And if you go to another square, let's say rook to d8, maybe white is not so upset with taking on e8. I don't know if you have to. You could also play f3, but maybe taking on e8 in general, because your bishop will be a pretty powerful piece, and it might be close to a draw, but again, black is the one pressing. But yeah, I'm surprised that rook g6 is a pretty viable option.
I suggested, and I'm surprised as well, so it's just not going to happen. There's no way. So after knight g6, do we think h5 is more likely?
But
h5, knight f4, I don't really like how this looks for white.
It doesn't matter because knight g6 is not on the board. So no sacrifices, no h5. He simply doubles up on the c line. Rook c8 played. That move also makes a lot of sense. You're putting pressure on the c5 knight. I don't see a good way for the knight to move. You end up losing the c3 rook. Does that mean that it's time for white to start pushing the b pawn? Is b4 the move for Ding here?
Possibly, but b4 knight d7 is the idea, for sure. Otherwise, it didn't make any sense to play rook c8.
And now your idea of rook g3?
Yeah, you take on c5, rook g7, king f8. The king happily escapes to center, and black now has some sort of advantage just because the white's pawns are so weak. The king on e1 is actually quite vulnerable. At least black plays completely without risk in this position. So b4 knight d7 100% is what he wants.
Are there alternatives besides b4? Because knight a4 looks like a step in the wrong direction.
Rook g3. Rook g3 is very logical. I don't know if it's good, but it's definitely because rook g3 g6 is going to be the answer. I'm pretty sure. And then after b4 knight to d7 anyway. And maybe you gained absolutely nothing with this whole rook g3, which actually means that also by transposition we could have seen it from the other move order. b4 knight d7 rook g3 g6 there as well was good. So
That's
What
such a
does
cool resource, Rook G3. And Robert, because we don't get enough chances to point that mate in twos, I think we have to show it. We have shown it in a different position. With Rook G3, you think you're losing that knight on C5, but watch out, you can pick up the knight, but you lose your king. Rook G7 comes in with a check, another check on G8, and then that rook from the first rank moves up all the way and delivers checkmate. So that's a really cool resource in White's position to get out of the fire on the C file.
Yeah, really nice. Always need to look out for king safety. That's paramount. And here the black king would be in danger. But the eval bar is at zeros, so we're not expecting to see Jan walk into a checkmate in 2 over here. So how is this zeros? Because the moves we played have led to advantage for black with knight d7 coming. This knight can drop back to a4, but that looks wrong. Knight on the rim, I don't think it's looking particularly good in this position.
Yeah, it's not an easy
Yeah, knight
not an easy problem for White to solve here. After b4 knight d7, you can try to bail, but I don't actually see how it works. So, because if you ever sack that c5 pawn, the problem is, let's say king d2, take everything on c5, and rook to a1, bishop takes b5, bishop b5, rook b5, rook a7. If the h4 pawn was on g3, this is, or if let's say the e4 pawn was on g3, that's a good example. Then, yeah, we kind of make a draw. But here, rook to h5, the h4 pawn is a serious weakness. So, but you saw the bar was not like saying it's a big deal. So I actually think White in that position will probably just play rook to b1, and maybe it's just an equal position there.
I have an idea. Bear with me, Fabi. So here, where was it? In this position, so you say king to d2, but not here. Here, king d2, takes. Can I just go here? I know I'm down a pawn, but if we take everything, my king just sprints up the a file and wins this one, right?
Yeah, probably black doesn't want to trade I mean, one set of rooks will be traded. Maybe you can...
But I just want to show this for the see. Oh, it still says black is better, but White's king is so active.
Because you probably sack the bishop at some point. Like maybe you play g5 here, and... But it's probably going to be a draw, like, so super likely that it's draw here.
Right.
Yeah, now you kind of run the king forward, king g7, and then you sack your bishop at some opportune moment.
Yep, makes sense.
But still, draw in all these variations was super likely. Because I can probably play f3 here, not to lose the e-pawn. Oh, f3 loses.
Yeah, because now I'll take this one and take the f-pawn.
Oh, yeah, you just take on b5 and take that. That's right. So maybe White would have to bite the bullet, like king takes a7 there. It's actually a dangerous looking endgame for White.
Very.
I guess somehow it's a draw.
But Ding he made a move. He went b4. So we might see something like this, even if it's unlikely. It is possible.
So I had a similar idea after king d2, because I think king d2 is his idea. And after we trade everything on c5, can I just play rook to b1?
Just to put this on the board, takes, and just rook b1.
Yeah, and just play this position where I'm a pawn down, but the margin for a draw is super high. And your bishop is still a bit passive. You can't attack the h-pawn. White continue with f4 here, maybe. But yeah, it's a safe edge for black.
What black really wants is to trade off these pawns. Leave yourself with an outside pass pawn. It's super dangerous in the endgame, but it's really difficult to make that work exactly with these pieces on the board. But Tanya, I saw you raise your eyebrows, so I'm guessing you saw the same featured chat message as I did.
I think we both saw the same thing at the same time. Well, b4 has been the move of choice, but Fabi chat was showing us the way, and apparently instead of b4, there's a move knight b7 that keeps the balance. And I have to say, guys, I don't know about grandmasters and super grandmasters, but this is not a move that was on my radar. Knight b7, the more I see it, once it's played on the board, it's one of those moves that does make sense, that perhaps after taking on c3, your king comes to d2, you're putting your rook on a1, the knight is jumping to d6. But knight b7 on its own, for me, it's impossible to understand. How can a human find this move?
Well, our members in chat, they're just very gifted. and they easily spot ideas like this. I mean, I'm sure that everyone saw this without any sort of struggle at all. But yeah, we
Abby, you're
saw
such a troll. Has anyone told you that?
no, we saw the more, let's say, the more expected approach, and King D2 is probably going to be seen next. Yeah, or he's thinking so maybe there's some other option, but I feel like King D2 is just such a natural move.
Yeah,
Maybe
he
he's
shouldn't. He should not play Rook G3, which is tempting though.
Yeah, because you really don't want to give up control of the c file. Black's 2 rooks would really be dangerous if they are both allowed to live on and potentially invade on the c file. So trading off one of those rooks, potentially both, is in White's favor.
Chat seeing things in their sleep, and it's not just nightmares. It's knight b7s. Wild move. Should we? I mean, that's such a crazy move to think about because you're.
Crazy stuff.
Let's just show this one more time. Putting your knight on b7, the rook can capture it, but the rook behind it is hanging, so that would lose material. But you're also giving up a pawn here, and the point that Chad is making is that White gets a ton of activity, and Black can just sit back and stay up a pawn. But somehow this position is just about level, even though it looks quite dangerous in the long term. White's down a pawn. You could see this pawn being in trouble as well with this knight hopping forward. So amazing stuff, honestly.
Yeah, I think
Amazing stuff. And also, let's just point out that the knight actually came to c5 from b7 just 2 moves ago. So, from a human perspective, the move knight b7, where it was attacked and you had to step back, is not on your radar. Yes, once you see it, you understand the points, but it's exactly what it is. It's an engine move, and it's kind of easier to understand once someone points it out. But you can't blame Ding for playing b4. The most natural response. But the big question now, Fabi, for Ding is to find a way to stabilize the position in which, well, big chances that he will end up down a pawn.
Yeah, he'll be down a pawn. That's absolutely guaranteed. The amount of rooks that will be on the board is still a question. We saw a line where there was no rooks on the board. We saw a line where there was still a pair of rooks, but he plays rook g3, and that's not a good move for 2 reasons, right? We said both knight c5 and g6 are, and Jan looks surprised. We're surprised. Chat is surprised, I'm sure, even though I can't.
We're all surprised. Robert's super surprised.
Yeah, but I actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm taking a step back, trying to ignore the evaluation bar for a moment. It does sort of make sense. I know it's listed as a mistake. It has made White's position objectively worse, but Ding has tried to defend actively. He has not been interested in passive defense. So thinking about what he's done, where he brought his knight to c5 to give the g2 pawn, and a lot of his decisions have been revolving around active pieces. So bringing his rook over to g3 to go after the black king side, it does make sense. But Black has very easy moves to make. You can take on c5 and get an advantage, even if you give up g7 with check. You run your king to the center. Black is the side for choice, thanks to this rook's activity in the c-file. But the simple g6, I mean, that move seems to give Black the advantage with 0 risk whatsoever. Your king side is going to be very safe. So I'm starting to get worried for Ding. It's not time trouble. He only has to make 10 moves, and he has 27 minutes, and the position doesn't have too many pieces remaining. But I think just the nature of the position is starting to get uncomfortable for him. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, he should be perking up right now. He has chances to win this 14th and final game with the black pieces. And Ding Liren, he's the one who mentioned Vishyanan taking down Topalov with black in the final game. Well, maybe he was speaking a bit about his own history. He just didn't know he was making it. And that would be really bad for the Chinese superstar.
I don't understand this move. First of all, g6, yeah, I don't see the follow-up, but also, after knight c5, all this activity, what did it bring you? Let's say take, king f8, take on c5, take. What does your activity bring you? Like, I'm threatening rook c1, I'm threatening just some slow moves like king to e7, and I don't see why you want your rook on g7. It actually looks like it would be better if it was on b3, for example. So I see this as a pretty unpleasant looking position just on first sight. And that's only part of the question. I mean, g6 is a much more ambitious move. Here, Black is saying, okay, I have some advantage, for sure. but maybe it's simplifying a bit. He does go for it. Yeah, it was really natural, but I wonder what g6 the idea was. What did they
And I
what
was
did he want after
actually,
g6?
if I had to predict at that moment, I would think that Yan would have gone for g6 because it keeps all these really nasty threats on the board, not giving the g7 pawn. And Ding, well, before he puts in the check, he takes on c5. It doesn't change anything because black will not have time to defend that g pawn. White would have advanced with the c pawn. So picks up the c5 pawn, g7 pawn picked up, king moved to f8. Would have been very interesting to see if Yan would have kept all the threats with the activity of the rook with that other idea of g6. It looked so tempting to go for that, especially with Ding's time running low as well. There's still a bunch of moves to be made to meet time control, and the position does demand accuracy from Ding. Still a very pleasant position for Yan. King f8 played. You're putting pressure on that rook on g7. You're putting pressure on that pawn on b5. There are ideas of rook c1 check, the rook coming to the 7th rank, the 2nd rank in this case, on c2. With all these threats on the board, it's still looking advantage Yan in this position. Does Ding start with the check? Do you include rook g8 check in these lines just to make sure that the king and the rook on g7 are not in contact?
I think black wants to play king e7, so I don't think you should provoke it. Like I was thinking a move like f3, for example. I don't see what black will do next besides play king e7. I think that's or f4. I was thinking is like a logical move. I think black plays king e7 there because you can't take on b5 immediately, and rook c1 check doesn't seem to lead anywhere. Yeah, this just loses.
I just want to show everybody why Fabi's saying you can't take this pawn on b5.
So you play king e7. First you secure the king, then you think about bishop takes b5 next move. And king f2, maybe you start to play rook c2. You can also take on b5. But the thing I think is more important than the material is the king safety. White's king, if it could get to g3, I think it would be relatively safe, but it's kind of just getting harassed continuously. If the trade of bishops happened, it would actually help White deal with this, but the bishop on e2 is a really vulnerable piece. And for example, rook to a1 here, bishop, maybe first you throw in king f6. I don't know, that looks logical. And then bishop takes b5 next move, so you didn't allow the check on a7, and then the e2 bishop, again, is the main issue for White. It's not the losing a pawn or anything, because losing a pawn usually, endgames are drawish, and you can sometimes survive them, but that bishop on e2. So I think that maybe g6 was better, but Jan just saw a good option, which was simple, and he was like, okay, I don't need to look for anything else. But maybe this was a moment where he had a good option, but g6 might have been an even better one. And for Ding, I just don't understand why he went for this. I mean, like, between king d2 and this position, I would take king d2 100 out of 100 times. I mean, that one looked very close to draw. This one looks like White's king it's also practically difficult because your king is always weak and you don't have a concrete approach here. You kind of just have to move by move defend against defend the position, right? With your king always being weak, the pawn on b5 very often dropping off. Super not fun to defend this position.
We saw chat ask, like, what about rook h7? So I feel like it's worth looking at it because rook h7 tries to go after this pawn on h6, but it does backfire. We see the engine say, not so fast. This rook can come down to c1 with check. That would force the bishop back here. So at the very least, I think that we have a problem for White. Is rook d8 just the knockout blow?
Yeah, rook d8 resigns. King e2, bishop takes b5. King safety, even in the endgame, ends up being extremely important.
So chat asks, we know that not all the chat is using an engine, and we appreciate your questions. So keep them coming. We really do enjoy trying to help you learn about positions just like this that are very complicated. We see the advantage for black, even material though, so it might be confusing why black is better, but it's the activity. The C file is more valuable than the G file, and the reason why is the black king will sit on E7 and not worry about a thing. And after the rook comes to C1, well, that white king is in some danger. So I think that Ding, he understands how big, how critical this specific moment is. He's already played 32 moves. His 33rd one is going to have to be accurate. Otherwise, he will find himself much worse.
I think that Ding may be worried about at least a few things in this position. I don't know if him and Richard are listening to any Bob Marley in their spare time. We know that They like some, I think, was it 80s rock? Was that
Yeah.
what they're jamming to usually? But yeah, I would be so concerned. Although he does look ready to move, or at least he did a second ago.
It can't take that much time, right? He's almost hitting the 20-minute mark. 8 moves are still to be made. The position is far from equality for white. He still has to find a way to neutralize the pressure. Once more, Ding reaches out, and this time he does make the move. He brings the bishop forward to d3. This is not a move that we looked at. He plays it, he leaves the board, and I see the eval bar slightly dip towards black now after bishop d3. Well, the b5 pawn, once again, not hanging. We've pointed that out because of the tactics along with rook g8, rook c8. But also in those lines, Robert, at the very end, black will also have a check on b1, picking up the rook on g1. So the line does go on, but white with the rook activity would manage to neutralize the pressure. The pawns will be traded off. So don't see that happen. Don't expect that to happen with bishop b5. And it all comes down to how the players are feeling right now. You know, they've had these 13 grueling games. We've seen the World Championship take such a big toll on the players. Well, chess wise, emotionally, physically, is so much that they're dealing with. And we did ask chat that after such a long tournament and such a difficult tournament with so much back and forth, is there a feeling of relief? What are the players more relieved about? Is it about getting a result, becoming world champion, or is a part of you just wants the classical games to be done with? There's a part of you just want this whole ordeal to be over. Are those thoughts that you do have? Does that affect the amount of gas that the players have left going into this game 14? And Fabi, because you've been in this situation, you've played a 12-game world championship match which went into the playoff. Is there a sense of relief when it's about to reach the conclusion?
I I wouldn't say so because the conclusion might be really nice, but it might be a really big disappointment, and then I don't think you're happy to have it over with. In fact, Ding said something earlier when he was still down in the match. He was -1, and they asked someone in the press conference asked, "What would you change?" He said, "I would add a few more games." So I think if these guys are down the match or they're trailing, then they're not happy to see it over. They still want to have their chance. They would even be willing to play 100 more games. Maybe I'm exaggerating a bit, but we did actually see that in 1984 between Kasparov and Karpov. Karpov was world champion. Kasparov had qualified to play him in a match, and the match format was first to 6 wins, and the match never technically ended. I mean, okay, I guess it ended in the sense that it was terminated, but Karpov started with going very early in the match with 4 wins. Then around like game 20 something, he won the 5th game. So Karpov was 5-0 after like, I don't know, 22 games or something like that. And at that point, he just needed one more win. They played 48 games, was it 49, in the match. Karpov never won another game. Near the end of it, Kasparov managed to win 2 after 48 games, and I think it was probably like a 3-month long match. It was terminated. They just said, okay, these guys, we don't want to see them, die playing chess during this match. So they terminated it, and both players, both Kasparov and Karpov, said that they wanted to continue. Even to this day, I think if you ask them, they would both say, "I wish that the match had gone on." But these guys are ready to go as long as it takes. Thankfully, this time there's actually a set amount of games, and they can't play forever, and we don't have to be here talking about chess for the next 3 months.
That was an insane moment in history when actually that match was stopped. I had the fortune of actually interviewing Anatoly Karpov in Gibraltar, and he mentioned, and that actually also reflects the kind of toll that the World Championship match takes on players, that throughout those months, over 3 months, 48 games played, the players lost close to 10 kgs in weight. It just took so much of a big physical and a mental toll on them, and the match was indeed stopped. And the next year, Garry Kasparov became world champion once they had the rematch. Well, in this position, Black is still trying to push. We see some decisions. have happened on the board. And Fabi, chat completely agrees with you. Nothing bigger than becoming world champion, not the fatigue, not the relief. None of that matters in front of the big prize of being the best player in the world, becoming the world champion. Well, Rook D8 was the move of choice by Yan to Bishop D3. So there are some ideas. We've been talking about King's safety. One can see those dynamics being played out. A Bishop move, if you were to come back to Bishop E2, Rook C1 would be game over. Just to point out that that King on E1 still in this endgame with such few pieces remaining is not completely safe. The Bishop is attacked. You perhaps don't want to make the move Bishop B1. The B5 pawn hangs with a check. Rook C1, Bishop B5 coming in with a check.
White has one move here, I think. I mean, White loses if not for because King D2 and King E2 I think both lose. King E2, Rook C3. I don't see the next move, so Rook 7 to G3. I mean, you can include a check on G8, but I think that's.
Why does King D2 lose, Fabi? Sorry.
Rook C3. How do you continue?
No, King D2. Sorry.
Oh, King D2 maybe, but it allows Rook takes B5 at. Oh, it doesn't allow Rook B5. You can play Rook G8. Rook takes E8. Ah, so King D2 is actually.
This
a good move. Yeah.
Like 3 exclamation points.
Yeah, this is really nice spot there. King D2. I was thinking Rook 7 G3 was forced, but King D2 and
he goes for another
King E2.
Move. King E2 and the bar really dips. Ding Liren is in big trouble. Rook C3 coming in. The bishop has got no good squares. You've got to keep the B5 pawn defended. And if you come back with your rook, black can actually sacrifice on D3 and pick up the B5 pawn after Rook G3. And Rook C3 immediately played by Yan.
Okay, I understand not seeing King D2, but White did still have that Rook G3. Rook 7 G3 was still an option. Right?
Oh my goodness.
King E2, Rook C3. What are you doing next? Because Rook takes D3 is coming.
Like, regardless of what you play, whether you go Rook G3.
That's why I said this was losing. Rook 7 G3, Rook 8 takes D3, and we go to King and Pawn ending. Black wins. So wait, what's the move here?
Gosh.
Oh wait, he still has Rook G8 first. Okay, I think he could still hold on with Rook G8. King E7 and Rook 1 to G3. And if Rook takes D3, Rook takes E8. I think he's still holding on like this.
Okay, well, this is an extremely important line, so we will show it. Check and Rook G3. And the point that we were all getting excited about was that the Rook takes D3. If you take back, this Bishop takes B5, and you see the bar drop because Black wins. That Rook is pinned. Black steals the pawn and the Rook. It's too much material. But White has the saving move. Rook takes E8, check. The king takes back, then you take this rook, and if you trade rooks here, White is not losing this position, and with the rooks on the board still, White is not in danger. So that actually is a very, very important line to be able to sacrifice this rook on e8. It's another variation where that's the saving idea.
Okay, that's very good for Ding. He probably did see this. I guess it was his plan, but still looks really risky after Rook G8, King E7, Rook G3 because Black can even make a move like Rook to B3 or something. White is completely tied up. What's White's next move here? You know,
you stop targeting the 8-6 pawn. You need some counterplay for Bishop B5.
Yeah, but you can't take it because Rook takes D3. So
I was hoping after Rook H8, if you take on B5, then I can pick it up after.
Oh yeah, yeah. But Black could again make some sort of like. Yeah, White is not threatening Rook H6, so Black's hand is kind of free to basically do what he wants. Which
is White threatening this move, perhaps? So just to show what that looks like, if you make Rook A3, I play Rook G8. I'm just trying to say, you take on D3, I do the same thing, but now I force more rooks off the board on the E8 square.
Yeah, that could be. Maybe Rook to D6 after Rook H8.
Okay, Rook H8, Rook D6, and
if Rook G8, then Bishop D7. I thought this was some sort of maybe clever prophylaxis.
Yep, definitely. You see the eval bar saying now it's toast because this bishop is so loose over here.
Or you know what?
It's still hanging.
Let's put it on D4 instead because it's just better on D4. Why put it on D6 when you could put it more actively?
This looks bad for White. Looks really, really bad.
I mean, you're completely tied. You can't move any pieces.
And it's a bit worrying that Ding is taking his time. It looks like this is the only defensive resource that he has. One that he perhaps had to look at when he went King E2. Because King E2, Rook C3 was the most natural response. Well, he's taken about 3 minutes. He's down to 17 minutes on the clock. He needs to find this resource of rook g8. Is that the only defense that Ding has in this position?
Yeah, you resign if not for rook g8, rook g3. You just resign. I mean, you go to king and pawn endgame, and that's it.
Yeah, and look at Ding's face. I think he missed rook c3 completely, and I kind of understand why, because that pawn on b5 was under attack. That rook was lined up against it. The bishop could have taken. Black would have been up a pawn, but that's likely what Ding was relying on, that he could make a draw in the ensuing king, rook, and pawn endgame. But now we see the number 3 rated player in the world. He's on the clock, and he's on the back foot because rook c3 saying, I don't want material, I want activity. That is the sign of a great champion of the game. The best players in the world, they are not materialistic. They do not get greedy. Instead, they pile up the pressure. And here, Ding, he might succumb because, I mean, this is a really tough moment where he has to bring his rook up to g3 just to defend, but then he doesn't have any moves after that, and this is going to be a struggle.
He can play rook g3 first, but then king e7, rook g8 will transpose. Because, as you mentioned, Robert, white is completely, like, white doesn't really have ideas. So basically, black can take it pretty slowly, so just trying to improve the position a bit. So if rook 1 g3, I think black again shouldn't be tempted to take on d3 because of that rook g8, rook takes e8 tactic. And black can play king to e7. And after king to e7, if white makes a move besides rook g8, the only move I can see is king to d2. But if the rook goes to a3, I don't see how this helped you. Now bishop takes b5 is a threat. It goes to c2. Yeah, you just take on f2. That's simple enough.
Extra pawn. And this is a very valuable pawn to get because now white's pawns are all split and loose. This is really not good for Ding Liren. He was defending pretty tenaciously. And then if we just go back one move here, I mean, this king e2 move gets a question mark. And I normally argue against it. I think basing it on the evaluation bar is harsh. But here I'm in complete agreement. I think king e2 was really a huge mistake at this stage of the game. He could have started with rook g3 with these rook g8 check ideas available to him. If his whole idea was that in the event of bishop b5, just to show what this looks like, we see a series of trades where he believed that if the rook g8 check, the king comes up here and rook a8, white is not losing this game because black is going to be tied down to some kind of more passive defense. We see the evaluation bar saying white is holding on because likely at best you win this h4 pawn for this a5 pawn. That's a theoretical draw. And we have seen Ding make a move after rook c3. It's rook g8 check. It's out of necessity, but you have to be worried for his chances in this 14th and final classical game.
You can feel the pressure on Ding right now. He has made the move rook g8. He doesn't leave the board. He keeps sitting while Nepo is definitely going to come back, move that king instantly to e7, and then we're expecting the defense that we were looking at, rook g3, so much online in this game, this very end game that we've reached. Though the queens are traded, very few pieces left. The tension is maximum right now, and you can really feel it. And Robert, the whole world is watching Yan and Ding fight it out in this game 14. I want to thank over 175,000 viewers between our YouTube and Twitch channels for tuning in to our coverage of this final game of the FIDE World Championship match. Potentially, we could have a world champion today. If a draw, we will have exciting playoffs. Either ways, chess wins. We've got the move rook g3, and can Yan try to push for more? His piece activity, a lot more than Ding. The weaknesses in Ding's pawn structure. We've got b5 as a weakness. He's got h4 to deal with in certain positions. Certain lines, the f2 pawn falls as well. Well, right now, you cannot go for the immediate tactic as we were looking at first. That got us excited, the option to take on d3, but then white does have the move rook to e8. What are you expecting from Yan? Robert, is he feeling the ability to put pressure in this endgame, and are we going to see a grind by him?
Yeah, because he has zero to worry about in his own position, and he can play moves like rook b3, a multi-purpose move, going after the b5 pawn directly, but also giving yourself access to this second rank. And just because queens are off the board does not mean that the king is safe. This king on e2 is in harm's way in various tactical motifs. If I can take on d3 and you couldn't steal my bishop, If you had to take back with your rook, then this bishop takes on b5, pinning and winning this rook on d3. So I feel like for Ding Liren, he's down to 13 minutes left. We are closing in on move 40. That was his 36th move, but he could make a mistake in the next few turns. He's already made one pretty substantial error by bringing the king up to e2, but I could see this game getting completely out of hand in the next 4 turns because he's just living on the edge right now. He's barely surviving, and you could see it on his face. I mean, he is really upset about what's happened because he was fighting well to hold on. He was worse, but holding the balance. Now, his world championship aspirations, they may be a thing of the past because look at Jan, but he plays quickly e5 instead, and maybe I just jinxed Jan a little bit because the EVA bar swings back down towards equality.
I mean, I think I have to say it. I mean, these guys, they really don't think. I mean, like it's the same story, isn't it? They're just kind of blitzing, right, in complicated positions. I think that Jan would have benefited a lot if someone is there during the game to tell him this is a world championship game. You might win this game and end the match here and now. And like I don't know if it was objectively winning or not, but it was pretty close, right? And okay, this move does seem natural. It seems like a natural move. You want to fix the pawns, but it might have been a position where some very concrete action was called for. And so
One more
why is
explanation, Fabi, of this move e5 could be we've been looking at lines for white to target that h6 pawn. And perhaps Jan just wants to put his own rook to d6, get out of that 8th rank bishop rook setup, and just keep everything under control. You defend your pawn on h6, and then you're slowly looking at the moves that you were suggesting. Rook b3, start targeting the white weaknesses. So e5, even though stamped as a question mark, from a human perspective, once you see it on the board, it does make some sense. Rook d6 keeps things under control.
Well, okay, so I just want, first of all, rook h6 was never a threat because of rook takes d3 ideas. So that's the first thing. I don't think it was ever an idea. And for example, rook to h8 here, I'm not sure rook h8 is a good idea for white. But after rook h8, I think rook d6 allows a tactic with b6.
Oh my!
Wow.
Are you serious?
I think so, because there's rook takes e8 followed by bishop to b5 check, and you simplify the rooks.
But
So
rook
this is, I don't know if
d6
rook d6 is the answer, in fact. I think maybe black anyway needs to play rook to b3 there.
Yeah, but this is why we have you on. B6? I just had to go back and show that again because Fabi is putting a pawn on a square that's completely defended by black's pieces, but it's called a clearance tactic. He's clearing the b5 square for a discovery. I mean, so many different ideas in one. That is sick stuff, Fabi.
And also after, let's say rook to h8, if rook to b3, like instead of rook takes rook to b3, now I'm thinking like bishop c4 maybe is an option. Oof, that's a bad move. Is it just rook b2 and rook d2, or I guess
No.
or rook to b4 is probably crushing. Yeah,
Can
actually.
you go bishop b? No, you
I
can't go
see.
bishop b5. Could you
Wait,
go
you
bishop
can
b5
definitely
there?
go bishop
Oh
b5.
yeah. Bishop b5. Yeah, that's.
Whoa, because
tactics.
rook b3, there's bishop c4. It's insane, right, Robert? The amount of tactics with such few pieces on the board.
And everything is hanging. These rooks are staring at each other, and that's why many of these tactical ideas work. Is because if we just go to the back to the live board for a moment, we see that between these rooks is this bishop. Between these is this bishop on e8. So at some point, these rooks can be loose, and you point out this b6 idea because if this rook were not on d8, once the rook captures e8, the king goes back, and there's bishop b5. So to show Fabi's idea one more time because it just is brilliant. That if you take with the pawn, and now I take on e8, and you take back, I give you this check, you're lucky you survive because your rook is hanging, and you have this move, rook to c6, but a move has just been played. It is rook h8, and I really wonder if Ding has spotted this b6 idea.
Yeah, 100%. He's seen it. And the other thing I think he's seen, which I just realized, is rook to b3. It was actually your idea. I forgot about it for a second, but then I remembered. Rook to b3, rook 3 to g8. And that's the whole point. That's why the tempo is important. Black needs to have the rook not on d8 to be able to play bishop d7. So if we go back to, instead of e5, if black had played, for example, rook to b3 here, rook to h8, now black can move that rook to d4. and rook g8 allows bishop d7, and white is not able to trade the rooks off. Black's rook needs to be off the d8 square, and that's why rook to b3 was probably the right move. And now after rook h8, if rook b3, rook g8, it feels like white is out of the woods, and if rook d6, e6, it feels like, okay, white will have to play pawn down rook ending, but this was a huge miss.
Whoa.
Really huge.
But I think we can understand missing b6 from a distance, right? That's not an easy move to see in advance, to see it in your mind's eye. But I think your point still holds that Jan should have slowed down there. He still has 18 and a half minutes left to make just a few moves. He has the advantage. He knows that. And so he could have found this exact continuation with rook b6. I mean, that's such a brilliant shot that Ding has. It's kind of fortunate in many ways, but it's just because the tactics, the rooks staring at each other through pieces. But I think that Jan could have found this, just like I felt in game 8, Ding could have made his way through those complications with his king running up to e5 when he could have taken that rook on d8. Just sometimes they're not spending time at those critical moments. They're rushing. And I think, Fabi, would you say that's fair that Jan, he just was maybe too happy, too excited, and he didn't settle down? He was hasty.
Yeah, this is exactly right. For sure, he was excited at the prospect of. He felt like the position is very close to winning. I think that he definitely had this very strong feeling that, tactically speaking, white is very close to collapsing. And when he had this feeling, the right thing to do would have been to figure out every detail of the position. But instead, he decided to try to blitz him. It's just not a strategy that really works unless you're down to seconds. But Ding is not down to seconds. Neither is Jan. So it was the wrong strategy. Not just saying that because of the evaluation of the position, but even if e5 had been the right move, I still think it would have been wise to at least spend 5 minutes to calculate, like, the first move that comes to mind, rook to h8, and the consequences of that a little bit. But yeah, I don't think Ding is going to drop the ball. I mean, he's going to make a draw at this point. He stared defeat right in the eyes. I'm sure he realized that it was very close. He probably missed the rook c3 move. Somehow he blundered that. And he saw that a million losing lines, so that already kind of puts you in like high alert mode. That I can lose this game with one small mistake. He realized that he was facing defeat, and now that a draw will be within grasp, I don't think he'll miss the chance. Yeah, I'm sure Ding is like feeling so fortunate to be in this position that he has b6 here.
He's fully focused. He sees this as his chance to neutralize. Well, it's crazy how his position is tactically just hanging by a thread because of all these motives that we've been looking at. A potential discover check, picking up the rook on h8. A potential sack on d3, picking up that pawn on b5. And precision is required. Now, while Jan rushed with the move e5, and Fabi, you were critical of that decision. We saw the eval bar also say not the most accurate move. You mentioned that Jan should have just slowed down at that point because he really managed to create something with the black pieces. Well, one thing's for sure, that it all comes down to this b6 resource that you pointed out. Jan perhaps did not see it when he made the move e5. Now he definitely does. He's gone into a really big think after rook h8. It's clear the idea is not immediately to pick up the h6 pawn, but white wants to jump in with the other rook to g8 and always eyeing the h6 pawn. So with the rook on g3 coming into g8, putting pressure on that e8 bishop, the pawn on h6 hanging. This is not the move that Jan missed. But after rook d6, this brilliant resource of sacrificing the pawn from b5 to b6, it's a very creative way to neutralize the pressure. And guys, I just want to ask you, is that the only move that Ding would have after rook d6? Because if you don't do something immediately, Jan can continue building the pressure, right? He simply sidesteps with the bishop first, brings it to d7, slowly builds an attack on the b5 pawn. Meanwhile, it's hard to see how Ding is moving. Where is he moving the pieces? How critical is it for Ding to make the move b6 after rook d6? Because that's a hard find.
I mean, can he also take and play b6? It's the same exact idea, but just out of curiosity, can you do it both ways? I was just like, it's completely unnecessary to calculate this, but after rook d6, rook e8, King e8 b6, I was kind of calculating for a second, and it felt like it still also draws.
So what's that continuation, Fabi? Say it again, please.
So after rook d6, rook takes e8. I mean, it's the same idea, right? King e8 b6. Why does the computer not like this one?
Because is there a capture on d3?
Yeah, but I thought rook g8 followed by b takes a7 makes a draw there.
You sneaky, sneaky lad.
No, this is what I was like looking at a little bit. So rook cd3, there first you give a check on g8. And now king e7, b takes a7, we make an even simpler draw than the other one, because now white is not even down a pawn. So after b6, oh, king to f8. Maybe king to f8.
Get the king out of the
We do
bishop's
have a move.
diagonal.
Update, rook d6 on the board. We might be seeing, this is the moment. If Ding decides to go b6, he's been super accurate in this defense. That would solve all his problems. With counter tactics on Yan, it would mean an equality has been achieved by Ding. If not, the pressure will continue. It is a big moment for Ding, this one. And Robert, knowing Ding, how good he is with this stuff, his calculation ability, it is a hard find. But if anyone can, it's Ding. b6 coming on the board. Would you predict that?
Yes, Ding sees b6, and he's just double checking right now. He has 9 minutes remaining for just 3 moves. So he has 3 minutes per move, if my math still holds up, and this could give him the draw that he needs to make it to tomorrow's tiebreak. So it is a clearance tactic. Fabi, you spotted this from a distance. I mean, it's such a sick idea with rook takes e8 to follow, and this rook on c3 is loose when the bishop gives a check on b5. So I think for everybody who's watching, if you want to learn how to get better, you should always be thinking about things like there are 2 rooks on the same rank. What happens if the piece in between moves out the way? Well, this rook on c3 is undefended, which means if I could move this piece away with check, I would win this rook. So that's just how you can put these things together. It's not going to be easy, but chess sometimes is a bit difficult. And just to work on those tactical ideas, to get that pattern recognition, muscle memory. And I am waiting, Tanya, to answer your question, I'm waiting for Ding to play b6. And I can't really see, but it feels like he's looking in that direction. And yeah, b6 is just such a nice find.
Did you see him? It actually looks like he feels the tactics. It felt as if he was sensing this b6 option. He's definitely very aware of all these points that you're talking about, moving that middle piece out of the way so that these tactics can appear on the board. And looking at Ding, Robert, he's definitely looking at b6, but it is also a pawn sacrifice, at least a temporary one. So he needs to make sure that all those lines work out. Will Ding find b6? Fabi, what's your take on this?
Oh yeah, no, I mean, he will find b6. I think he's already found it, probably before, I mean, when he played rook h8. So I just wanted to, because it does lead to a pawn down rook endgame. I think that white is holding it, but we should consider how difficult it might be for white to hold that position. After b6, for example, rook takes b6, rook takes e8, king takes e8, bishop to b5. Let's say rook takes b5, rook takes c3. I think if white's rook gets to c7, c6, these squares probably draw. But if king d7, I think white, maybe it's not super important, but I think it's kind of important that white plays rook to f3, and if the king goes back, then rook to c3. And that shuffle keeps black from being able to contain the activity of white's rook.
Wow. Okay, so Ding, 3-minute think, still hasn't made the move b6. But it is what we're expecting. And after all those trades, all he has to do is evaluate and be confident in holding that pawn down rook endgame. He knows he's really close. Robert, we can sense the shift. He's moving around a little bit. Any moment we're going to have a move. And I think for Ding fans, they're all hoping that it's b6. Otherwise, it can end up still being a draw, but it will be one that will require a longer defense from Ding. Yan will be the one grinding it down. So this is really a big moment right now.
Yeah, the good news for Ding is that b6 isn't required to draw this game. And one of the reasons why is in those variations, this second rook was in the way of the first rook. And then when bishop d7 happened, you had to come back and defend this bishop, which wasn't possible. But now, if you move this bishop out the way, this rook can go over to b8 and defend this b5 pawn. So I actually think that Ding has a couple ways to hold on here, but b6 does seem to get rid of the pressure, as much of it as possible, and with that tactic available, it is going to allow him to make this draw. But if he just slides his rook to e3, I actually don't think that he's in grave danger, because if the bishop slides up, as I was mentioning, this rook can slide to b8, which is a very, very important move to defend this pawn.
He can play rook e3, but then he'll have to find a couple more moves in a very short amount of time. He's already down to 5 minutes. He's got 3 moves to make. If he plays b6, the follow-up is pretty forced. You've got these 4 sequence of moves, and you end up in a rook pawn endgame. You're down a pawn, but you hold it. And of course, Ding will be doing that. He will be able to hold that position. But he needs to make a decision, and he needs to do it fast. The time is running out. I'm getting a bit nervous here. Come on, Ding. You've got to make a move.
I don't understand why rook e3, rook b3 is not much better for black. I mean, maybe there's a draw there, but I'm not seeing it. How do you play after rook e3, rook b3? I mean, I think this is his chance. Play b6 or yeah, you maybe it's still a draw, but I mean, it looks super unpleasant because I don't see the concrete way there after rook b3.
Yeah, no, I think that you're going to lose a pawn, but I guess you can lose the pawn on b5, but you're not at least tactically vulnerable in the way that he has been with an exchange sacrifice on d3. So Ding is really taking his time. Down 4 minutes.
4 minutes on the clock. Rook e3 is possible. It might still keep the balance, but the position isn't completely equal. It isn't a neutralized position. And Yan there, he's not even leaving the playing hall anymore. He's putting the pressure. He's putting the pressure on the clock. He's putting the psychological pressure. It's so much of the mental game right now. And Ding, he cannot afford to freeze at this moment. 3 minutes, 49 seconds. He still has 3 moves to make for time control. Make a move.
Yeah, I'm not worried. I mean, I know people are thinking game 7 all over again. Ding, make your move, don't freeze. He only has 3 moves to make. And if he plays b6, the next 3 moves will be obvious. He'll take this bishop. He'll play bishop b5 check. He can essentially pre-move those decisions. So if he plays b6, he's out of it. But he played
on the board.
E6.
It has happened. b6 played. Ding Liren keeps it precise, keeps it accurate. And Fabi, one has the feeling playoffs are going to happen. Playoffs incoming.
Yeah, this was a big miss by Jan. Of course, it's not like 100% a draw yet because he still has to defend pawn down rook endgame, but it seemed like that rook endgame is pretty drawable. And also the time is just not a factor. I mean, if he had played b6 with even 10 seconds, I would still be confident that he would get the remaining moves off in time. It would be pretty scary, but White's moves are forced. Rook e8 absolutely forced, or you resign probably. King e8, bishop to b5 check. That's the whole point of this entire idea with b6. The discovery of the rook on g3, check, rook takes b5. Black can also play rook c6, but I don't really see why it changes much. So he takes, rook c3, probably king d7 will be played here. And then I think White, if Black gets time to play a5, a4, then yeah, you're starting to think that maybe Black could win this rook endgame. And I think Ding was just, when he was calculating b6, he was just thinking about, is this position a draw or not? Because it's not 100% obvious at first. But after king to d7, like let's say White starts wasting time, I think you might lose this. For example, f3, I'm already wondering if White is still in the drawing margin. King d7 or a4. I would, yeah, king d7, just keep control, and we already see that White is no longer in the drawing margin. So it's actually important that after king to d7, that White doesn't make a move like f3, because then a5 would be probably winning, but instead makes a move like rook to f3. f7 is attacked, king to e6 to defend it, and now rook to c3 back. You don't want to go behind, you don't want to go in front of the a-pawn, because then rook in front of pawns, usually not too good. Rook behind pawns, that's really good. Here you also win the h6 pawn, so that's just an immediate draw. So after rook c3, Black can, for example, cover with rook to b6. And here, probably White has a few ways of doing it. I think rook c7 is usually a good way. Yeah, and keep the rook on a7 because Black's king cannot approach due to f7 pawn, and if f6, White could maybe the easiest way is just king, I don't know, maybe even h5 and just bring the king slowly to the king side, invade on the f5 square. But you also have rook to h7 potentially, so that would be a question for Ding to calculate. You also have f4 ideas, like white maybe just has a million ways to draw there already. So rook to f3, I think he'll play very, very quickly. Although he can also give a check on d3, it might have the same effect.
Yeah, he has
'Cause rook
options.
Yeah, he has a bunch of options here. I just realized rook f3 does allow the rook to b2 intermediate check, which is a bit annoying.
But
Why
why does
changes?
why does it change anything, right? Because rook b2, you bring the king even back to f1. You have to defend this
Yeah.
pawn, and then I go back to a3, right?
But yeah, now you just draw by force because you actually win a pawn. Rook b7, rook a6 wins a pawn by force. There was once, I don't know if you remember this endgame, but it was Carlsen Nakamura from the Singfield Cup in 2018, where white had the rook on a6 against the pawn on a7, and had an extra pawn on the king side. So it was 4 against 4, and everyone was calling for a draw. But because the rook on a6 was pretty dominant, and because Hikaru just psychologically did not want to give away his a pawn, he eventually lost the game, even though it was a 4 against 4, and everyone was shocked. But I remember discussing the endgame with Rustam at the time, and Rustam was like the professional approach is you just give away the a pawn and play 4 against 3. Psychologically, you kind of don't want to do it. You want to keep your extra pawn, but the rook activity is more important. It's not relevant towards this position, but just the pattern of the rook on a6 against the pawn on a7 did remind me of that game a little bit.
We see Jan has made the move, king d7. He's not on the board. Ding now, he's done what he had to do. He found the line, he found the move d6, the most critical one, and then we saw him blitz up to meet time control. The players are playing their 42nd move now. Well, clock is not a factor anymore. Ding going for the most direct way, and really, it's amazing to see him and Jan fight this out. King d7. Black does have the extra pawn. We were looking at lines where white can start targeting the f pawn and then the a pawn, and also keep in mind the h6 pawn. But Tavi, what do you expect? How much is Jan going to try to push this?
Yeah, he might as well. It's a safe position. You might as well make a few moves here. Like, you're not losing your pawn on the spot, but you saw how he threw his jacket down in the rest area. I mean, he's not happy. I think he realizes that he missed a pretty important chance, pretty big chance potentially, and now it's a draw. That much objectively, it's a draw is clear. So king e6 or e7. But yeah, this king e7, like, let's just say after king e7, rook to c3, then black makes the move rook to b7. Just as sub rook c7 checks. Yeah, I think that here white puts the rook on a3, on a6, and that was kind of the domination theme that I was mentioning a bit, that the rook on a6 is completely dominant and black won't be able to make progress, even if he doesn't lose the pawn right away.
Makes sense
Well, Ding
to me.
has gone for the idea of attacking the f7 pawn, rook f3 on the board, expecting Jan Nepomniachtchi to come back and shuffle with the king towards that f pawn. He does have an endgame where only two results are possible. Either black wins or black draws. It's most likely a draw. And Ding still has work to do, but with the way he's played, he's sure of the confident hold. And while we wait for the players to return, we see Jan has just walked in. This one is going to be a long grind. We will take this moment to go into a short break. We'll be right back.
I do recommend Meetup to a lot of my friends that are looking for different things. Wine tasting, movies, book club, meet a lot of new people, a lot of new friends, and it will make you more social.
the final classical game of the 2023 FIDE World Championship match, and we see a rook pawn ending has been reached. Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren fighting for the ultimate crown. Now, the score so far is level. It looks like this one's most likely to head to a draw. It's been an incredible fight by these two challengers, and well, no one's going to complain if this goes into a playoff. In fact, it will be an exciting day of chess if that was to happen. But right now, the game does continue, and Ding Liren has offered a repetition. We saw him slide with the rook to f3, target that f7 pawn. Jan guarded that pawn with the king moving to e7, and now Ding comes back, taking control of the c file, threatening a check on c7. King d7, rook f3, king e7, rook c3. What are the chances of that happening?
I think Jan might as well play a few more moves, and he has the symbolic advantage, but he probably won't try too long because I guess they still want to preserve a bit of energy for the final day. Just day that, unless something crazy happens here, the day that will decide absolutely everything. It's like that another classic movie, Alien versus Predator. You remember the tagline from that movie?
I just can't believe that you went Final Destination and then Alien versus Predator.
Yeah, no, but this one actually makes sense, I promise. So the tagline was, whoever wins, we lose. But in this case, it's whoever draws, we win. Because we'll see a fun tiebreak tomorrow. So even if it's a draw, we're still going to have some fireworks. And someone will lose in this case, inevitably.
Well, if not today, tomorrow we will have a world champion. You brought up Alien versus Predator. Given their style of play, just stylistically, who would be the alien and who would be the predator in this match, Fabi?
I don't know if I say something that it'll be construed as like an insult or a compliment if I compare one of them to an alien, or I mean I guess they're both aliens. But
they have played out of world chess here. I mean, they've played the kind of chess which has kept us on the edge of our seats. It's been sort of a chess from another planet, the kind of excitement that we've experienced in this World Championship match. So no insult at all there, Fabi. And they've also played like predators, going for the punches. Robert.
No, I'm just glad that, I didn't have to answer that question. And I was going to throw you completely under the bus, Fabi. I was saying, and let's go Freddy versus Jason next. Who are you picking? Come on. Tell me who's who. But no, both these players, I mean, they must be so stressed, so nervous, because the World Championship could have been decided today. For Jan Nepomniachtchi, I mean, he was the recipient of some iffy play from his opponent, Ding Liren, with his knight g5, h4, and then when it looked like the queens came off, so it should just be a draw, he brought his knight to c5, and there were other issues for him. So Ding was very shaky in this game. Jan, quite sturdy. But for Jan, I think the way this game has gone should be beneficial for him. He was never in danger. It's really stressful, and it takes a lot of endurance to fend off a bad position for many hours. That's what Ding had to do today, but Ding had the white pieces. So all in all, today has been a disappointment for Ding Liren. The result will be fine, but the way the game has gone will leave him with a lot to think about and dwell on, and it won't be fun thinking.
I'm going to disagree with you slightly on this one, Robert, because I think the last thing you remember is the one that really sticks in your head. So it's not about I have the white pieces or that ambition going into the game. The last thing that Ding will remember is I was nearly losing this and I drew, and that's also the last thing that Jan will remember, that I had a huge chance to win. I mean, white was never better in this game. A slight advantage in the opening, we could argue, not really even that, but Jan actually had objectively decent chances to win this game. Maybe some advantage throughout the endgame, but especially that moment before he played e5. I mean, we'd have to analyze after to see if this was indeed winning for black objectively or just very, very good chances. But in either case, Ding would have been under enormous pressure to survive that position, while he basically, after e5, he just had to calculate two moves, and he did that absolutely correctly. He looked relieved. I'm sure that his feeling after today will be one of relief. But that being said, it doesn't necessarily mean that he'll be, the stronger player going into tomorrow. Both of these guys have had to deal with a lot of disappointments throughout the match.
And Yan taking his time. Now, if he doesn't want to repeat this position, White has got a simple threat, rook to c7. Does he look at the option of starting to push the a pawn? Is a5 the idea that he's perhaps thinking about? Well, of course, we might just see a repetition at this point and an end to the classical games of the World Championship match. But if Yan wants to push for more, you can't go with your king forward because then White continues to put pressure with either rook a3 coming on to a6 or the move rook to f3. a5, how is White keeping the balance?
Just the same old, same old. Bring that rook behind that pawn. You could also at some point bring a rook to c6 to go after the h pawn as well. But as long as this a pawn doesn't reach a4, we saw some variations where the pawn got up to a4 pretty quickly and the king was on d7, and that was really a difficult situation for White. But you're not going to allow that. So a5 will definitely be met by this rook getting behind the pawn. And Fabi gave a great example of when Fabiano, when Magnus played against Hikaru back in that Sinkfield Cup, it was even 4-on-4s, even material. But when one side is passive, it just won't allow you to win a game like this. So if this rook has to sit on b7 or has to stay put on b5, then you can't make progress from there because White's rook on a7 will stop the a pawn and put pressure across to f7. This is just a position where Ding has done everything right after getting a bad position, and now he knows it's a draw. Jan knows it's a draw. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like they should play on with such intense match play tomorrow in Rapid. We have 4 games of Rapid to start, and then if that's tied, we get into splits. I feel like Jan should take it easy at some point soon, just call it a day, go to the press conference, and then get ready for tomorrow.
Well, that point isn't now. He declines the repetition. He puts the pawn on a5. So there's still work to be done. Might not be that hard for Ding, but he still needs to play on to earn that draw. And Fabi, you made a really nice point about the memory of this last game. Well, for Ding, it is about the fact that he survived a very difficult position. For Yan, with the black pieces, the confidence of knowing that he was able to create the chances. And also just his comeback story from what happened in game 12. Impressive stuff. How do you see that being played out in the dynamics if this were, most likely, which it will, were to reach the playoffs? And also, what is one supposed to do? How much time do you give to preparation? How much time do you give to rest? You have to face this completely different time control, a different time format. You know that no matter what, there's no delaying it. From tomorrow, the World Championship will be decided. How do you come to terms with all these factors?
I think it's still, in terms of prep, it's business as usual. You need to search for some sort of ideas. It's a bit easier to search in rapid chess for ideas because you know that your opponent has less time during the game to react to something which is a little bit tricky. While in classical chess, it's much harder to find something that could lead someone astray because they just have more time to think about it over the board. So, but the thing is, you have to prepare more than one idea because you'll have 4 games of rapid most likely, and potentially even more than that. But in Blitz, you kind of think, okay, I could play something. Blitz, it usually turns into a random mess anyway, regardless of the opening result. But in Rapid, 25 minutes is also quite a long Rapid. So you want to prepare 2 openings with White, and your Black openings you kind of have set because the last few games these guys haven't had any problems with Black. There's nothing really to solve in terms of their Black repertoire. But you need to prepare 2 ideas with the White pieces. And it's not easy. I mean, we've seen they've been struggling in the last few games to the Cole system. I think Magnus gave an interview and he mentioned the London as a surprise that not only a surprise that it was played, but also a surprise that it worked out. That Jan didn't know the resulting position too well of the line that he chose. So a lot of these systems are not huge theoretical tries. For Rapid, it's possible to play something like this, but also you don't want to make it too random. Like you play the Cole and we saw it kind of got into a random fight where both sides had chances. It was actually it kind of worked out because Jan played this very surprising move, Bishop d7 in the opening. So as an opening, it kind of was a success, but you can't count on your opponent playing dubious moves for right from move 5. So I don't know what they'll think of, what sort of openings they'll prepare. Especially, I think for Jan it's easier because he'll play e4 and you have a very good direction. Ding has been jumping around too much for him to have one direction to focus on. For Jan, it's okay. Anti-Marshall, find some ideas there. That's his task at least.
Robert, what do you think? What are the chances of us seeing another London in the World Championship match if it does go into the rapid playoffs?
Chance of a London?
Yes.
I don't think so.
A London in Astana.
I think if Ding has a lead, then we might see a London because it's a very safe opening. But I don't think that he's going to play the London again, and he has played Rook C7 check. He's going to bring his Rook behind that passed A pawn. But yeah, I don't see the chance very high for the London. And it's something I wanted to ask, and Fabi, you have more insight than Tanya and I do. But we have heard a lot about Richard Report being Ding's second. Now, Jan has a team of seconds. He's got, I think off the top of my head, Vityugov, Tomaszewski has been mentioned. Who else is on team Jan? Matlikov, is that right?
Hyrulin is, I think, at least during the candidates, Hyrulin was working with Jan. I don't know. I would assume they're still working together since he won the candidates with that team. Probably he's still working with Vityugov and Hyrulin. Those were the two guys I saw in Madrid. And yeah, guys like Tomaszewski.
Leko, but we don't know.
Yeah, it could also be Leko. They have worked together for the 2021 match, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's still the case.
And
Guys
I
like
think the candidates
Tomaszewski.
as well.
Was that also the case? I don't know. I only know who was there with him, so I don't know who was working with him behind the scenes. But yeah, it could be. For Ding, we don't really know, but we assume that he's been working with more than a few people, not just Richard. Although Richard is the only one who is only chess player that we spotted with him in Astana, right?
Right. And the reason I bring all this up is because so much has been said about Richard Report, how creative he is, and we know he's a mastermind, and he will have some tricks up his sleeve in terms of preparation, at least you would hope if you're a Ding Liren fan, for the Rapid. But that is an army of great players that are on Jan Nepomniachtchi's side. Tomaszewski, he's the professor. Vityugov, the Iceman, right? You have like these really great players, all these super grandmasters lining up to help Jan Nepomniachtchi. So I guess we talk a lot about what we expect from Ding. I mean, what can we expect from Jan and his team of helpers?
Well, no matter how strong you are, it's still a challenge to break down an opening like the Marshall. It's I mean, all these guys that you mentioned, Vityugov, Tomaszewski, Leko, if he's on the team as well. They're all 27. They have been 2750 plus players. Leko as well has played a World Championship match in 2004. But also guys who are maybe not as known to everyone who's watching this right now, but Tomaszewski has been 2750 plus. Vityugov has been 2750 plus. They've been legit top players. So his team is super, super strong. But you can also be stockfish. You're not going to refute the Marshall. It's just it's just not possible. So I don't know if their strength will necessarily lead to like some special opening ideas. I think that nevertheless, it's been a struggle to break down the openings for both of these guys. We've seen very different approaches. Jan with a very principled approach, constantly trying E4 and the reload pose, not even switching to an Italian, for example. And Ding, every game is different with the white pieces. I mean, London, Cole, English, reverse Sicilian, H3 early on in the Queen's Gambit declined. We've seen every single thing under the sun pretty much in the opening, except for E4. As we know, Ding is not much of an E4 player himself. So I like the clash of approaches. It makes for an interesting debate. Let's say which is the better approach to be constantly jumping around the opening, or to keep a more classical approach where you kind of try to hit your opponent in one area again and again.
That's been one of the key factors why this World Championship match has been so exciting. The different opening approaches by both Jan and Ding, also the styles that they've played with, the different personalities that they bring to the board. It's been truly a spectacular match. And what you were mentioning, Robert, what about Team Jan? Well, he's definitely been the one with the more stable opening choices and approaches. As we've seen him go for the anti-Marshall. We've seen him with the black pieces. He's been happy to take on Ding's D4 and C4 with his usual setups. So I think once again, we just feel that especially with Richie being in Kazakhstan, that we can perhaps expect more of these novel opening, fresh ideas, a little bit here, a little bit there, which is what we saw today as well with the Bishop D2 setup that Ding took in the Nimzo Indian, and then choosing the move A3 instead of the standard Knight F3. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out in the rapid. Well, currently, how this rook pawn ending is being played out is with a check on b2. And we've been talking about this being, well, at least for somebody, a player of Ding standard, to be an elementary hold. But I have to ask you guys, because for me, it's not that easy or that simple to understand. How does white actually keep things in control? And how does white hold this endgame down a pawn? I just want to go rook a2 with black and start pushing the a pawn. Simple idea.
I think one relatively straightforward way for white is to put the king on f3 to start with. As you said, black will probably play rook to a2. That's what the point of his maneuver, rook b2, was to play rook a2. And I like to play h5 right away to fix the h6 pawn as a weakness. Let's say you push your a pawn a4. I just wait, king g2, a3, or king g3, yeah, it doesn't change much. King g3 here, or king to f3, rook a1, king to g2. And the issue for black is after a2, we kind of just wait. I think we can play f3 here. And he loses.
What's going on?
Wow. I wonder if because there's a rook f. Okay, this is going to be pretty deep here, but I think I get what's going on. So just to show everybody just something that is important in endgames. If you start bringing your king over thinking you're going to run and help and win this pawn, there's this rook h1 idea. It clears the square, so the pawn's about to promote. And if you take it, there is this skewer with rook h2 check. It's a very instructive endgame technique when you have your rook in front of your passed pawn. So that wouldn't happen. But after king h7, let's really go the other way because we want to bring our king closer. But if we start bringing our king this way,
yeah, king f8.
At some point you'll have to make this move king h2. And I'm wondering if this rook f1 move, I guess it's not winning, but first we bring our king forward, and you're going to have to keep going back and forth, and I'm going to try to make these moves as quickly as possible so we don't miss any game action. You can never take this pawn because I remove my rook again and then get a queen. I can even move it one square and not give it up. So you're not taking the pawn, but at some point you have to go backwards and my king starts moving forwards, and my king will continue to move into the position and maybe even venture around to win this pawn.
Yeah, I think that's the plan. The king goes to e3 to f4 to g5 and picks up h5. So yeah, I probably f3 is... You don't move that f pawn, you just keep playing king f3, king g2. So probably you just never touch that f pawn. We're seeing something like this happen. Will he play h5? It's not forced to play h5. You can also keep the pawn in h4. Just felt to me like it was very natural to play h5.
So Jan put his rook on a2, and Ding is, I think he's being wise here. He's being deliberate. He does not want to rush a decision because some moves just seem natural, seem easy, and then they end up being a blunder. So I actually like the fact that he is spending his time, but he will, in all likelihood, retreat the king, go back and forth between these squares. The black king can't move forward. And if you ever push the pawn to f6, hoping to bring the king up the board, well, then you've created more weaknesses for yourself, and the king will not have an easy time venturing over to the queen side because more pawns will be in the rook's line, and this king eventually can think about walking forward, and that will be a bit precarious for black. So I think Ding is smart to slow down.
Maybe it's a good idea not to play h5, to play king g2. Because if we look at that line without the pawn on h5, where black's pawn runs down to a2 again, then the h4 pawn can't really be targeted by black's king as easily as the h5 pawn. So this could be, let's say, yeah, we can try f6 here, or king to f8, king to f8. Now is f3 a draw, if we just play f3 here?
Still not.
Anyway, so is it because black plays king g7, f6, king g6 now?
And tries to force the pawn to h5 and do the same thing.
And then go around again?
Yeah, so if you just go back and forth f6, I'm trying to get my king up to win this pawn. And if the only way to stop the king up is to play h5, we've seen this dance before. We're going to bring our king over, kick your rook away, then bring it up. And it looks ridiculous, all these arrows I'm drawing, but that is what would be the winning path. I mean, it's just a walk in the park for this king, and eventually this pawn will fall.
Yeah. So never play f3. Who is would Ben Feingold be really happy to hear this, or is it never play f6 for him?
No, it's both. Never play f3, never play f6. Okay. So you did it well, Bobby.
I played f3. I proved the point.
So don't touch the F pawn because once again pawns don't move backwards. But Fabi, that just shows that it's still treacherous here, and Ding can't just make hand moves. He has to still be careful about the committal decisions that he takes, whether to go h5 and perhaps not to go f3 at some point. Shuffle around with the king, but is it as simple as that? Does he simply keep moving with the king, king g2, king f3, king g2, king f3, and says, yes, you can get the a pawn all the way down to a2, but to make any more progress after that, you have to give up, trade that a pawn for a king side pawn, and that just gets white closer to the draw.
But can black get the e pawn? Because if black can get the e pawn, then you can play this position. If you can only get the h pawn, then I don't think that there's really much there for black. But taking the e pawn maybe is rather unpleasant because the h4 pawn is a bit too far advanced, a bit vulnerable. So black will play rook a1, put the pawn on a2, and if, let's say, white's king is on f3, and it goes to g2, then rook to e1. But maybe white can wait. But you can't wait so super easily, can you? Because then black's king would advance. So the rook kind of stays on a6. And yeah, it's not super simple. I don't want to lose the e pawn. I really prefer to keep the e4 pawn with white.
It's a great chat by Hikaru. And people wonder why Magnus wins so many, quote, drawn endgames. First of all, shout out to Hikaru, the biggest chess streamer. And, just I don't even know how many millions of followers he has at this point. And a phenomenal player, duh. He wins everything. But he's saying that it's a good illustration of this, that Magnus wins positions just like this. When it looks unwinnable, it should be a draw. The engine is screaming, it's zeros, nothing here. But it's more difficult than people would assume. And I think, Fabi, what we're looking at with the pawn going up to a2, this white king can also slide to e2. So we will put this on the board just because what Fabi is saying is really an important point when it comes to an endgame like this. Which pawns you can afford to trade off, which you can afford to lose. And so just to kind of show that is, let's say we go back and forth between f3 and g2. We get here, and after a2. Fabi's point is that if you can play rook e1, and take on a2, take on e4, there's still going to be work left to be done as black has these connected pawns. This pawn is weak as well. White should still draw the game. But I was wondering all of a sudden if the white king could slide to e2 instead, and the answer is no. I thought because there's a shield, there's no rook h1, rook h2, you'd be able to do this. Oh my gosh, is it f5? No, it's not, but I was trying to play like this, and this would be winning with e3 just to finish the variation. If you take with the king, I get rook e1 check, and then I promote. If you take with the pawn, I get that skewer, and you can't take on a2 because I win your rook.
After f5 is white going back, king f3, running back to g2, we're desperately.
Wow.
Chess is so ridiculous. I mean...
Yeah, it's really unfair that
f5
is not winning.
Oh my god, we gotta show that. And after f5, the defensive resource could potentially be just giving up that e4 pawn. You don't pick up the e4 pawn, but this doesn't work either. After, why does it not work, Robert?
I have zero idea.
This is interesting.
Is it just checking or something like that? Just like keep checking?
But why does it benefit you to chase the king?
Don't ask me. You're the one who I'm supposed to ask for help, so I have no clue.
This is
Let's give a check.
Really not.
Let's give a check on a7. Okay, so this is correct.
Oh, wait, if you keep checking, where's this king? At some point, I'll take on f5 if your king's very far away.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Aha, figured it out. Whew. Like here, check.
Still, so king d6, you give another check.
Can I just take it now?
Oh, and now e4, f6, you're completely in time.
Exactly.
Yeah, the king can't come back.
You no longer have this e3 stuff because after f7, your king is cut off. So this is hanging on by a thread if I've ever seen it. But these ideas are still very instructive at e3, just to try to just either bring the king up so you get a check, or for this pawn to move out the way, because that pawn were gone, you would have rook h1. And that motif is going to be important in this endgame. And Ding, he's still thinking. He's trying to make sure he doesn't make mistakes down in those endgames.
And we still didn't find out why king e2 loses. Because it wasn't f5. Was it f6, h5, f5, and then the king can run to g5? Should be kind of funny.
It's that same idea. So we've learned a lot from just a trial and error here. The pawn should remain on h4 in many of these positions, because as soon as it goes up to h5, it can be attacked.
I think after f6, white really needs to play h5, because otherwise king g6, h5 comes, and
Yes.
and once the king escapes, right now it's in a, I mean, it can't advance further because the rook on a6. But after f6, if black gets king g6, king h5, then the h1 is likely to fall. So can we put that on the analysis board? Just out of curiosity, because it is kind of relevant.
So what move? So white plays king g2 or something?
Yeah, all this stuff up to king e2. Or no, not f6, but yeah, let's say rook to a1 to start king to f3, a4, king f3. Well, no, yeah, a2 and king e2. And so f6. Yeah, and if h5, then f5. And now if checks, then the king escapes to g5.
Oh, brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. So instead he goes king g3, but that was a question. See, this is where the question mark feels harsh, because the eval bar went from 0.1 to 0.9, which means theoretically this position should still be a draw, but it must allow black some option. Actually, the question mark went away. So bye-bye question mark. It seems like white is still holding on here.
Isn't the computer just just low depth and then it starts to adjust?
It could be part of it, but it still says 0.9.
Maybe it's seen this position where black takes pawn e4 in the long run and views it as 0.9. I guess it depends a lot on the strength of the engine. Also, if the engine has table bases integrated. And
can I just say, all these lines that you guys have been looking at and what looks like an easy hold, and what we've been saying, we've been talking about this, right? b6, and that's it. The game ends in a draw. I am just gobsmacked and quite amazed with actually how much accuracy still might be required in those critical moments from Ding. Not right now. He can shuffle around with the king. We're not making that wrong pawn push, and the difference between f3, difference between having that h pawn on the 4th rank or the 5th rank. And to me, it still looks like there's work to be done by Ding. It's not as simple at all as it meets the eye. Black still has got these trumps, these ideas of attacking the e4 pawn, the trade at the right time between the a and the e pawn, this f5 tactic that you were mentioning, opening up if white's king is the wrong place, black's king perhaps advancing up the board or all the way around, targeting white's rook on the queen side. We might see a king march. This is far from over right now.
Yeah, I think we were pretty hasty in our judgment to label this as a draw. It's still a lot of work to be done. I'm wondering, did the engine want to play h5 instead of king g3? I think that's probably the only explanation for why it didn't like king g3. Maybe it thinks that black benefits from playing h5 here. Could be the case.
He goes for it.
Jan
h5
seems to
on
agree.
the board.
But
Right?
I think
a committal decision.
Yeah,
Robert?
but I think Ding feels confident that he can hold this. Like, he's just going to move his rook back for now. I think he's going to play like rook b6. At some point, he can throw in rook b5 if he wants to aim at this e5 pawn. So if black does play a4, this rook comes to a5, and you're going to force a move like f6 at some point or another. And we talked about variations just like this. It's actually good that the white pawn remains on h4 if this pawn does in fact get to a2. It was losing with the pawn h5. It was still a draw with the pawn on h4. So maybe Ding has seen all the way through it. He spent a lot of time calculating the last couple moves. So if he sees the end of the line, he visualizes it that he needs to keep his pawn on h4. I don't think king g3 was a problematic choice. He's just going to continue shuffling, and now Jan has to prove that he can create some difficulties for Ding.
And Ding has to continue to be accurate in this endgame. The difference is massive. One inaccuracy could lead to big trouble. And Fabi, you were going to say something, and I just want to finish by saying that after h5, the points that you were making, that if black was to trade the a pawn, he should go for the e4 pawn and not the h pawn in certain positions. And that came so naturally to you, which pawn to be traded for. And that is if you visualize black's pawn come all the way down to a2, if all of that happens, black decides to move the rook away. Do you pick up the e4 pawn? Do you pick up the h4 pawn? And you immediately said the e pawn. For a lot of us, that might not be so obvious. Can you explain that a little bit?
Well, it's not obvious to me either, but it just feels like the central pawns have some possibility to advance and to create some problems. And 2 against 1, like e against e pawns, again, e and f pawns against f pawn is a pretty simple draw. But with the presence of h pawns and white's h pawn being a little bit weak, it gives some chances, some practical chances, because I think that it is most likely a draw. But I mean, you kind of assume that it's a draw with the black pieces, and you look for like some way to cause some problems, and maybe one day, eventually, you get some chances. It's a slow process to try to win positions like this. But yeah, this was not. It wasn't obvious to us, yeah, if it was a better chance with the pawn h6 or h5 for black. Jan decided better chances with the pawn h5, which is certainly possible. But okay, he can't get the king active yet, right? Because he'll lose his h pawn. So he's probably going to push the pawn. I mean, you might as well play a4 immediately. What's the downside?
Maybe that it gives the a5 square to the rook.
Is that a downside though? After f6, rook a7, king g6, the king. Yeah, maybe that's why the king gets stuck on g6.
Oh, that's actually definitely worth showing, because Fabi's making this point that after f6, rook check, king g6, there's no room for the king. So the white king can just go back and forth, and this should be a draw.
And Jan starts with rook a1.
We would see that moment where black plays a2, and then I think white could play f3 in that specific situation. So this f3 is sometimes a draw, but with the pawn on h6, it was losing for white. This was kind of an interesting distinction. Not at all clear cut, I think, that that black was winning just because you provoked the pawn to h5 and then you go all the way around, Robert, as you showed in the analysis earlier. Black's king takes that like 12 move route around the board to get to g5. So yeah. Rook a1 he plays first, okay, that makes sense. King g2 looks logical to stop any potential checks on g1.
Can we start also with rook e8 and force you to play f6? Because if king f6, we have rook h8. So we're just trying to go after your pawns.
Would you be able to take that pawn?
Which
you would, right? You're back in time. No, I was just thinking rook e8, king f6, rook h8, a4, but you can take on h5 and you do get back just in time.
Yeah, just to show that you can take, because after a3, you have this check, and you bring your rook behind the pass pawn where it needs to be. That's essential, because if you start to play rook h8, you'll see the eval bar go all the way down, because a2, rook 8, it looks like we're behind the pawn. The rook, unfortunately, can successfully move with check, and the pawn promotes. That's why this king was needed on g2. There would be no rook g1 if that king were back there. So that's why throwing in this check to get that tempo-saving idea, that is essential in this kind of position. So,
does that mean that rook e8 is already trying to force a draw? Because rook e8, f6, rook e7, if you put your king on g6, it looked like that was sort of, you can't even get you can't even get 3 against 2, because your king is cut off there, and you can play f3 at some moment. So after rook e8, does black have a way to try to get 3 against 2?
Great question. So what Fabi's saying is, can black essentially give up this a pawn and win this e pawn? So these 2 pawns come off the board, or these 2 pawns come off the board. But that's what the scenario at this point, that's what's going to be best for black. Because if you put this pawn down a2 and Ding's king sits on g2, yes, you may win this e pawn, but that's essentially what we're getting at. It's the best that you can get.
And if Jan wants to continue in that position, if Ding was to go for this attack on e5, well, f6 makes a lot of sense if you don't want an immediate repetition, because king f6, as you were pointing out, white has got the option to start pursuing the h5 pawn. After f6 in those positions, you give a check, and we've been looking at lines where black gets the king cut off with moving the king to g6. Where can black start chasing white's rook? Go king f8, it's an ugly move, but I don't know if you have the time to now pick up the h5 pawn with rook h7 and then just try to continue with the a pawn, king f8. Would that be an option to keep the game going?
think so, because you can't take the pawn because the rook gets kind of temporarily trapped. King to g7 there. So you
That's a nice point.
in that position you can't take the pawn. And yes, let's say rook to e8, f6, rook e7, king to f8, rook to h7, a4. Now if you take, I think it's over. King g7, rook f. You can kind of try to get back, rook f5, a3, rook f3, a2, but you're one tempo too slow. Rook to a3, and now there's a check on g1. The king needed to get either back to g2, to h2, or to f3, but on g3 it's exposed. So you can't take the pawn. Not the end of the world, of course, for white, but at least it's... Yeah, you can put the rook on a7. And after a4, king g2, I think it's a good time to get that king back away from where it was vulnerable. Oh, and this is a draw, yeah. And f3 now. F3 now is safe, because the king can't access the h4 pawn.
Right. And this king at some point will have to go this way, kick the rook, go up the board. But even when it goes up the board, you just keep checking it from behind, and it's just not going to allow the king to come in contact with this pawn on a2. And I'm just going to go all the way down here just because it makes sense. The rook can never take this pawn on f6 because then you move the rook and get a queen. So we give it, we go here, check, here. Okay, just quickly.
But it's most accurate at some point to play f3, because to avoid that scenario where black plays rook e1 and gets 3 against 2. So like, I would, if I were playing with white pieces, I would try to play f3, or I think I would.
That makes perfect sense. I think it's funny. It's not even necessary. And the major point is that as soon as the king comes in contact with the pawn, you have to. There is no other choice. If you try to wait, this rook moves out the way, and then I'm trying to promote, and my king protects the pawn. So I have to check your king away from the pawn. And as soon as it goes away, I go right back. If your rook moves, thank you very much. If your king starts coming here, I can play f3, as Fabi mentioned. I can also give a check over here, and white's king can just start going back and forth.
And it's also very important that they don't play rook 3 against rook 2, because then we're talking about this endgame for another 3 hours.
That's just selfish.
Well, look, I love to talk about chess, but rook 3 against rook 2 is not the most enthralling type of position to talk about.
Well, there are still a lot of subtleties in this position and a lot of things that Ding needs to be careful about. So it's good that he is taking his time. He has slowed down, and definitely these are the dangers that he's looking at different ideas in which black can try to create something with that a passer. And it's a big moment as well, either today or tomorrow, most likely tomorrow, with the way that we're seeing. We are headed towards a playoff if Ding does hold this position. We will have the first champion not named Magnus in 10 years tomorrow if this goes into playoffs. And that would mean so much to these players being either Jan Nepomniachtchi or Ding Liren as world champion. For Ding, the first from China. He is such a superstar. He'll be the first player from China to ever become the classical full world champion. And Fabi, I want to ask you a little bit about that, because we see here, in fact, you in 2018 played the match against Magnus. He's been reigning since 2013, winning the match. It was in India, in Chennai, against Oishi Anand, and then winning again in 2014. And he has been dominating the chess world since then. Fabi, when you played that match in 2018, you were the second American after Bobby Fischer to fight for the World Championship crown. In this one, the first Chinese player ever to fight for the World Championship crown. What does that mean as a player to bring your country to that point? How much responsibility comes with great power?
In the 90s, Gadakamsky did play a match against Karpov, and I think sometimes it's omitted from these things because it's at the time when the chess world was the World Championship cycle was fractured in some ways, and there was 2 different cycles, but still, I guess it was technically a World Championship, and yeah, I guess I played the only unified World Championship since '72, since Fischer abdicated in 75. Uh, I mean, for me, like, of course, I wanted very much to bring the title to the U.S., but it's still more of a personal struggle. And, you know, it was, yeah, the way I see it is still chess is very much an individual sport. And although the country is definitely there um, to be kind of bolstered up if you win, if you lose, then it's not quite the same, right? So yeah, it's I don't know how other people feel. Like maybe for Ding, it's also very much a matter of nationalistic pride. But for me, it's still more of like an individual thing.
Hmm. Wow. And that was an amazing World Championship match. This is an amazing World Championship match. And I know, Robert, we touched upon this briefly. Of course, that Magnus decided to not defend his title. And it's given the chance to Jan and to Ding to fight for the crown. I want to ask you, and Fabi, you as well. I have a feeling that we will see Magnus back in the cycle. We will perhaps see him fight one more time for the World Championship match when he feels more motivated, when he finds it a bit more challenging for himself. Robert, what do you think? What are the chances of Magnus actually uh, coming back and fighting for the World Championship one more time? And I would like Fabi as well to answer this.
My answer is that even after this match concludes and Jan or Ding wins, Magnus already is a world champion. He's won the World Rapid Championship. He's the reigning World Blitz champion. And I think for Magnus, that's enough, clearly, because he didn't play in this. And yeah, that's really my take on it.
I tend to agree. Yeah, that um, unless we see a very dramatic format change, that Magnus will have no interest in playing 14 rounds of candidates to potentially qualify for 14 rounds of a match that he already said no to, uh, with one of the players that he would have said no to anyway. So unless something very drastic changes, and the other thing is that it's not a guarantee for Magnus to win the candidates. I don't know what his odds would be to win the candidates. I'm sure the bookmakers would put him at like 65% or somewhere around there. But considering it's a tournament of 8 players and every player has a certain statistical possibility of winning the candidates, then even if you're the best player, that doesn't mean that you're guaranteed to win a single tournament. And certainly, it wouldn't be very pleasant for him to bow out of a match, try to qualify again, and then it doesn't work out. But I think for him, he would definitely give it a good shot if there was like a very drastic change, like if it was some sort of format change which included classical, rapid, and blitz, and wasn't as maybe as long. I don't know exactly what his requests were when he had this meeting with FIDE to discuss changes in format, but I think it's something around that, right, where he wanted some more faster time controls and a mix of different types of chess, not just classical. If that happened, then maybe he would try to qualify again. And if it doesn't happen, then I'm sure he'll be content to play all the other tournaments in the world. I mean, there's a lot of chess. It's not just the World Championship cycle, although the World Championship cycle is very important and a huge goal for pretty much everyone in the world, right? To potentially become world champion, to go through this long, grueling process, which involves not just the candidates, but also the World Cup, the Grand Swiss, all the other potential avenues to qualification. But from Magnus's point of view, yeah, I agree with Robert. I don't see him playing the old traditional format anymore.
Or whether the classical World Championship format will change or not. Hard to say anything right now, but one thing's for sure that not for sure, but most likely, we will see a faster time control in this format as these two players look like they're heading for a draw, but it's not over. Ding Liren still has some problems to be solved, and one can feel it that he himself is also figuring all these subtleties out. He's been in a 12-minute think already, and not as easy as it appeared in the beginning after that brilliant move b6. There's still work left to be done for Ding. And what we were just talking about Magnus perhaps coming back and fighting for the World Championship match, I was trying to think that we've had 16 world champions, FIDE world champions so far. This will be the 17th world champion. And I'm looking back, and the only player who comes to my mind as someone who has, well, lost out on a world championship and then come back and become a world champion again, there's only one name that comes to my mind. And that is way back. That is Mikhail Botvinnik. It, it just shows how difficult it is to actually come back, relinquish a title, come back and win it. And for Botvinnik as well, he was seeded into the rematch for the World Championship. And what you're mentioning, Fabi, the whole cycle of making it to the candidates, of winning the candidates, of firstly booking that spot to fight for this match is an extremely difficult journey. And for both these players, they're fully aware of it. They've been doing it for such a greater part of their life that this is their one chance. And whether they'll be here again or not, they don't know. Nobody knows. Well, at least they won't be here for a long time.
Well, that you ended that on a pretty morbid note. I was like, oh no, they won't be here. But it's true. I mean, the opportunity to make even at the candidates tournament itself. Think about how many people did not take part in Madrid 2022. You can name some of the best players in the world, like Levon Aronian and Wesley So, and the list goes on. They were not playing in the candidates, Anish Giri. So I think that it's really difficult to make it there. And so the players just who get to the candidates, that's a tremendous achievement. And if you make it once, you still may never make it again. And if you make a world championship, it is unlikely, just because only 2 people play in a world championship, that you'll make it again. And you mentioned Botvinnik. There, of course, was Alexander Alyekin as well, who lost to Max Ewa and then won the rematch. But it doesn't happen very often. So I think the rematch is part of it. In those older days, you'd lose a title and you'd immediately get the rematch opportunity if you had been the world champion before. So that's not happening this time around. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, he has a new opponent in Ding Liren. Jan was amazing in the candidates, in both the 2020/2021 candidates and in the 2022 candidates. Unbelievable stuff from him. I mean, his performance was just unreal. He started out for the blistering pace and he didn't let go. He just kept on playing his great chess. And I think we are going to see rapid time controls tomorrow. I think that the players at this point, Ding is making sure he won't make a mistake, but it's very likely he will not make a mistake and make it to the tie breaks, the rapid tomorrow. And yeah, just the conversation about Magnus, I think it's tough because it really is impossible to ignore that the world champion didn't want to play. The best player in the world isn't going to be the world champion. Fabi mentioned there's history, there's precedent that other people have done this before, but it does feel different this time, especially for the reasons that he's not playing, where he's just like, I'm kind of bored and fed up of this. Let's make it quicker because engines and preparation, it's just a totally different landscape than it was when Kasparov decided to break away from FIDE, for example.
Yeah, and as you were mentioning for Magnus, Robert, that he is still the Rapid World Champion, the Blitz World Champion. And for him, as long as the format remains as it is, there is little incentive to fight again for the World Championship match. And I know we spoke about this earlier, but there's such a big conversation about the Classical World Championship being decided in a rapid playoff. And you got Hikaru in chat with us, and he brings this up one more time, that the big question here, though, with another match being decided by rapid chess and not classical, looking back, we saw that happen in 2018. We saw that happen in 2016, in 2012, and the 2006 match, I want to say.
2006,
with
yeah.
2006 match. So it's, in recent history, 5 matches that have gone into playoffs. And is it more also about the fact that, well, if you're the Classical World Champion, you have to be ready to be the best in all formats? Is that an argument for this, for the playoff deciding a Classical World Champion, for Rapid deciding a Classical World Champion? If you want to be crowned the king of chess, you have to be ready to be the best in all time controls.
Yeah, I think so, definitely. We already have so many different types of world championships, though. We have the Rapid and Blitz World Championships. We have the Chess 960 Fisher Random World Championship. I don't think there's another good way to resolve a Classical World Championship besides with a rapid playoff. The old system, which I think the last time it was ever used was in 2004, was that the champion has the privilege that if it's a tie, then the world champion retains their title. I don't know how that would work in this instance when neither of the players is currently world champion playing the match. I saw a funny tweet where they said that Magnus would retain his title if that was the case, which would be kind of ridiculous. But in 2004, Kramnik and Leko were playing. Leko was a challenger, Kramnik was the world champion, and the match was tied after 14 rounds. And Kramnik remained world champion, which to me also feels like it doesn't feel like the best way to decide a contest, right? A tie, there's no winner, but there's a winner. It doesn't really make logical sense to me. I've seen like a suggestion that the challenger has an extra white, but the champion keeps the kind of match tie odds. But still, it's too much privilege because an extra white is not as valuable as the extra point of the match. So deciding it in rapid makes sense, or potentially in blitz. I mean, that doesn't change the fact that classical chess still holds a major part of the match, right? It's still mostly a classical match. And if it doesn't get decided in classical, what other solution do you have? And yeah, it's best to have the world champion as the best player who shows their dominance in most formats. Maybe not in all, but in most formats. So I think a valid system would be to have some sort of like unified tour, and it encompasses all the results over the course of a year. So you can say the best player is the player over this year. So you don't have a situation where someone basically wins one event and they're declared champion, but it doesn't reflect all the other events throughout the course of the year, right? So you might have some sort of disparity between overall results and the results of the event that's given the most importance by the cycle. Which, I mean, I don't know if there's like any perfect solution or system, but that would make a lot of sense to me.
And I think one thing the chess world really needs is more open events, because I like the mix of time controls. I think it's a worthy discussion, but round robins, I don't like them. I think that they're bad for spectator value. I think they're bad because oftentimes it's just invites only. And there is a place for them. Like Tata Steel is an amazing event. They're private organizers who have been doing this for a long time. But when it comes to qualification for World Championship, we should definitely have an open system where anyone has a chance at that world title. I think that's definitely something that is good for the game, is giving everyone an opportunity to make it.
And the prerequisite for sports is to have a winner, right? That is what it's all about, to have one player who beats the other and emerges as champion. And very often in this conversation about different time formats of the Classical World Championship, often getting decided in these faster time controls, the importance of these faster time controls, I tend to equate it a lot with football, what we see in football, when there is a 90-minute game, a normal time format, and then we often have the extra time where of course the time for comeback is less, the pressure is higher, the tension's higher, and if the game remains undecided, well, to decide the winner on that day, we see penalty shootouts, which in my head I would equate to something like an Armageddon, that no matter what, that is the end, that is the end line. Or in this case, it might be the blitz, where whoever wins, whoever gets that penalty kick in and the other one misses, you've got a winner. Because at the end of the day, that's what it's about. That's what sports is about. You have to have a winner. And it does make a lot of sense that once the players, and well, this match, we saw that happen, have fought it out in the classical format in 14 games. It used to be 12 before the Jan Magnus match in 2021. It was a best of 12 for a long time. Once they fought it out in classical, the time is running out, you move on to another quicker format, and then you go on to shorter time controls. And if you have to be the world champion, then you have to beat your opponent in each of these formats, or at least be ready to play them and to win it in that case.
Ding is still thinking. I mean, I feel like we've had many different discussions. Hikaru's been joining the chat. We've been having a good time. Oh, and as soon as I say that, Ding, he makes his move. But he's being careful. One of the featured Hikaru chats, there were multiple, was that this type of position, it is exactly the type of position that Magnus wins so often. positions that most people just chalk up. It's over. It's a draw. He continues playing. So Ding is trying to be careful here. He's not sure whether or not his F pawn can move forward. When's the right time for that? Especially with the pawn on A5 and not down on A2. There are differences when this pawn is on A3, that if this king were able to get up here, then it could slide in front of the pawn. That's actually a very important distinction. So there's just all these nuances in these endgames that need to be taken into account. And Ding, he spent a lot of time. He's now down to 19 minutes. He's only, he's fine on the clock because the next time control will be reached. But yeah, Ding really was careful there.
That's a good point, Robert, that you make, because black has got these two plans, right? You can either march down the board with the A pawn all the way down to A2 and then trade it off for either the A pawn or the H pawn, lines that we were looking at. But the other thematic idea in these rook pawn endings is to actually just get the pawn up until A3 and keep that A2 square open for your own king to assist in the pawn promotion. Because once that pawn moves all the way down to A2, you can never really get the king all the way up because white starts checking from the 8th rank and you don't have a good hiding square. But while Yan will think about what way is best for black to proceed, one thing's for sure. White's king belonged on G2. All the lines that we were looking at, the king on G3 would allow a check on G1. It's not the safe square. One thing's certain, that the safe square for White's king is king on G2 and king on H2 in certain positions. Don't bring that too far up on the board, Fabi.
Yeah, I think that it's not a simple position at all. And although we see that it's a draw, it's not at all determined that it always stays easy. So we'll probably see A4 here. I mean, what other move is logical besides A4?
On the board.
And
by Yan.
And as you mentioned, Tanya, we'll see that pawn advance to A3 at some point, but likely it will not go to A2 because once it goes there, black's king will have nowhere to hide. So let's say if we put the pawn on A2 and black's king at some point tries to support that pawn by going to B2, then white's rook starts giving checks. But if it's on A3, the king can hide from checks by going to A2 square, and the pawn will cover. So the king needs the pawn's cover, and for that reason, the pawn should only advance to the A3 square. So is he going to play rook A7 here with check? And if king G6, black will have no way to remove that king. Well, the king won't be able to get active. So the king can go to F8, for example. And if rook to H7, trying to grab that pawn, then after A3, white cannot take the pawn because of king to G7. We mentioned this idea. Black doesn't play A2 because then white's rook is in time. Black plays king G7 first. The rook is trapped and it gets back too slowly via F5, A2, rook F3, and black's rook moves and promotes the pawn next move. So white can't wait forever because if black is given, I mean, it actually is like legitimately 12 moves or so that black's needs, but if black is given all those moves, then the king eventually will be able to support the pawn and it will lead to a promotion of the pawn. So white has to do something. One of the things you could do is black plays pawn to A3, white waits until black's king goes to E7, and white plays rook to A6. For example, rook A6 here. I mean, I think that it would be easier to demonstrate if black's... Actually, black's pawn won't even get to A3, but okay, yeah, let's say king to E7, rook to A7, king D6, and you keep giving checks. And after king C5, rook F6. Is this already losing for white?
Apparently.
After A3, rook to A6, it's already... And we see that it's not a simple endgame at all. But yeah, king, I guess, to B4, and rook to B6, and king goes to A2. And white has to chase the e-pawn, but like rook to B5, rook B1, rook E5. This is, and rook to B4, yeah? This is how you win?
Looks like it, because what white needs to do is play a move like F3, but then when the king comes out, if you play rook A5, black even has this move rook A4. So if you don't take on A2 right away, and let's say you make some kind of E5 move, I think rook A4 gets the job done in the cleanest fashion, because that way, if you take, I'm queening first before your pawn gets to the other side, and yeah, if you go check, I can just move my king over, and you cannot stop me from promoting. These endgames, I mean, there's so much to them, and I think initially our intuition collectively was like, yeah, it's just a draw. We know it should be. The eval bar is also making us think that way, but it is true that if white allows that black king all the way over here, it could be a problem. So I think the rook will like keep the king cut off until that pawn ventures all the way forward.
I think it can stay on a6, right? And white can wait king h2, king g2 with the rook on a6. And black's king, if it goes to d7, will lose the f6 pawn, but without, yeah, let's say rook a6, king e7, and now king to h2. Or king to f3, yeah. a3 and king to g2. And if the king goes to d7, now rook f6, the king is a few tempi behind schedule compared to when it's on c5. Yeah, here a2, rook a6 is immediate draw, and if king c7, black's king can try to get in regardless, but it's much slower. And for example, rook to e6 here, I think, and king to b7, we can take on e5. The king is no longer on b4, where it was super active. On b7, it takes way too much time to get into the game. So this looks... Black can get 3 against 2. Black can play rook e1 at some moment and get rid of that e4 pawn. I mean, you would have to first advance to a3 and then at some point play rook d1.
Right, we were talking about this where black steals e4, white takes the a pawn. It's 3-on-2 on the same side of the board. That should be a draw, and I think Jan is fully aware that that one is an easier defense for Ding. And Ding, he's just trying to be careful because we just went through a line where if you keep checking and invite that king forward, it could be a problem. And something to note is that when this rook is on a6, so just one last thing here, that simultaneously, black wants to keep the pawn on a3 so the king can sneak in, like we saw in a variation, but it also wants to be on a2 so that when you go king to d7, there's no rook takes f6. So it's like the Schrodinger's a pawn. Like, is it on a3? Is it on a2? We're playing quantum chess over here, and you want it on both squares depending on the situation. So it's just not possible. That's not how chess works. And I know Paul Rudd played that game, but not here, not today.
We're also playing quantum time control. Is time a factor? Is it not a factor? We do see Ding with just 13 and a half minutes now on the clock. Still 9 moves to be made. And there are subtleties that he has to watch out for. Rook a6, a nice spot for the rook, making sure that Jan doesn't have the time, as you're pointing out, to march with the king towards white's rook and his own a pawn to assist it with queening. And it looks like it might be the only plan for white to make sure the troubles don't increase. Maybe you have to play rook a6 now. Maybe you can give a check and then go rook a6. But that's the right spot for Ding's rook. It has to be on a6 to create the counterplay. Otherwise, it's so much easier for Jan to continue blitzing out the moves. His idea is pretty clear. He wants to march down with the king. And we see, well, the first non-committal move, king to f3. So the rook is still on a5. King f3 played. Jan can either come with the king to f7 or make the move a3 before it advances anymore. Once the pawn gets to a3, we're not expecting it to go to a2 because that would just kill black's chances.
Yeah. White is waiting. I think Ding has probably decided on a setup, and it may be that rook a6 setup. So let's say we can include a3, king g2. At some point they'll be played. It might not be immediately, it might be king f7 first, but I don't see why black would benefit from waiting with this move. I don't see where else white's king will go besides g2. We already kind of saw what happens if the king goes to e2 in some cases. There's this f5 tactic, Robert, that you pointed out in not this position, but let's say a3, king e2, probably f5 already wins the game in a beautiful fashion. Nope.
Well, if you take...
Oh, no, the pawn has to be on a2, yeah. So, wait, but after a2, how is white... Oh, because a2 you can play king f3, yeah. But let's say we made a move here like rook to a6. Now, still a draw.
Yeah, it's a draw because of all those checks that we saw before. But just to quickly not give the check, the whole point, just to show once again, that we see the rook for Ding just sitting behind the pawn, and that black put the pawn forward, but Ding is going back and forth. That, yeah, there could be a time where this e3 idea would be devastating for white to see.
And
yeah,
Ding
white gives those checks.
does put the rook on a6. So he's confident about his plan. He has found the right way. We've been talking about the Schrodinger's clock here for Ding. Is it a factor? Is it not a factor? We did ask our chat. Will Ding fall under 2 minutes before the next time control, which will be at move 60? There is no 30-second increment. The 30-second increment only happens after move 60. The chat believes 71% says yes, the Ding will fall under 2 minutes. But now that he's shown that he's found the path with Rook A6, I am inclined to believe that the clock will not be a factor.
Yeah, I think he just had to decide on a setup, and 13 minutes. Does he still have 13 minutes? Is an ocean of time, unless the position becomes extraordinarily complicated. But unless Black has a plan after King G2 here, it might not be super difficult for White to hold this. And also, I'm not sure how Black gets 3 against 2. I just realized, like, King G2, Rook E1, King F3, and you have nothing better than going back, right? So it's not even. Maybe Black would be happy to get 3 against 2.
So what you're saying, Fabi, is that the defense that Ding Liren has shown thus far is perfect, because what the major point was is if you can take this pawn for this pawn, that would be the best case scenario for Black, but you won't even get that far, because as soon as this rook goes to E1, the king can just go back to F3. In order to save your pawn, the rook has to go back into the corner, and we're just rinsing and repeating. So I feel like Ding is doing this really well, and I like the way he is spending his time. I know some may be worried that he's going to be in time trouble, he might lose on time, game 7 all over again. It's not like that. He's just trying to make sure that he does not slip, because this is the final classical game of the match. If he makes a mistake and loses this, the match is over, and his chances at the World Championship title are gone, at least for now. So I think that he is doing the right thing, just verifying, triple checking, and 11 minutes to make, at this point, 7 moves. There's plenty of time in the position, because most of his moves will be repeating.
Yeah, he can probably safely go back and forth, and I don't think the time is yet a huge factor, but that's not to say that at some point it won't be.
King F7, Ding a little shifty there. He did take a look at his score sheet, just checking the number of moves left to be made right now. We see him do that again, and we are currently on move number 54 for Ding. So still 7 moves to be played to meet time control to get that 30-second increment, but he has found the most important and the best defensive setup, putting his rook on A6, reaching out, then pulling back, still not making a move. Is Ding looking a little shaky right now, Robert?
I don't think so. I mean, he did that knight b7 to c5, and he put it back on b7, then ultimately made that move. I think he's just verifying, and he's making extra sure that he is going to hold this game. And he did just hover over his king. Then he's like, okay, let's sit on this a little bit more. But yeah, at some point soon, if he keeps thinking for too long, I may start getting worried about his clock. But look what he's done. He brought his king to the center. Fabi, we can get 3-on-2 with rook h1. He's giving up the h pawn, winning the a3 pawn, but this is not the pawn that you wanted. You'll remember, everyone, that Fabi's saying, I want to take off the e4 pawn, not the h4 pawn, if I'm giving up my own passer, because the h pawn, the lone rook pawn, is easy to stop.
I don't know why the king went to e3, but I guess there's no.
Did you see Jan's reaction?
Why is he going to?
What is this?
Why is he going to e3?
Ask Ding. Don't ask me.
We were just talking about Ding finding the optimal setup, right? Rook a6, keep your king on g2, shuffle around between g2, f3, h2, depending on Black's moves. Simple. But Ding has a different approach. He places the king in the center. The point is clear that he wants to keep the e4 pawn and the king connected. He doesn't want to give that up. But it also feels like it's playing with fire. Now, the good news for White is that after rook h1, if you were to pick up the a3 pawn, rook h3 check would lose the rook if not for the move f3. So that still keeps things under control. King e3 played, and Jan thinking now after that surprise look on his face to see White's king march the other way. But we're expecting White to kind of just stay between f3, e3, because it looks like the d file will be too much to get the king on.
You don't want to go to d3. There's a point where the king goes too far, and usually it is the d file. For example, if black played a2 here, which he won't do because it would, we already mentioned why the pawn shouldn't go there, then white's king going to the d file would lose a rook.
Right.
Instead, the king goes to e8. So that king is going somewhere.
It's going somewhere, and white doesn't have the time to actually pick up the f6 pawn, and that's because of Ding's last move, king to e3. If white was to capture the so-called free-looking pawn on f6, then black will indeed push that a pawn to a2, and then once you try to stop it, there will be a check on the e file, and the pawn will queen. So Jan taking advantage of this move by Ding, king to e3. He goes king e8. His idea is clear. He's just marching towards white's king, trying to destabilize it.
Yeah, but after a move like king to f3, white is threatening to take the pawn, so okay, I mean, they're going to make a bunch of moves that are more or less not changing the situation too much. So it's not like king e8 or king e7 changes much, king e3 or king g2. It's clear that Ding doesn't want to play that 3 against 2 with the e pawn. I think that much is clear. But I'm not sure why the king went to e3. I don't know if there was like specific reason for this. Why not g2? And I don't know if he's going to play king f3 back, then king to e7, and we could see some shuffling around for a bit, which probably doesn't change the situation a whole lot.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of the moves here are going to be a repeat of ideas we've seen, but there was this moment, king e8 is setting up a trap. If you take this pawn on f6, you see the eval bar drop, because after a2, you need to stop the pawn, but there's rook e1 check. So that is why Jan went king to e8. He's not giving up his pawn on f6. And here, Ding should probably just put his king back on f3, because then he threatens to win this pawn on f6, because a2 would then be met by rook back, and there's no check on e1 because the king is on f3. So you want to hide behind your pawns. You see Ding playing king to f3. Oh, no, sorry, king to e2, excuse me. But either way, rook takes f6 has now become a threat.
It seems like they think that this king, like, he wants to play king e7, king f3. It seems to be like they think it's some sort of mutual zugzwang in some minor way. And if king to f7, he plays king to e3. So he didn't want to play king to f3 because king to e7. And then I'm not sure why white can't simply play king to g2 there. I wish I could tell you. I wish I knew the secret of why the kings are dancing around in this particular manner, but there is some reason why he played king to e2, so that after king to e7 he can play king to f3.
Yeah, no, it's they're all these moves have been thought out, and I think we're sort of splitting hairs to some extent. That many of these moves will result in a draw as long as you don't let that pawn promote, as long as you don't walk into a skewer, as long as you don't let this black king out running into the open. So I think that Ding, he has everything under control. 55 moves into the game, needs to reach move 60. But with 7 minutes and 42 seconds, he does have plenty of time to get to move 60. It's not a position where he has to frantically search for one way out. He has come up with the drawing mechanism. He knows what he needs to do and just shuffle the king back and forth, f3, e2, maybe even g2, and black's not making progress. So really nice defense from Ding, and you see Jan looking to the side. That's what chess players do. They think with their ear. They're listening to the call of the pieces. Hey, can you get me a win here? The answer is going to be a resounding no, and it means that tomorrow the players will have to return to the chessboard.
That's what it looks like. We are heading closer to that playoff as Ding Liren finds the optimal setup. Well, not the one that we were looking at, but keeps the king in the center. Similar ideas. You want to put that king on f3. You want to keep it defended from the checks so that you are constantly threatening that f6 pawn so that you can pick it up with your rook. And now this has been a marathon game 14, which most likely will head into a draw. Tavi, how do you see this affecting if this was to go into playoffs? The players, they've used so much of their energy, so much of their stamina for this game, and it could have very well had the same results about 2 hours ago when the b6 move was played, when we did enter this rook pawn ending. How do you see fatigue being a factor going into a format that requires so much energy? Rapid.
Yeah, I mean, we could have also ended the game 5 hours ago. There were, at some point, a lot of top players, they found out this secret to chess that if you don't want to play, then there's like this great sequence of moves starting with the Berlin and ending with Queen E4, D4, and Queen E6, D6 in the center. And a lot of us have like used that wisdom to avoid these games where you don't want to play and you go to a tiebreak. Instead, the players decided to give themselves a lot of extra work and a lot more stress as well. Especially Ding. I mean, he was really on the precipice, and I'm sure he was. I mean, he still seems nervous, and I can understand why. He was really on the edge of defeat today. There wasn't really any upside because he didn't have an advantage in this game. He wasn't at any point really playing for a win. He was just kind of suffering throughout the game, kind of balancing between equality and a slight advantage for part of it, and then balancing between losing and a disadvantage between part of it. So I don't know if sometimes it like really frustrates your opponent. I remember I once had this. I played Vugar Gashimov in 2009, who passed away many years ago, but he was one of the best players in the world and one of the most talented players in the world. And in 2009, I mean, he was a heavy favorite, but we drew the first game. And second game, I was completely winning, but he held on in a very long struggle, and this like completely demoralized me for the tiebreaks. This was played in the World Cup, and so the rapid chess the day after, I really felt like I missed a huge chance to win, and it really spoiled my my psychology and everything, and I got destroyed in the rapid playoff. So, of course, I mean, these guys are much more experienced than that. I don't think that Jan will be like super disappointed or anything, but sometimes it frustrates your opponent when you give them that feeling that they're going to win and then snatch it away at the last moment.
Jan with the black pieces has been the one who's been putting the pressure on Ding. With Ding holding his own with the defense, it couldn't have been very pleasant starting with white and having to defend a very long game for the majority part of the game. When you kind of start with the whole aggressive ideas, the move that we saw knight g5, h4 feels like it happened in a different century right now. It feels like it was such a long time ago, but it did backfire, and Jan's the one who had the big edge through most, well, not a very big edge, but who did keep the pressure on for the most part of the game. And Ding still fighting, holding on for that draw to force a playoff. And we've been talking about how much of a factor fatigue will be for these two players after a marathon game having to play a rapid playoff. And Robert, I want to get your thoughts on what Fabi just said. That is it harder to play a long game when you've been on the defense? Will it be more difficult for Ding to go into the rapid? Or for Jan, the frustration of having that pull but it not being enough?
Well, I think the good thing for Jan is he hasn't really been thinking. He's just kind of been moving, and then Ding is the one who's really calculating, making sure that he's not going to blunder, not have an oversight that costs him the game. So Jan's moves have been it's pretty nonchalant. He just goes with it, and I think we should go back. We should revisit the 1984 World Championship that we were discussing earlier today. Is that in that match, yes, Karpov jumped out to a 5-0 lead. It was first a 6 win, so all the draws essentially didn't count. Then Kasparov had 3 wins of his own, and the match was stopped. But if I remember correctly, and reading my great predecessors and the history, that Kasparov wanted the match to continue. It was Karpov who lost something like 22 pounds or 10 kilos. And he's like, this is unhealthy. This is really just bad. So that's why just endurance, physical stamina, just you have to be in shape to go through these kind of matches because they last for a long time. It's not even just the 14 classical games we've seen, plus the tiebreaks tomorrow in Rapid and potentially in Blitz. There was all the preparation. It takes a lot of work to get to this stage. And when you're preparing, you need to be focused. When you're playing training games, you need to be focused. You're not taking time off. And so I think for these players, it may come down to who is that much left in the tank, because I'm sure they're both wiped out completely. After this event, they are playing actually like in 5 days where you're playing, Fabi, in the Grand Chess Tour. I wouldn't be surprised if one of them just happens to not play because they're the new world champion and want to take a break. That does happen. But I think that it comes down to who will be waking up tomorrow as fresh as can be and will have a chance to win in the rapid, because it's not going to be easy. It's going to be at a lightning pace. It's going to be very nerve-wracking. And I don't know how you sleep after this game. It's going, I mean, it's been, what, 5+ hours? It may go on for a while longer. And I think for Jan, yeah, he'll be disappointed. He had some chances. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like his chances, at least maybe from his feelings, that he should ever think that he was completely winning. He was just better. So I don't know if I answered your question or not. I went on a little bit of a ramble. It's been a long show thus far, but I think that these players are probably worn out, and whoever has a little bit more remaining tomorrow should have the upper hand.
It's going to count for a lot, having that little bit extra energy, especially after not just this game, but all the games, all the 14 games, the accumulative toll that the World Championship match has taken on these players, and not just the match itself, but the months preceding the match, the prep that it's taken, the turmoil that they've felt while preparing, coming to decisions. And Fabi, you've been on this stage, so I want to ask you about this. Once you know that you're going to be fighting for the World Championship, once you know that you've made it to that stage, how much of your life starts revolving around this, that single tunnel vision, and what does it take from a player?
Yeah, it's most of the year. And when I qualified in 2018 was devoted to preparation for the match, and that's probably how these players have approached it as well. For Jan, right after he won candidates, for Ding a short while after, when Magnus announced that he wouldn't be playing the match against Jan. So I'm sure that the last many months have been devoted to how can I beat my opponent. The opening preparation, definitely a big. I mean, I don't know how much I can speculate into Ding's approach, because obviously I don't know how like easy it's been for him to travel. We've talked about this in general, or the chess world has, about how he might have been struggling to travel, and we know that with his work with Richard, maybe some of it was virtual, right? Not all was in person. So I don't know how he arranged his camps, like if he was having camps with other people, or if a lot of it was online virtual work. But for Jan, it's probably been pretty standard, camps with the people he's worked with, and this is how Magnus prepared for his matches. This is how I prepared. I think that this is just like the very standard way of doing it. When you have a big event, you invite some people you've been working with, and you have sort of a big in-person training camps where you work on your general chess, your openings, and everything else to try to get in shape, as you mentioned, so you don't, or you can't avoid tiredness, but you mitigate the tiredness as much as you can when you come to these final games. I'm sure that these guys are super tired though, regardless. I mean, 14 games, it's longer than I had to play. We played 12, and longer than anyone has played since 2004. So it's been a while since we've had a 14-game match. Also, they haven't really had easy days, which is, you expect in a World Championship match that you have a few quiet games, and they haven't really had any, have they? I mean, they had the one in round 3. Was there another one that was quiet?
And there's also been emotional drama, not just the strength and the difficulty on the board, but also having to deal with so many twists and turns. And we've seen the players express so much emotion about it, and that takes a toll as well.
Yeah, there's been a lot of emotions connected to wins and losses. I do think we had a few quiet games when Ding was wide in the English with e4, and Jan was well prepared, and that was a relatively quiet. So there's been a few, but for the most part, these guys have been working as hard as you possibly can. Even today, I really thought that Ding would take an easier approach to the game, but he also came like, so much for a fight, right? Knight g5 and h4. That was unexpected, I think, that he would really go so directly for some sort of kind of attack, rather than just play a quiet game with low risk, as you can usually do with the white pieces. Yeah, these guys have certainly given it their all.
They deserve a ton
It
of
really
credit
felt
for it.
like it would be a quick draw or a long decisive game, Robert. But this one was hard to predict, that we will have Ding to go all out, but the tables to turn so quickly that Yan with black will have the edge and push out and try to grind down a pawn up, a rook pawn endgame. But it looks like Ding will be holding this one.
Yeah, he's definitely holding this one, and I echo what Fabi just said. These players deserve a ton of credit because we have seen in previous World Championship matches, I think back to 2016, where Magnus, he was like, I don't really want to play this final game of classical chess. Let's take it to the rapid, where he did beat Karyakin. So some players, they just kind of ship it. They call it a day and say, let's just go to the next day, the rapid tie breaks. But Ding didn't do that. He went knight g5 and h4, and Jan was stable. He wasn't scared just because a knight jumped into his position. He played excellent chess, and they prepared really hard for this match. Magnus did this interview that I saw some reporting on, where he was saying how players are less afraid to take risks, whereas when he was playing the World Championships, he felt like people were shutting it down, playing as solidly as possible. These two have brought their all. They are willing to go all out, trying to score a victory, even if it means that their position is iffy at times. So I think that these players have played an amazing match. We've been extremely entertained. Jan, he's just trying to see if he has any winning chances remaining in this position. Doesn't look like it based on what we've analyzed, but he still hasn't signed the score sheets. He is still trying to find if there's life left, and that really deserves our praise.
I do somewhat disagree. I mean, not fully, but with like what Magnus said. I read it when that article came out. But I remember games. Okay, with the black pieces, of course, like the strategy is generally to shut it down. But I think that would be the general strategy against most top players, that you want to kind of limit the danger with black as much as possible. I I don't think that like Ding's repertoire in this match, the Marshall with the black pieces, or Jan's repertoire, probably connected to some very solid Queen's Gambit decline lines that we never even got a chance to see because Ding was avoiding it. It looks like players keep it very, very solid with black, try to shut it down, and then open up the play a lot with the white pieces. But when I think back to my match against Magnus, it was like 95 Sveshnikovs, basically the most double-edged lines that you can imagine, including some like very anti-positional stuff like b4 that I was playing early on in the opening. I mean, I don't think that this was shying away from. And also, I think back to like Sergei's match. At some point early on in the match with the white pieces, he got a losing position, like on move 12 in an anti-martial. I'm like thinking back to the games with the white pieces against Magnus, and people were not shying away from complications. I don't think they were taking risks, but with the black pieces, it's super common. Yeah, you try to shut down the play a bit. That's just general match strategy, I think.
Makes sense. Yeah. No, I think spot on. Right, you try to win with white and try to hold with black. But then, what has made this match so much more decisive than we typically see in top level play? We see tons of draws, especially with players who are at the same level. Why were there so many victories, especially in the first 7 rounds?
Oh, well, mistakes. Just more mistakes. And that's what Magnus said when I think they were asked that during the last match with Jan. They asked both players, or actually, it's not what Magnus said. That's what Jan said. Last 2 years ago in 2021, a journalist asked both players, "Why are you drawing all your games?" This was before, obviously, Game 6 and the decisive, the bloodbath that we saw after that. But before that, they asked like, why are you drawing all the games, and why was the last match all draws as well? And Jan said, well, yeah, if players aren't making many mistakes, then you see draws. So Jan said it himself. I think that he would probably agree that the amount of decisive games in this match has been due to some serious mistakes at critical moments that both players have made.
Now is no more margin for any critical mistakes in this position. Accuracy is still required a little bit from Ding's end, but it looks like he's found the way. And despite just having about 6 minutes on the clock, it shouldn't be easy. It shouldn't be too hard for him to reach time control currently on move 57. He has made the move king to e3. And the main idea for white in this to hold is simply to make sure that Jan's king cannot march easily towards the queen side, where it starts hitting the white rook and then starts slowly advancing up the board to assist the a pawn for promotion. And how white does that? Simple, keeps the pressure on f6. So once black's king gets one step away, white can grab that pawn, build his own counterplay. So the only important task for Ding is to make sure that the rook remains in contact with the f6 pawn. The white king is at the right spot when black starts marching with his own king, so that there are no ideas of black stepping one step ahead with that black pawn and giving a check to promote. He's been doing that to perfection, and it looks like what we called hours ago, once Ding found that critical b6, we are seeing that being played out. Jan Nepomniachtchi took his chances, smelt that turnaround after the opening, and tried to create everything, but Ding was up to the task of defense. And we did have Ding mention in the press conference in game 13 about the Topalov Anand match, where he alluded to Topalov having the white pieces and losing the final game. So he mentioned having white is an advantage, but can also be a disadvantage. And we have a really interesting, insightful chat by Hikaru. Big shout out. Thanks so much, Hikaru, for joining us in chat. And Hikaru says this is similar to the Topalov Anand, in his opinion, where Ding, like Topalov, thinks he's an underdog in rapid. And just to give some context for that, the final game of that match, Veselin Topalov was white. He was playing with the white pieces and he went all out. He went all out, all in, took too much risk. Anand beat him in that. The risk backfired and Anand was world champion. And now the reason, and Fabi, we were having this conversation earlier, the reason for that was perhaps that Topalov believed that if the match was to go into a playoff, was to go into rapid, he would be a big underdog. He would be a big underdog, so he wanted to really count on his chances in the classical game, which is why he went completely all out and put all his eggs in one basket, which was the final game of that match against Anand with the white pieces. It didn't work out. Would you agree with what Hikaru is saying, that perhaps Ding took this extra risk in the opening, out of the opening, because in his mind, Jan might be the favorite in the rapid?
Well, I think if we compare between the two matches, then Vichy definitely should have been considered a strong favorite in rapid, and we can judge that based on their results and so on. Although, still, even if you're a strong favorite, that doesn't mean that, even if it's like a 65-35, which is huge edge, I mean, still 35% is a pretty good shot, right? But I would actually be curious to hear what Hikaru has to say about this, because what reason would Ding have to feel that he's an underdog against Jan? Like, which results, where did Jan perform better in rapid than Ding, and what results, where did Ding suffer that he would be so unconfident in his rapid abilities? I'm thinking back to when he beat Magnus in the playoff, when he won the Grand Chess Tour, beating Maxime and I think Levon in rapid matches. I'm not seeing him as like a particularly unaccomplished rapid player. Like, so I'm just curious why Hikaru thinks that Ding would consider himself an underdog.
Well, didn't Jan a couple years ago, he tied for first with you, right? Weren't you in that tie?
And where?
In the World Rapid Championship.
Yeah, and he lost to Abdusatarov. Yeah.
Right, so Jan has been, I believe he's been a multi-time silver medalist at the World Rapid Championship. Ding is an amazing rapid player, but I can understand why you look at Jan Nepomniachtchi as a very dangerous opponent in rapid, but we are talking about, and are up there with those guys, the best players in the world. So is there really much separation between them? I think the notion of Vichy Anand being well ahead of Topalov in rapid chess, that was well-founded. I think that has been proven, as you said, throughout their history, and it was a scary proposition for Topalov, so he went all in the classical. But for Jan and Ding, Ding doesn't play that much over the board. As you said, he's had troubles traveling to events, and so we don't know what Ding Liren's capabilities are in rapid at this given moment.
Yeah, we don't know, but from what we've seen, and that's all we can really base it on. Of course, Jan has had. I mean, he got silver medal in 2021 World Championship. I'm sure that we can think also of other uh, instances where he had phenomenal results, but Ding as well has plenty to look back on, to be confident about. So that's why I'm not sure. Like when I think about who I would feel more confident against in a rapid match, I would not feel like Ding is an easier opponent. I certainly wouldn't be like saying, "Oh, between Jan and Ding, give me Ding because he's going to be a much easier player to face." I mean,
Guys, and I think
in,
we're seeing a repetition happen on the board. The players have been juggling around with the king and the rook, Fabi, and I think we might have a result soon.
we might see a repetition indeed.
And
Sorry, go
looks
on,
like
Fabi. I was just thinking that
Oh
rook
no,
a2
it's
on the board.
yeah, it could be a result, which would be very big for the match. It would mean that we have a playoff on our hands. But Jan is getting up from the board, so I don't think we're seeing a repetition just yet. Let's not get too excited about this. So yeah, it might be a repetition, but Jan getting up is definitely a sign that he's still intending to play on a little bit.
Yeah,
this will
energy
be the
doesn't seem to
60th
be a
move.
question for Jan, Robert.
No. He's the one who's ahead right now. He's a pawn to the good, and they're about to reach move 60. So Ding will spend a little bit of time, then get to his 60th move, gain more time on the clock and the increment. But yeah, the king did go to f7, so at least it won't be a repetition just yet. But both players know this will be a draw, and I am trying to wrap my head around. I know Tanya at some point is going to ask me, "Who's your favorite in the rapid?" And I'm going to have to come up with an answer on the spot. I'm not sure. I mean, it's
You
really
still got some time to think about that one, but it is coming. Robert, the question is coming.
yeah. I'm just getting ready for it. So I need to breathe.
King e3, it looks like Ding's breathing just fine. He's making all the right moves. We see the setups being repeated. And now up to Jan Nepomniachtchi. How quickly does he play the rook move back to a1? Or will he want to continue for a bit longer? He can play this game forever. He's got nothing to lose. But there is only so much he can do. It looks like he's done all the possible improvements. Jan's found all the defenses. Fabi, how much longer do you expect this to go?
Well, he can always play a2 and take that h4 pawn. That's the thing. If he really wants to play 3 against 2, he can get the h pawn. There's no way for white to, like if he plays rook a1 and a2, white will keep the king on f3, and black can play rook h1, and white will have to capture, or black will be able to capture that h4 pawn. And we enter another endgame, which is a draw, and probably not a difficult one at all, but still one which is different from the one we currently have. So I don't know if we'll see that. I think when I got 3 against 2 versus Magnus, at some point I got 3 versus 2, and I just I didn't really play it. I just went straight for a draw because I felt like there was no real point in playing 3 against 2. But some people would try to torture their opponent a bit, possibly torture themselves as well, but try to torture their opponent too.
I look at Jan and I feel like he's done. He's done trying, he's done pushing, and he's going to just repeat. But then he makes the move king e7. So he steps out of the repetition. And we look at him on the board, it's kind of hard to imagine that he believes in any real chances in the position. And Ding comes back confidently and quickly makes the move king to f3. And the fact that they get a brand new score sheet, that's because only 60 moves per score sheet. The players have indeed reached time control. Move number 61, which is why we saw Jan change those score sheets. So it looks like it's going to be a long fight right now. Jan's ready to bring in some more moves.
Okay, so is he going to try king d7? I mean, you can play king d7, you sack the pawn and you play rook to b2. That would make sense for why he put the rook on a2, because otherwise there's no reason. Okay, he goes for it. Rook f6, rook b2, rook a6, a2. New endgame. But this one is more exciting. At least something's happening here.
Yeah, no, this is giving up the f pawn, just trying to spring free the rook that's in front of the pawn. We've talked about you don't want your rook in front of the pawn, you'd rather it be behind. But in this case, it will likely be this to the side of the pawn. So Ding Liren has to take the pawn f6, so he will pretty much make his move quickly.
Can't white quickly just engineer f4? Let's say take on f6, rook to b2 will be played. rook to a6, a2 will be played, king g3, king c7, f4, and if rook b3 check, king to g2 back. And once white gets f4 and the king gets active, even if at some point you lose your rook, the active white king along with the pawn will make a draw. So I don't feel like this is a super difficult defensive task after rook a6 here. Maybe we could get that up on analysis board.
Yeah, Nepo leaves the board here, but you're saying that rook a6, just bring the rook behind the pawn, a2, and your idea is just to get this f pawn rolling?
I think because I don't think white can wait forever. I mean, if you allow black's king up, then at some point you'll lose. So you want to at some point do something. So king g3, king c7, and f4. Let's see. Oh, king b7, rook to a4, a5, a4. Let's say.
We did see this rook a6, so the start of what we're talking about.
And it's a decision for Jan, right? He could go a2 or he could give a check on b3 and still keep that a2 square for his king once the king starts advancing towards the a pawn. And he goes for it. So rook b3 check, so still keeping the option of coming up with that king to assist the a pawn. No a2 here. And how much of an idea is that once white falls back with the king c7, king b7, any dangers there, Fabi?
Yeah, definitely. It's actually a pretty interesting try, I think. And yeah, rook b3 was important for sure. A2 was leading to an immediate draw with king g3, but rook b3, the king gets cut off. So where is the king going to go?
If I had no time on the clock in this position, I would just automatically put it on g2. I don't know why. Instinctively, I would go for king g2.
Let's go king g2, king c7. Okay, I have a question which may be stupid, but I'm not afraid to look stupid, as we've seen from some of my suggestions today. After king g2, king c7, can I play f4? Take e5. And I just put the pawn on e6, and then I just wait with my king forever. Or I don't even have to wait with my king. I have king f2 and rook to a4 at some moment. Like rook e3 maybe, or rook to... After rook e3, how are we... Do we wait with white? Just king g2 maybe?
Yep.
King to f6, can black go around?
To where?
King f2, king f5.
But even if
yeah, but this is not fun. You don't want to do this at the end of a long game. King g4. I mean, okay, white draws it. Yeah,
fun. But... yeah, definitely not fun. But this is a theoretically drawn position. So that's just what I wanted to bring up. Like you could bring rook here, and you'll get this pawn. You can play rook
to a8, maybe. I guess is kind of the professional way of doing it, maybe.
Just so he can take and play rook g8 and cut the king off.
Yeah. Okay. No, this one's easy, but overall, it was a difficult task. I mean, white. I mean, great try from Jan. Really, really nice spot there, because white can make a draw, but will have to suffer for it, and black is not taking any risks, as far as we could tell. The important point, I think, is that after king g2, king c7, white cannot pursue that e pawn. Because, for example, rook to a5 would allow king b6, and maybe it's already over. Because rook e5, a2, the pawn is promoting, right?
Yep.
So maybe white really needs to be very concrete. And no, the game is not over. I mean, also, now it's some concrete issues, and Ding will have to spend some time, potential time trouble. I like this f4. I think that he'll probably go for it, though, this f4 idea.
Yeah, just to keep the king, because the black king was trying to be used to win the game. So if you force the king to deal with this pawn, and I guess white can just move the king back and forth. Why do I have to put my pawn on e6?
Exactly. Yeah. You don't put the pawn on e6, so black's king can never go around because it's completely cut off. So you just keep your king g2, f2, and you keep the rook on a6, so the king stays cut off there.
Looks like a hold.
Yeah, this looks much easier than the other one. Okay, this is actually not too difficult. I don't see black's tries in this position.
Yeah, I was going to say, I expect Ding to play like this because he's shown his tendency to play actively in his defense. This whole game, he gave up his g2 pawn. he put his knight to c5, and that's when he sacrificed the pawn. He's played many moves that have been active defense, so f4 falls under that label, and I think it's definitely within his sights.
He's getting ready.
I'm amazed. I'm amazed to just see how tricky Yan has been to create chances from the very start, and even to find this idea in the end game of what we're seeing him play out with rook b2, rook b3 check, the king finding its way to the queen side. This is amazing stuff by Yan. And one has to also remember that no matter how well elementary for these players this hold might be, it's been an over 6 hour game. It's so easy in moments like these to start seeing ghosts, to start having those blind spots. And so many games at the very top level get decided in these moments, which feel like, okay, this should be very close to a draw, but then it just slips simply because fatigue starts to set in. You've been trying to fight this out, and then your opponent comes in with a new idea, a new pressure. It's easy to collapse. And Fabi, yes, Ding is a world class player, but again, he still has work to do to earn this draw.
Yeah, I think that he will find the draw, but at least you make your opponent suffer for it, and you get a small chance. Maybe it's only a 5% chance. Maybe it's something that almost never ever works out, but every once in a while it works out. So that's uh, that's what we found out in modern chess, that the more you push someone, okay, very quickly f4. So he's not at all concerned, and yeah, this looks like it's going to be a confident hold because he doesn't even seem worried at all.
It was the only move, f4. And look, who is it? Alex Gabrielov. Thank you for the featured chat. That is what I was about to say. It was the only move, because otherwise the black king would venture forward to help in this pawn's promotion. So f4 is needed so the black king can't just have all the time in the world. You could kick my rook, sure, I'll move back, and then once you take, I'll push my pawn, and the black king will have to sit in front of the passer, and that means that you will not be able to activate. And this active rook, that is very important. It's been holding down this pawn because it sits behind it. So I think that Ding Liren has played really sturdy defense. He had a shaky position at some point, but since then, since he played b6 and was able to liquidate into a rook and pawn endgame where he was down one pawn, it's been excellent stuff from the Chinese Grandmaster.
He might have seen this idea long in advance because they were shuffling around a lot, so there was plenty of time for him to calculate possibility that at some point black plays king d7, because it seemed like the main active idea for black, and then to maneuver the rook either via a1 or a2 to b1 and to b3. So he definitely might have been on his radar, and that's why he didn't hesitate whatsoever once we got to this moment.
We are in the moment, and Ding, as you mentioned, confidently plays the move f4. He barely took any time for this continuation that we were looking at. Well, the idea revolves around an active defense where Ding sacrifices the f-pawn to create an e-passer, which will force black's king into a tied down defense of the e-pawn not advancing. So if Yan Nepomniachtchi, who is currently thinking, was to capture on f4, we will see Ding advance down the board with that e-pawn. Amazing active defense by Ding. Both these players have played fantastic chess today. They've been incredible. Yan with putting pressure, finding all these, these tricky traps which are easy to fall into, but Ding with resourceful play has kept the balance. Guys, most likely to have a playoff, and I have to say that just seems fair after the kind of game that we've seen today.
Yeah, but let's see. Maybe it's still a tough endgame, and it's not like it's game over. So let's see if black has some chances to press this on. So okay, he should take on f4, right? He's thinking now, but I mean, you can also include king b7 first, I guess, but I don't know if that changes anything at all. So let's just see if black takes immediately. e5, king d7, king. Yeah, I don't like the king going to b7. I don't see how it helps black. So king f2, king e7. You go to g2, right? Let's give a check on g3. And king to rook to h3.
Can I just keep doing this?
Yeah, and after rook h4, we reach the same sort of thing. But king to e6. Okay. I mean, this is a bad version for black, though. That's the issue. Like, you can just start giving checks. Or yeah, you can play rook a5 if you want.
Yeah, but I see your point. The rook is misplaced. The king is just being checks away.
Rook a5, king f6, king f3. I mean, it's not even...
Can't move.
Not even like the fun version where black's rook is on b4 or something. Pawn is on f5, and it's also a draw. But it's not a very pleasant one. I mean, some very strong players have lost this f and h endgame, including was it Kramnik lost to Ronian? I might be getting this wrong. In Vaikenze, I think. I think Aronian lost to Carlsen, maybe? This endgame? So I think that more than one top player has lost this endgame in history. But only when it's like ideal circumstances, not when the rook is so misplaced on h4.
I love this feature chat here. Bored without pieces. Also, great username. That people are freaking out like Ding has never seen a clock before. Like, yeah, he knows how to manage his time. Even if that one game, if you tuned in for that and that's your first time witnessing Ding Liren play chess, you may think, oh, he doesn't know how to deal with time trouble. He's a very experienced grandmaster. He was the #2 player in the world for quite a bit. He dropped to #3, but he's neck and neck with Jan Nepomniachtchi, as you can see in this match. It's all knotted up. This is the 14th and final classical game, and Ding Liren just found the move f4, which was the only move to keep within drawing range. Now, it's not over just yet. There will be some chances for Jan, but it's a great play, great defense from Ding.
Yeah, indeed. And also, I mean, watching some of these and also playing some of these Armageddon matches in the Champions Chess Tour, you know, a lot of players are perfectly happy to accept like 7 minutes and 25 seconds for a full game with no increment. And then when we see Ding 14 minutes in an end game, not at the start of the game, we're getting nervous for him. But I've seen plenty of these games where players play full games with 7 minutes on their clock to know that it's possible to move fast when needed. And yeah, here Ding is not in even the danger of time trouble. I mean, it would still have to go. The game would have to go a long way for that to potentially happen. Not just yet that we should be worried about his time. Also, his moves are simple, right? He's just waiting with his king. There's nothing really to calculate.
And does he put that e-pawn on e6, or he just keeps it there and keeps shuffling with the king?
I think we decided keeping it on e5 is the easiest approach, although putting it on e6 doesn't seem to be bad, but then black's king could try to, shuffle around e7, f6, f5, get active. Right now, the problem with black's position is the king is cut off. If the king goes on b5, for example, probably black just wins. If the king got to b4 and rook to e3, probably black just wins that position, but king on c7, d7, e7 doesn't make enough of an impact on the position. So keeping it cut off, keeping the pawn on e5 is probably the right strategy.
And Fabi, you're the one with the most experience and understanding. You've been on the World Championship stage. You know these players really well. You played them so many times. I want to ask you right now, if you had to guess, what is going on in their mind? Are they already thinking about the playoff? Are they already thinking about that rapid portion? Or is their mind still on the current position, knowing that this is ending soon?
No, I don't think so, because again, they don't know 100% it's a draw. I think Ding is pretty much 100% thinking that he's drawing. And I think Jan, when he went for this king d7, c7, he was looking for it under the right circumstances. And I actually feel like he thought he might be starting to take over. And I don't know if he, he probably just thought f4 is progress, so it's good. Because people, when they look at these endgames, they don't think in terms of draw winning when they're at the board, but they just think in terms of progress or holding. So he probably thought f4 is progress. From his point of view, it was like a good outcome. So he maybe wasn't thinking about the valuation, but he thought like the trend is going well. I'm making progress, while before we were just shuffling around, and obviously that's not the way to win. And he still might think that he's like has good winning chances here. For all we know, it's not at all a simple endgame, and we can't say that we've seen all the details here, because of course there's a lot of things that could potentially be calculated while the engine sees all that. So when we see the bar, it doesn't really tell the story at all. That being said, after rook a4, I really don't see black's next try, especially.
It's not a simple endgame at all. I feel if I was playing any tournament, this rook pawn ending, there are chances of me losing with either color. Anything can happen. Rook pawn endings, they can always be tricky, but it looks like the hardest part has been done. And of course, Ding, Liren, and Jan Nepomniachtchi know their endgames. They hold it confidently. And it was important for Ding to keep that rook on the A file, not take it away from it, because then the A pawn would start advancing down the board. And we see with that rook move to a4, he keeps it under control. Now Ding advancing with his own king towards the e pawn. Taking on f4, that would feel like a scary move. Is that something that is possible? Can Ding start getting greedy about the f pawn? It looks too dangerous to me.
I think it's the wrong trade, right?
Rook takes f4. Why does it look so dangerous?
King d5, right? Don't I just go after your e pawn? This is the exact trade that black does want. If you could trade these two pawns, then the black king would go back around and try to help this a pawn promote.
But wait, after king d5, rook to a4?
So if I just take your pawn here?
And then your king advances in time?
I think so.
Because I mean, you can take the h pawn, right? And white's king ends up getting cut off, I guess. Rook h5, king c3. King b2, and the king is cut off. If white's king was able to advance, then it would be a draw. Yeah, this is over.
If this king were up here, it's a draw, but because the king is so far away, you push, the rook has to go back, and unfortunately, this rook gets here. Tanya recognizes this endgame pretty well, I imagine.
Wow, I'm thinking about which game you're calling out, but I'm guessing it's something from the Olympiad, Robert.
Yeah, no, there was a pretty important game in the final round of a certain Olympiad. And Tanya, why don't you tell the story?
Is it the India versus USA match where I was playing against Anna? I'm guessing that's the only rook pawn ending that comes to mind. That was a dramatic game, and yeah, some good memories for me in that one, Robert. A little painful perhaps for you guys, but I managed to get lucky that day in a rook pawn ending.
Well, you knew that what was the gist of it was just like what we were looking at, where the white king is cut off. So you have a passed pawn, but your king needs to escort it in order to hold against a rook, because then the rook would have to sacrifice for the passed pawn, but not when the king is cut off. The rook wins that showdown. So this is what Ding Liren has to avoid. There's a pawn that's hanging. I know that may be tempting, but the black king slides up to d5, then the e5 pawn is threatened. There still remains this outside passed pawn. So Ding, I actually think that his move rook a4, the eval bar says no problem whatsoever, but it almost feels like a step in the wrong direction, because the black king is about to come up to b5. The rook can slide to e3, and suddenly this a pawn feels very dangerous.
So we play e6 here, right?
Yeah, you can throw that pawn up the board, and
maybe it's even important to do so. Because I was thinking that after e6, if rook to e3, I play e7.
Oh.
And then if your king is forced to go to d7, then I play rook to a7 check. And king to e8, and now your rook will again be tied, and we can shuffle forever. And so this looks like a draw. But if we start with rook to a6 instead of e6, then black's king goes to b5, and that's a disaster. Or not a disaster.
It looks like a disaster. You have to stay in the a file. Any rook move here, the pawn promotes. So
rook a8 and king b4. Or rook to e3 first. Let's say rook to e3 first. So e6.
King b4. This looks scary.
b4. Rook.
You go rook e8?
Oh, you wait like that? Rook e8? No, but then a2.
It's very scary.
Oh, then a2.
I think you check the king a bunch of times, because eventually the king might have to settle in front of the pawn. And then when the king
you go
settles,
from the side. From b6, yeah.
Yeah, but that is a fortunate save. And at first, when you are visualizing it, allowing the king up to a2, it must feel like you're losing this game.
This is a scary one. Yeah, I would think e6 is a more reasonable way to manage this, because after e6, if king to b5, e7, so black is not in time. Actually, king b5 might just lose to rook e. Oh, no, it doesn't lose to rook e4 because rook g3 check. But I was starting to get worried for black, because if a2 e7, Yeah, but you have rook g3, rook g8. This is very important for black. So, but anyway, after king b5, e7 is an easy draw.
Rook takes a3. Very important, everybody, that the rook can be captured, but then the pawn promotes. So it's a distraction tactic, taking advantage of an overloaded piece. And that's why we're using this e-pawn as a decoy. We're going to distract the black rook with it and then try to win that a-pawn. It's close, though.
Yeah, so after e6, does black still have a try here? He can revert to that idea we saw where black plays king to d6, king e7, king f6, which might be kind of... e6, king d6, it could be kind of an annoying try.
Right, you start seeing things like this, and you may think that the black king is coming up to g4. I again, can understand how if you are Ding Liren, you visualize this, and you think that white is lost, because the rook covers the e-pawn, the king comes up, and at best you give black 2 extra pawns. It'll be these 2 pawns with a rook against a rook and a king. He knows that rook h and f versus rook is a draw, but from a distance, that's not what you want.
You're definitely not happy going into that end game, right? You've used up most of your fuel. This is the last bit of it left, and to think that you have to defend an h and an f pawn, it can be something that you want to avoid so badly that you just miss the bus. And maybe that is the only path to a draw, and then you make a mistake and everything is out of hand. And we see Ding there. This is the third and the final time control for the players. There is no more additional time from here. Ding has about 8.5 minutes. But the good news is that this time control comes with a 30-second increment. So every time Ding presses the clock, he gets an additional 30 seconds. But once these positions start coming, it's not going to be super easy for Ding psychologically to hold on to it. I mean, it's going to show immense mental fortitude for him to do that. All these ideas that you're talking about, whether it is the line where white ends up defending against the h or the f passer, or this other idea with the king marching to b5, hitting the rook sliding all the way to e3. Again, it is a draw. We've got the eval bar telling us Ding Liren has no idea what the objective evaluation is. Every move hangs by a thread. There is still accuracy and work to be done by Ding. He is reaching out for a move. We see him there, but still unsure. So much at line, so much at stake here. This is still a lot of tension. And once again, amazing stuff by Yan, creating chances in this endgame.
Yeah, I think that Jan found, especially this last move, king c6, was quite a nice one. Because rather than king b6, the king is kind of dual purpose, going to b5 potentially, or to d5. So that's a very nice find by him. Very good practical try. And I don't think that this is at all guaranteed that Ding will draw this game. He still probably in all likelihood will, but not an easy one. I mean, I think king e6 is manageable to calculate. This whole rook a6 stuff that we were checking seems far from manageable. And rook takes f4 is losing. So white is actually pretty much on a precipice in terms of maybe there's some other moves to draw, but they don't seem immediately evident. So, and I don't think you want to allow king, like let's say you play king f2 here, black plays king d5 and rook a5, king e6. I think here you start to get into serious trouble. So we'll see.
Ding was shaking his head there. As you mentioned, that it's easy to get into trouble with all these lines and all these ideas. Ding looking a little, he knows he's running down on the clock. And at this point, the players are not thinking about the result, right? They're making their move by move. Yan trying to create problems, Ding trying to hold on. It's not about the objective valuation. It's not whether in the end this happens to be a draw or not. It is what is your next move. And Ding, with every passing minute, has less time to make that decision. Now down to 6 minutes on the clock. Robert, are we going to see some crazy time scramble in this one?
There is increment. That's the good news for Ding Liren. But I am starting to get worried. And it's not just about, he's going to freeze, lose on time. That's the Game 7 storyline. But it's not easy anymore. It felt easier from the beginning. We probably take things for granted. We have the evaluation bar off to the side. That always makes life much more easy because you're just like, okay, it's a draw. I know that with certainty. Now you're starting to think, is this king coming up to b5? Is it getting to b4? Am I in time to use my passed pawn to my benefit? This is a situation that I would not want to be in, especially considering where he came from, where he was looking confident, where he was playing great chess. He still played this perfectly. But this could be the critical moment. I mean, e6, allowing this king around as we were talking about, really doesn't look fun. Playing rook a6, allowing the king up the board, also doesn't look very fun. Yeah, this is not good. And if he takes an f4, we saw it, he's going to lose the game.
I don't think he'll take on f4. I do have a feeling that just because other options look bad, that e6 will be played, and he won't be confident that, you know, allowing this king around with king d6, king d7, king f6 is good for white, but he'll need to make a decision because he's just running out of time that he could spend on this move. And the only decisions that...
Oh my gosh. And he reaches out and he does make a move. It's
Oh,
not captures
okay.
on f4. He gives a check on a6. Still everything under control.
Yeah, we said this move was fine, but it was... So the idea is he wants to avoid king d5 because now e6 just draws on the spot, I think. King d5, e6, and there's not much black can do there because e7, e8 distracts the rook and takes a3 pawn. So king b5. So he's saying that after king b5, I'll play rook to a8. You will stop my pawn with rook to e3, but it's not fully stopped because I can play e6. Then black will play king to b4 to avoid e7. And after king b4, rook e3, e6. King b4, otherwise e7, e8, and white will win. The a3 pawn is a critical pawn for black to keep, right? Black can't lose that. And now white gives checks. Check on b8. King moves. I think you could play rook to a8 again if you want. You can also give a check. Or actually, no, giving a check would allow king d5. So you play rook to a8. Now if king d5, e7. So king goes back to b3. Yeah, this is a draw. So king to b3, rook to b8. King goes, let's say, c2. You play rook to a8 again. King to b2. Rook to b8. And finally, black's king will hide on, let's say, a1 or a2. White will play rook to b6 and wait in this position. And probably this is what Ding has seen. And you wait.
It's cutting it close.
It's cutting it really close, yeah.
It's a pawn one square away from promotion. This is the bad thing about a rook pawn, because if you just were able to slide this over a line, the king could escape. But because there's this boundary here, this king has nowhere to go and hide, and that means that pawn cannot promote. So this is really, really cutting it close. It's nerve-wracking stuff. I think everybody is tired at this stage of the match. 68 moves in to this 14th and final classical game, but Ding Liren, having 5 minutes on the clock, he's still holding on, but it's getting closer and closer. He has to find some only moves.
But I think if black doesn't have a way to deviate from this line, then maybe the most difficult part for Ding, like this rook a6 move was an objectively very difficult decision. Maybe the most difficult part is behind him. Because his next moves, they seemed kind of like pretty straightforward, right? I mean, you push your e-pawn. So unless black has some other big tries here, which maybe could be something, but we didn't see it yet, at least, then it might be that the most difficult part of the defense is already achieved. Can we try king b5, rook a8, king c5? Or is that
check
too...
has been given, and we will pull up the analysis board because there are still ideas for Jan to try to push. Before we dive deep into this position, I know this is a conversation that we had at the start of the game about predictions. I'm going to just reset that. And I'm going to throw that question right now. Robert, Fabi, if you had to predict a result of this game 14, what we're seeing, the clock situation, the pressure, the fatigue stepping in, the body language of these two players, I'm asking you to predict a result right now of this game 14. What would it be?
Draw?
Yeah, I'm going to have to go with that too. I think that likelihood, yeah, still draw. I was very curious about this line with king b5, king c5, because if not for this, I don't see tries for black. So, I mean, the answer to your question is really, does black continue to have ways to pose practical problems? So, if he does, then he could have some decent winning chances. If not, unfortunately, for Jan, he might have run out of steam in this position.
Yeah, I think
he's
that
used up all his resources.
I would go rook a6,
chances.
just to make sure that I can push this pawn your king can't get back.
Makes a lot of sense. So rook e3, e6,
Oh.
king.
He went king b5 and rook a7.
Let's start, I think.
Doesn't
like-
change anything apparently, but why is the rook on a7?
Yeah, like you want to stay as far away from the enemy king as possible. That's why we keep putting it on a8. But what is the benefit of being on a7?
Oh, if king c5, e6. Maybe he was avoiding this king c5, e6, king d6, now e7. I think that was actually the point.
Okay, we'll get the same position anyway. The king can come to c5, the one that you were just talking about.
Oh, that's actually true. Yeah. Okay, forget my theory. It was brilliant, but doesn't seem to be reality.
That's
So
all
king
these little
c5.
moves.
I think he'll play king c5. Yeah, he was going for
Very
this idea.
And you guys are still predicting after this mammoth fight, and the players continue to try. Jan Nepomniachtchi continues to try. Ding Liren continues to hold with a solid defense. And you guys predicted, well, draw is still the most likely result. It just looks like Jan has used all his chances, but he's not giving up. So amazing grit and determination by Jan there. And we are being joined by over 185,000 people across all our channels from across the world. This is such a fantastic World Championship match. A big shout out to all of you who are following the action on our coverage. We might have a world champion today. If not, it will be decided tomorrow. But it has been such a huge fight. Many expected a quick draw, a shutdown by White to take it to playoffs. But these two players, they don't know anything about a quick draw. They don't know anything about chess other than fighting it out. And that's exactly what we're witnessing right now. King c5 played. Ding Liren reaches out for the rook, pulls his hand back. Are we expecting him to go ahead with the move rook a6? And Ding confidently has to make a move, but not take too much time. 4 minutes on the clock. Are we expecting rook a6 on the board?
I think
Yeah,
so.
we are, but I don't think there's anything confident about it. Ding looks nervous. He is playing the best moves, but he's dipping below 5 minutes of the clock. He just went back over thanks to the increment. But yeah, this has been a nerve-wracking defense for Ding Liren. And Jan, he's come up with some creative tries, but when it's all said and done, at least in the current position, Ding Liren has just been that good in his defensive tasks. Really impressive stuff by both players because Jan has given him all he can handle, and Ding says, well, not so fast. I'm still within that drawing balance.
So rook e3, e6, king to b4. I think that white needs to wait around here with king to f2. I don't think you can afford to move that rook anywhere.
Yeah, it's a bit of a waiting game, huh?
Yeah, I guess so.
Seeing some nice comments there, featured chat. And, well, this is, look at Ding, look at Jan. Jan he's still working. You can see it. He is hovering over the board like somebody who is hungry for victory. He would love to win the match right here and now. And, well, he is up a pawn. He has been up a pawn for a while. He has the black pieces, but he's a man on a mission. And it just seems like Ding has everything under control, even though at some moments it looked a bit scary. Ding has held his own. He's held his ground, and he is still holding this draw.
Yeah, it seems like he's on the... I mean, for sure he's nervous, right? We can't blame him. Even if it's a draw, even if you know it's a draw, you're still nervous because getting low on time, and obviously it's a sharp endgame. A lot of potential to go wrong. So, yeah. But he seems to be holding it all together. That's how he's played the last few moves. Really, really excellent defense. I think this whole rook to a6 stuff, everything. Well, Jan continues to find some ideas. I don't know what those ideas will be, but he does seem to be finding some little tries here and there, move after move.
Yeah, it's one of these positions where Jan, he should keep trying. If this game ends in a draw, why offer a draw? Just play it out. And so for Ding here, I mean, he really has played impressively. For Jan, well, it's been a good game. He has never been worse. There was maybe that one moment very early on, what feels like a lifetime ago at this stage of the game, 71 moves in. But Fabi, it seems like Jan is exhausting his options. He also might be exhausting his opponent. Do you think that comes into play at all? I know he's just focusing on this game move by move, and I don't want to extrapolate. But who do you think is like, who wants this game to be dragged out? Who's trying to exhaust the other? Or do you think that it's really just neutral and both players are going to be exhausted no matter what?
I think it's potentially a bit more tiring for Ding because he's the one who has more stress riding on it. Jan is not risking, so he knows that he is not going to be losing the match this game. But there is still that chance, rather small, but still the chance there that Ding just loses the entire match in this game, right? He was rather close to it. Even closer earlier. That being said, I think the emotions after the game will be relief for Ding and probably some frustration from Jan because he was close, and if he sees I think he likely will see what the computer says after the game, that he had some very serious chances for that one move when he played e5, and instead he had that rook to b3. Already feels like a lifetime ago, but that will definitely, or at least it might, stick around in his mind for a while. But the good news for Rapid is that I don't think you kind of forget everything else. It's just such a different challenge. Rapid chess, match best of 4, and especially because they have also the challenge of choosing openings, new types of opening ideas, rapid opening ideas that maybe the emotions of all the previous games and all the thoughts about which move I could have played and could I have won this game, could I have drawn that game, maybe all of that will be forgotten tomorrow, assuming that this game heads the way that it seems to be heading, but I won't go out on a limb and predict a draw just yet because you never know, right? Low on time, stranger things have happened. I remember like this recently. There was this bizarre game. Which game was it? Oh yeah, it was Hikaru against Wesley from the American Cup, and it was a crazy game throughout. And like Wesley was winning at some point, but Hikaru drummed up some miraculous counterplay in time trouble, and they were playing on seconds. And at some point, like Hikaru it seemed to be winning. He was up a piece, but then Wesley is defending, and then suddenly they get Rook Knight against Rook basically, and White still has a pawn. And rather than just like, I mean, it seemed like Wesley was just holding a fortress just to draw, and then suddenly he just gives up his rook, and then 2 moves later he resigns. He kind of miscalculated something. Although what it was is hard to say. So once you get low on time, strange things happen. They've happened a million times to me. I can speak from experience how many times I've blundered with low time. So I wouldn't call the result just yet, but Ding does seem to be holding it.
He's got his head in hands right now, but he's definitely thinking there is just no way that he's going to let all this fatigue, all this pressure get to him so close to neutralizing all of this and to head to that playoff. Ding Liren completely focused. He's got only 5 minutes on the clock, but it should be enough for the world number 3 to hold this. But the pressure has been on by Jan. And we've been talking about this potential playoff that's coming up tomorrow. Now, of course, the players are still thinking about the game and the action in front of them. Move by move, Jan putting the pressure, Ding holding on. What about the team of seconds that are there? Is it already time for them, Fabi, to start thinking about opening ideas? And is it something that they work on? Because there is such little recovery time, turnaround time for the players. The game's tomorrow. You've got to get your rest in. You've got to feel completely fresh, which is the biggest task at hand. So is the team of seconds already sort of working on, deciding on what to do once this match reaches the playoffs?
I hope that they've been doing so already. I mean, there's no point in them resting, right? They're there to find ideas, and whatever the result, whatever the way this game may be heading or look to be heading, like it might look like Jan was at some point winning or draw. Still, they have to prepare for the possibility of tie breaks, whether that happens or not. So I assume that they have been spending not only the entirety of the game, the ongoing game, but also the entirety of yesterday and so on, looking for ideas that their guys can use. The difficulty is not in terms of the like the effort you put in. You can put in a lot of effort and find nothing. That's a difficulty. Actually, finding something when there's very often nothing there, or if there is something there, it's very very hidden and very subtle. So searching for opening ideas is a really difficult thing, especially when you're talking about guys like Jan or Ding who are extremely well prepared and have very very few weaknesses in their repertoire. And you know, it's not only because they've been preparing for this match for so many months, but also because generally speaking, for the last like 10 years, they've been professional, or 10 plus years, whatever, professional top level players, and uh, they built up a very good base of opening knowledge, opening ideas, repertoire. So tough to break that down.
I have to say that this is the most chilled I've seen Ding on that World Championship chair. You know, he's usually has his head on the hands. He's usually just a little shaky, reaches out, pulls back. He's been fully focused, but his defense has been absolutely spectacular in this game. And now you can look at him and you know that he knows that he can hold this position. And Jan kind of feels like he's also giving up on the tries that are there. But we are probably going to see this reach a king versus king, or all of the pieces in the pawns being traded off into heading to that draw. As you're saying, Fabi, the teams are already working at the strategy going into rapid, but the effort's not missing. It is coming up with these ideas. But the thing is, right, rapid formats. Yes, it's hard to come up with an idea that actually gives you a little something in classical games because the opponent has enough time to counter it. But in the rapid portion, it's not even about coming up with something incredible or something just groundbreaking. It's about just trying to find a fresh idea where you get a game and you force your opponent to try to think a little bit at the start. You kind of try and get that competitive edge on the clock, which is as big a factor as the position on the board. So it will be just about whether the players are able to put each other into that pressure early on in the game. And of course, it's not the opening phase that will be deciding the match. The players will play out a phenomenal rapid portion of the World Championship, but it's not over yet. We keep saying this. Looks like we're heading to a draw, but the players are still fighting. Jan Nepomniachtchi not letting this go, not letting Ding Liren off the hook anytime soon. Perhaps Rook A6 was the last move played. This has been a fantastic match so far, the game. And I have to say that if Ding had the strategy that he wants to shut this game down, starting with white just really quickly, and knows that he's going into playoffs, that would give him this prep edge, because going into a rest day after game 13, you know that, you know what, I'm not going to really fight it out in game 14. I'm going to prepare, give my time, save my energy for all the playoff games that are coming up. While for Jan, he would not have that edge because Jan would have to try and prepare as much for game 14 as possible. But this game has blown all of that out of the window. There is no prep edge. There is no rest day edge anymore. Both players have played over 6 hours. We're touching 7-hour game time in this final game. Is this the longest World Championship final game that we've seen in recent history?
Well, if you're not counting Game 6 of the 2021 match.
The final game.
Oh, final game. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you might have to go back quite a while. There have been, if we go back in history, there have been a number of decisive final games, including some very dramatic ones. I'm thinking back to Sevilla 1980. So we're going back a long way. Sevilla 1987. Okay, there was an Antipov. Game has been mentioned countless times. I think a very dramatic one was Kramnik Leko, because Kramnik was down a point in 2004 going into the last game. Leko decided not to trust his marshal, but to play a Caro-Kann, and he lost the game. And Kramnik remained world champion because of that game. But in terms of length of game, I think this is up there. Certainly one of the longest that I can remember.
Maybe the longest were when there were adjournments. And so those games would take days at a time. But yeah, you're mentioning World Championship history, and this match, I mean, it really is one for the ages, because we've seen so many decisive games. We've seen a very close match. We see one that's likely to go into rapid tiebreaks. And you mentioned some of the more famous examples, Fabi. I'm also thinking about Korchnoi versus Karpov, when Karpov was up 5-2, and Korchnoi won 3.5 out of 4 games. And then Karpov immediately won that final game to make it 6 wins. It wasn't a best of 24, best of 14 as it is now. It was first to 6 wins, but that was super dramatic, especially with all the tension that was between the two players, and that was a different era geopolitically, but that was a really dramatic experience for the players. So this one, I mean, it really feels tense, even though Ding Liren looks calm. And I just have to say that it looked easy at first. Then Jan said, not so fast, I'm going to make it difficult. And then just when it was looking really difficult, Ding Liren said, what are you talking about? I still got this. So the way that this has been seesawing a bit in terms of how easy or difficult it looked has been really a sight to behold. And now Ding Liren looks kind of bored. He's like, all right, I've done the hard work. I'm going to draw. He can breathe, and that means he will get to play tomorrow. But yeah, Jan is still searching for a chance to make Ding's life difficult one more time.
Yeah, Ding looks pretty sad, but I'm sure he's mostly relieved. He looks a bit like his food order just got delayed. I just told him like your food is going to be half an hour delayed, and he's sitting there kind of sad, you know. He wants his food right now, and instead he's got to wait another half an hour. But yeah, it's I think that his body language kind of tells a story that he knows it's a draw, and that's unless Jan finds a miraculous idea, that's likely where it's going to be headed.
And maybe in some way that food order has been delayed, right, Fabi? Because Ding was perhaps just expecting once he played B6, things have simplified. This will end in a draw in just a couple of moves, but Yan not letting go, making life really difficult. So definitely the dinner for Ding will have to wait on this one. Still fighting it out. And we asked our community, what do you want finally after 7 hours of play? And chat has spoken. They want to see the playoffs. They want to see this go into tie breaks. We've been talking about how this match can affect the players stepping into a very critical and, well, it's inevitable. We will have a world champion tomorrow. A playoff day with rapid games. Fatigue, questions of exhaustion, preparation. Will the players get enough rest? Will they have enough recovery time, turnaround time to actually shift their focus from classical play to rapid play? Will the players come up with new opening ideas to pose problems early on? These are all, well, the downsides of having a marathon and a big game 14. But I want to ask you guys, are there any upsides of a long fight, of having played for so many hours? You know, is there a way that you feel that you're really feeling your flow and your rhythm? One side, putting all these big questions. Ding Liren, absolutely fantastic defense. Is there an upside to a big fight like that going into the playoffs?
Well, I'm just curious, what time is it in Astana now?
It is 9:20.
Okay, I can think of a pretty big upside. If they're like into intermittent fasting, then this game is definitely very, very good for that. Because they might be missing their dinner tonight.
Yeah, well, it looks like they are repeating moves. And a question I had, but I'm now anticipating the result could be any moment now. But something I was thinking about is that a conversation with the team? Like, oh, if I have a chance to press and I'm slightly better, but I know it's a draw, do I play this on forever? What conversations happen behind the scenes? Because that may seem ridiculous, but it's also kind of relevant.
Yeah, it's definitely a relevant thing to consider, but I think it's a personal one. So if I were advising either player in general, I would, yeah, I mean, if you think that you have a good chance to win, then go for it. You should. That's what Jan is for sure thinking, that he's not playing this out for no reason. He's playing it out because he thinks that he has a legitimate shot at winning the game. I mean, if it's like, Rook 2 against Rook 1, I don't think it makes sense to play it out for 2 hours, right? I would say, okay, preserve your energy a bit, but
no
wait,
repetition.
have we seen this position? What?
Not with the king on d7, no?
Oh, yeah, he just went around. So now after king f2, we're going to be waiting around with the king on e7, f7, and so on. We kind of discussed this position, but we didn't really... haven't seen it on the board yet. Yeah.
King d7 played, so Jan's still fighting. He did have the option to repeat and call it a day. That's not Jan Nepomniachtchi. He continues. He says, you know what? You still have to earn that draw. You still have to play this out till the end. This might end in a draw, but it will end in a draw on my terms. Thing plays the move king f2. The right approach here. And now Black's king is stuck on the 7th rank. It's going to be hard for Black's king to step forward. And I think that's the reason why Ding is delaying the e pawn from advancing from e5 to e6. Just doesn't want to give that segue to a Black's king to come around from the king side, from e7, f6, and all these different ideas that we're seeing with the f and the h pawn endgames. We see the players. Might be a repetition now. King comes back to g2. Ding doesn't take any time. No.
You guys are engaging in some real wishful thinking here. Now we're gonna see this one played out. He's gonna at some point take one of those pawns, either the h or the e pawn, and then try to get f and h. Successfully or not remains to be seen, but he'll try to get f and h. And but he might have to try to do it soon because there's not many waiting moves for either side, right? Black can't wait around too much. White is restricted to king f2, g2, and so on. Ding is going to make his moves instantly because there's nothing really to think about, right? Yeah, rook e3, he'll play king f2 instantly, I guess. And
on the board. So you pick up the e5 pawn and you lose the a3 pawn, and Jan says no, he moves the rook to g3. So at least taking away the obvious option for Ding to step with the king to g2. So Ding has to spend a little bit of time coming up with the next move.
But after king e2, what did you achieve?
At some point, he might throw an a2 just to be tricky. Of course, you're not really achieving much. We know the position should be a draw, but if he can get his rook, away from the white king, and look at Ding, he says king f1. I don't even have to worry about some skewers in the second rank.
Yeah, so Black can play rook h3 at any moment, king g2, and take on h4. Take on a3. We've discussed this position where actually after rook h3, king g2, rook h4, you can also play king f3, right? If you really want to. Maybe that's an even easier way. Oh no, but then rook g4. Okay, so rook h3, king g2, rook h4, rook b3. Oh, sorry, rook takes a3, that is. And
right, take me through this again, Fabi.
Rook h3, king to g2, rook takes h4, rook takes a3. Why don't we give a check on g4 for good measure? King, no, don't go up.
I'm just seeing if you're paying attention. Beep. There goes the rook. That
would be a very, very unsatisfying way to end the match for everyone, I think, except for Jan. For king to f2, and now with king e6, I think you can just give that check on a6, and if you take rook a5. So Black is not really in time even to get f and h. But he might try.
Seems very few ways to win this game unless someone blunders a rook, unless Ding allows the passed pawn to run. And one idea that I had mentioned was that if the king had gone this way and you played a2, if you take this pawn, then rook g2 check would win the rook that is behind the king. It would be a skewer. So there are little tricks available. You have to be a bit careful. So for example, if this rook came to h3 and white just made some move like rook a8, you see the evaluation bar go because there's about to be a problem with a2. And if you bring your king over, rook h1, threatening to promote, and the rook comes back. But we do see that the king has just slid up to f2. No blunders in this game, and they're going back and forth.
No, at this stage, it's pretty easy for Ding to make his moves because he only has one piece he's going to be moving, which is his king. That rook on a6 will only ever move again if it's to take the a3 pawn, or on a2 potentially, the a2 pawn. So, yeah, what will Jan try? He'll give it a last shot, but I think this will be whatever he tries will be the last shot. There's not much more. He's exhausted the resources pretty much in this position.
He's used up every single chance, every single idea in the position. He's built every single threat that's possible, and Ding's just countered it. He's held his own. And as you're mentioning, Fabi, that Jan is running out of resources, out of possibilities to try. And we see the move rook e3 played. And this is a position that we've had, so expecting the king to shuffle back to g2 now?
Yeah, g2. It's probably possible to play king f1 as well, but king g2 looks pretty good. And in a recent Title Tuesday, I had a rook endgame, And I don't know why this is not really relevant, except that it was like a rook to pawn sort of situation. And I missed a beautiful stalemate. Basically, my king was on g5, and black had like pawn g6, king g7, and pawn on e4. And so 2 pawns up, but if I had taken on e4, which I completely missed, then rook takes e4 and my king gets stalemated on g5. But it doesn't have much to do with the current position, just sometimes rook endgames are tricky, you know? Sometimes you think that you're losing and then you miss a draw, or you think you're winning, and what I'm basically saying is study rook endgames. Everyone watching.
And there's this traditional saying, right? I've grown up with it, hearing it all around, that all rook pawn endings are draw. And I want to say that this one might end in a draw, but it's far from the truth in my experience. They are so dangerous, rook pawn endings, so easy to lose control. We've been seeing all these tactical ideas. I've been on the receiving end of dead drawn rook pawn endings. Sometimes my opponent makes the mistake. Sometimes, a lot of times, I am the one who messes them up because they're so easy to lose control of. So all rook pawn endings are a draw. I don't believe it. It's not something that is great advice. Definitely agree with Fabi. You need to study your endings. Get that Dvoretsky endgame manual out. Get those pages going. Well, it's clear that if anyone has studied their rook pawn endings, it is these two players. Ding Liren with a confident hold so far, and Jan Nepomniachtchi down to his final resources of trying to create something. King g2 goes into a think. Now it just looks like Jan also knows that there's not much left to play for.
Yeah, I think they're both very good endgame players. I remember Jan winning some very drawish rook endgames. I think Ding in general just calculates super well, so calculation really shines through in these pure sorts of endgames like this. And that's kind of what we saw in the game today, right? Once it was just like a concrete draw, he never made a mistake. It was always within drawing boundaries that Ding kept it in. So, I mean, speaking of Dvoretsky, there was like an entire kind of theme in all in his endgame book called Tragic Comedies, right? It was the theme um, devoted to really strong players making mistakes that turned uh, games decisively in one way or the other. For example, turning winning endgame into a losing endgame with one move. So even the best can make these horrible blunders in endgames that look simple.
Fabi, have you read the endgame manual front to back?
I've gone through it, but I wouldn't say that I remember everything. The thing is that it's very easy to forget your endgames. So even if you've studied endgames a lot, then if you haven't looked at them in a few years, like with openings, you kind of just remember them because they constantly come up in practice, right? If you play e4, you're going to see a lot of, let's say, knight orfs, right? You're always going to be exposed to knight orf, but you might only see a certain rook endgame, like rook f and h, every few years in your practice. So that's why it's much easier for it to be lost in your memory, let's say.
On my end, Robert, I started reading it, and then at some point, I've just never been able to finish it, go beyond a point. And I completely agree with what you say. Even with the basic end games, it's so important to keep repeating the positions, because just there's one move that makes a difference. A rook on a certain spot is winning, a pawn on a certain spot is a draw, and it's always hard to memorize them. So repetition is key there. And finally, we do see a little change, speaking of pawns, in the structure and the position, while Nepo moved with his king towards the white rook. Ding uses that opportunity. Now with the king not coming to e7, he pushes that pawn to e6. And now if Jan will step further back to the 8th rank with the king to d8, Ding will take control of the 7th rank. He will move the rook to a7, controlling the e7 square. And then once again, happy to trade the e with the a pawn.
Yeah, good outcome. This is actually progress for white. Even though white didn't have to make progress, he found a way to do so. So now if king to d8, white will play rook to a7 to avoid that king e7 f6 plan, which doesn't win for black, but makes a bit of progress from black's point of view. So king d8 is met by rook to a7, and if king to b7, white will play rook to a4, followed by e7 next move. Yeah, this is the same position, but black's king is cut off an extra rank, which doesn't help him at all, of course. And yeah, it's really, yeah, now it's like 100% draw. Nothing else is happening in this game. Rook a7 now. Now they might agree soon because this is really hopeless. There's no way to make progress now.
And for Jan, I mean, he just playing it out up a pawn. He still has no reason to accept the draw. He might play till lone kings or until there's some sort of repetition. And this has been a really long game, the longest of the match, Tanya.
In both time and the number of moves as well. We see Rook a7, but we're not expecting it to go on for much longer. We are expecting a draw any moment now, with Jan Nepomniachtchi creating all that he could and burning all the chances that he had, because Ding's solid defense just kept everything together. Now with Jan's king all the way back on the 8th rank, no way to advance further without trading the a pawn for the e pawn. Draw will be handshakes very soon. The two players. What an amazing defense by Ding. And also, once again, incredible play by Jan, creating chances till the very end, not bailing out. And there we see the trades have happened. Rook e6, rook a3, the a pawn has been picked up, and now the f pawn will be targeted. Do not step up with that king to f3, falling into that trap that we were talking about. Of course, that's never going to happen in any universe. King goes to f2, and white's rook will start targeting the black pawns.
Yeah, the rest of this game, I think, will be played quite quickly. There are some tricks that Jan may try to uncork on Ding Liren involving skewers where the king and the rook are on the same rank, so black could get some checks in. But you can see Jan, he knows that this game is going to be a draw, and that is why Ding Liren, he brings his rook up to a5. He doesn't want to be in the same rank as the rook. He's going to try to go king up to f3, rook to f5, win this f4 pawn.
I think we'll see king. Okay. What do you guys think? King against king, or will they end before that? I think king against king.
King versus king. Yeah. It's gonna be that. We're gonna have that. He's gonna pick up the f4 pawn. He's gonna pick up the f4 pawn. Rooks will be traded.
Is he going to blunder his h pawn, or is he going to stalemate his opponent?
He's gonna, and that's it. We've got handshakes, and it's a draw. The final 14th classical game after a marathon 7-hour fight ends peacefully. Big fight, 6 decisive games. The match is level and goes down to the wire. The 2023 World Champion will be decided in speed chess. It will all happen tomorrow. We see the players there. They are analyzing. What a fantastic finish. What a big fight this has been in game 14 and throughout the match. It's a reset. It's not going to be easy for Jan or for Ding Liren to get any sleep tonight. The inevitable does happen tomorrow. Ding and Jan will be back. What a game we've had. One of them tomorrow will be world champion.
I feel like I would run away from the board and then just fall into my bed. Sheer exhaustion would take over. But I'm wondering, Fabi, do you think they want a sense of normalcy? That's why they're analyzing the game, because in a typical tournament, that's what you do with your opponent.
Yeah, I think they're interested in the game, and they're probably curious about their opponent's thoughts. I don't think it's some sort of strategy. They're just curious about some certain lines in the game, because obviously black was pretty close to taking this win. I'm sure that Jan is I mean, I'd be disappointed feeling that I was on the verge of victory and somehow Ding held up throughout this marathon game. And tomorrow, it's anyone's fight.
This is fantastic to see. The two play a 7-hour final game 14. They play the longest game of the match, and here they are sitting and analyzing, discussing, knowing that the World Championship crown is at stake tomorrow. This just shows the kind of love that Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren, the passion that they have for the game. And we can see there Jan slightly disappointed. He knew that he had all the chances, but once all the emotions will calm down, he's got a lot to be proud of for making the most of the position, for really pushing Ding to the very edge, and of course for Ding Liren as well, the big upside that he managed to hold his own after a difficult start in the opening. And after what we've just witnessed, it is 7-7, the match is even, seeing just one decisive game which saw the World Championship leveling up in the second half. What a match this has been. What a classical portion of the World Championship this has been. So many back and forth, so many exciting games. Chess world fans from across the world have been emotionally invested, and the drama isn't over. It's reset, and we've got playoffs tomorrow. Guys, it feels like a start of a new match.
Yeah, I wonder how it feels for these guys. I mean, they must be so tired, but yeah, I think the adrenaline will bring them a long way. Like after the match is over, they're going to win or lose, they're going to collapse physically, but the adrenaline really takes you a long way during. Somehow your body knows that you still need to keep on fighting, at least until the last game, and then after that, yeah, it really does hit you pretty heavily, but they'll still have a lot of that nervous energy taking them, propelling them into the games tomorrow.
Well, speaking of adrenaline and fighting, this opening, it feels like forever ago because it was a good old 6+ hours ago that when we saw this opening, the early stages, Bishop D2, that was a wrinkle in this match. And then it really started heating up at this point, where after the exchange on C4, knight came to D7, rook D1, all these moves looked pretty normal. Maybe Bishop E7 was inaccurate and Ding should have played E4. But we saw this move, knight G5. It was given a question mark because it did make White's position worse. E4 would have been 0.4 ahead. Knight G5 was approximately 0.4 behind. But then H6, H4. This was some really fascinating stuff in the early stages.
Yeah, the Ding was really going out for, he was all out for blood in this game. Maybe too much so, maybe a more circumspect approach, or even that E4, which was pretty aggressive, would have been a better shot. But yeah, Jan did not have any problems dealing with this attack. Queen to C7 was played. Bishop dropped back. Rook to D8. And rook C1. And we saw already simplification and a sign that White's initiative had been rebuked.
Yeah, this position with the queens off the board, it felt like we're heading towards a draw, but Bishop B4, that caught Jan by surprise. He kind of gave a side look. He's like, what is going on here? And after Bishop C6, Knight C5, the evaluation bar was going in Black's favor because Black takes a pawn, White moves the rook, and then we get here, and Black returns the pawn, but White's pawn structure is in some danger. So Fabi, it still was about level, but then we get to this critical moment. It was B4 was played, and after Knight D7, Rook to G3, another move that earned a question mark. And here we thought Jan may seize control and win this game.
Yeah, instead of Rook G3, maybe King D2 would have more or less held the balance, although we have to say White is definitely on the back foot. But after Rook to G3, we were thinking, even if G6, what is White's idea? We just couldn't find it. But very quickly, Jan played another logical move, which was to take on C5. We also thought this would be pleasant for Black, and just maybe it wasn't the most accurate way. We saw a capture on G7, King to F8, and Bishop to D3. Rook to D8 was played, a move which now shocked us because we thought White had this remarkable King D2 resource, which would probably just equalize on the spot, more or less. But King to E2, nearly losing the game due to Rook to C3. He gave a check, and he played Rook G3, holding on tactically, but we thought that here, after Rook to B3, White would be on the verge of losing, because the bishop, the rooks, the king in the center, everything's completely tied up, and maybe he would have held, maybe not. We can only speculate at this point. Instead, Jan played E5, which was definitely a mistake. And here, Ding seized a chance to simplify into a rook endgame. Rook to H8, Rook D6, and B6. Brilliant idea. Still, he had to defend this for the next, more or less, 4 hours, but it was the best way to hold the position. Rook B6, Rook E8, King E8 was played. A check on B5, the whole point of B6. And
So
then Rook
nice.
takes C3.
And after this, it was a long struggle, and Jan made Ding's life difficult, but Ding still found his way through to draw this game. But just to show this one more time, because it was that fascinating, around here, when Rook won to G3, Black wants to take this bishop, because if White took back, bishop takes B5, that would be devastation, a pin and a win of this Rook on D3. But that wasn't what was going to happen. After Rook takes D3, White doesn't take back, but you take this bishop, and after King takes, only then do you take the Rook. We have even material in a Rook and Pawn endgame, or in a King and Pawn endgame if the Rooks are traded. So really fascinating tactics. I mean, it was really a nice play, but after E5, this was a big mistake from Jan. And after that, with B6 and Rook takes E8, beautiful tactical awareness, we saw the game end in a draw, despite the efforts of Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Incredible efforts by Jan starting from this position, and we do have the players with their reaction after the final classical game of the World Championship. Let's head over to Astana.
Hello everyone, welcome at the press conference of the final classical game. Today the game has ended in a draw and the score is 7-7. Tomorrow we're gonna have the tiebreaks. About the tiebreaks we will talk later today. So I will go right away to the questions, and my first question is to Jan. Could you take us through the moment when you played e5 in the end game? What was the idea behind this move, and how have you evaluated the chances to convert the endgame into the point?
Good question. I guess e5 is the move which spoils the advantage, because I missed the idea that after rook h8 he can double actually on the back rank, yeah, like play rook g2 g8. This was quite a shocking moment, and yeah, I guess some move like rook b3 instead of e5, and white is just paralyzed. So it would be basically a matter of like quite a simple technique. And then yeah, I just didn't see like how to, like, white has two ideas. Like first is b6. If I move my rook away from the 8th rank, and another idea is rook g2 g8, and surprisingly white cannot pin. Yeah, so yeah, this was quite unlucky. So once I thought like e5 could never spoil anything, yeah, like such an easy move, like fixing the pawn structure and everything. Yeah, but yeah, probably rook b3 with the idea after rook h8 already have this rook to, I don't know, d4 or rook to d6. Yeah, should be easily winning, but yeah.
Thank you. Next question to Ding. The game has started with a solid-looking Nimzo-Indian with bishop d2, but then you unleashed with knight g5 move, a very aggressive move. Was your choice to play more risky today to an attempt to avoid going into tiebreaks?
No, it depends on the position. I thought I may have some I've got small tempos in this position, so I think I have some chance to launch the attack. For example, even g4 I also considered, but I was very optimistic after knight g5. Also, I get a little bit excited when playing this move, but then I realized after queen c7, it's suddenly I have to go to a defense mode. Yeah, that's a turning point of the game, I guess.
In one of the previous press conferences, you promised some interesting ideas for the last rounds. Was knight g5 one of those secret weapons, or you came up with the move during the game?
Yeah, it came during the game, but obviously with this move I'm playing for a win. Mm-hmm. Yeah, at that point, I thought it might be the decisive game, but I'm very lucky. Like last time in World Cups against Aronian, I also defend a very bad endgame against him in the last classical games.
And Jan, you have played the opening phase quite convincingly. Have you anticipated Nimzo-Indian bishop d2 variation? And we have witnessed in cameras the reaction that you had after seeing knight to g5 on the board. What was your first thought when you saw that move?
Actually, I just didn't buy it. Yeah. So it didn't seem like it's gonna work because I never played any like suspicious moves. Yeah, like I'm well developed, and yeah, like if knight g5 and h4 would win every game, then it would be like chess would be much easier for white.
And another moment when you seemed surprised in the cameras was when Ding played bishop to b4. How have you evaluated that position and that endgame?
Well, it was slightly unpleasant for white, but after bishop b4, it seems like if things don't work out too well for white probably is just lost after this move. I mean, it's looked very, very very suspicious. But yeah, I guess thanks to this move rook c4, white is not losing by force, and then I guess knight c5 was an inaccuracy, so maybe knight a5 was the move, but yeah, surprisingly the position is still quite solid. Yeah, but bishop b4 is such a decision, probably indicated that my opponent thinks he's in trouble.
Right. Ding, you have sacrificed the pawn on g2 when the game was heading to the end game. Could you please explain to us what was your reasoning when you made this decision?
Well, first I calculated bishop g3, but he can play, I think, both knight g6 or knight d7 with the idea of knight e5, and it's I guess it's difficult to play for white. Also, I consider f3 to stay passive, but then actually I didn't calculate carefully for the line bishop g2. Yeah, I just sacrifice the pawn with knight c5.
All right. I don't have more chess-related questions. I will go now with the general question, and I'll start with Ding with you. When you're looking back of these 14 games that you have played in the match, which was the most difficult game for you?
The most difficult moment, I think on the 7th game, it's during the time trouble. I suddenly lost in thoughts, and I just couldn't make the make the decisions. Yeah, it's also it's the game afterwards. It's influenced me. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And what about you, Jan? What was the most difficult game out of these 14?
I guess all games were difficult in its own way. So it's like I think I wouldn't specify one.
Okay. How difficult was to prepare? This is the question for both players. How difficult was to prepare for today's game, as it was the last classical game of the match? And have you felt any more pressure compared to the previous games in the match? Ding, we will go first with you.
Yeah, since the situation has changed today, I'm not the one who must win with white pieces, so I can decided to play which opening, and in the end I played this line. I guess it's not so risky, but afterwards it turns out to be very I'm wrong. The preparation is not. Yeah, it's more about mentally.
All right. Thank you. What about you, Jan?
I don't know what to say.
Do you want me to repeat?
Yeah, you can repeat, but I mean, I think I won't anyway, I won't be able to say a lot.
All right. My next two questions to both players, and then I'll give the time to press. Today, one of you could become the world champion. Is this thought cross your mind at any point today in the game? Have you thought that, let me enjoy this moment? Ding, let's go with you first.
Well, only the thought of did not get the world champion comes to my mind at some point.
Right. What about you, Jan?
I guess it's anyway was too early to count chickens.
All right, and my last question is about the tie breaks. So the match is tied 7-7 in the classical portion, and tomorrow we are going to the rapid portion. 4 games, 25 minutes plus 10 seconds. After almost 1 month of playing classical chess, will you find it difficult to adopt the rapid? Ding, let's go first with you.
Well, at least we have one, not 1 day, but half days to rest, to think about the rapid game. Yeah.
All right. What about you, Jan?
Sorry, what?
Is it difficult to adopt after such a long tournament playing classical chess to rapid portion?
We will see.
All right. Thank you for the answers. It has been really long game indeed, and it's now time to go to press.
Здравствуйте, Эльмира Мирзоева, телеканал Матч ТВ. Вопрос Яну Непомнящему. Ян, вообще вот вас удивил сегодня дебютный выбор оппонента, вариант со слон d2, решающая партия. И вот насколько вы вообще думали, что ваш соперник будет готов на себя брать риск, ну вот для того, чтобы выиграть белыми решающую партию?
Ну, любой дебют можно играть.
Jan, the question is to you. Were you surprised by your opening, choosing the bishop d2 in the beginning, and he was going to take a risk and to trying to win? So how can you assess, and were you surprised by it?
Ну, любой дебют можно играть по-разному. Я думаю, что Немцович и 3 слон d2 это очень крепкий вариант. А другое дело, что после конь g5 и h4 белые взяли на себя некие обязательства. Вот. Ну, все равно какая-то получается борьба, так или иначе.
I think any opening is good, but Nemcovich opening and bishop d2 and then knight g5 and h4, I think it was good. It's quite solid, and every player has its own tasks, and it was a good game. I think it was quite solid.
Thank you. Next question, Leoncho.
Leoncho Garcia from El País. My first question is to Jan. As today's game was the last classical one, I guess this is the right moment to ask you about what I consider one of the most important points in the whole match. In several critical positions in different games, you play quickly instead of thinking with more calm. Can you explain why?
That's a good point. Probably I should have spent some more time, but at the moment it seems like normally it seems that I knew what's the correct move, but not every time it was correct.
Thank you. And for Liren, please, you are not among the top 100 in Blitz. I understand that means that you play very few Blitz tournaments, but then the question is, does it mean that you don't like to play Blitz?
Oh, it's maybe because I was inactive at that point. Yes, I haven't played so many Blitz games in recent years. Also online, I didn't play so much. Yeah, general, I didn't like playing some random Blitz games online.
谢谢.
Thank you very much. Next question, please.
Вопрос к обоим участникам, к Яну и к Дину. Вот Rapid предстоит, да, после действительно месяца практически классики. Как вы проведете оставшиеся часы? Может быть, там парочка тренировочных партий будет сыграна? Или все-таки полностью отдых для восстановления сил?
The question is to both players. So after almost a month of playing classical chess, now you're going to face Rapid, and how you will spend these few hours? Will you make some trainings, or you're going to rest more?
We will go first with Ding.
Well, now I thought I need to take a rest and try to find the motivations for tomorrow's Rapid tie break.
Thank you. Jan?
Shall I translate?
Yes, please.
Дин говорит, что я думаю, что сперва нужно отдохнуть, и потом уже нужно найти какую-то мотивацию на завтрашний Rapid и хорошо подготовиться.
Я думаю, что сегодня уже немножко как поиграл, да? Вот, поэтому, наверное, буду отдыхать.
Actually, today I have played enough, and that's why I'm gonna rest.
Okay.
Портал KZ, вопрос для обоих. Имеет ли право Магнус Карлсен сыграть чемпионский матч с будущим чемпионом без турнира претендентов? На вопрос обоим.
So I'm from Portal KZ, and the question is Magnus Carlsen able to play the championship match without the contender tournament with the future champion?
Who is this question to?
To both players.
Я думаю, что в зале присутствуют некоторые официальные лица из FIDE, и, может быть, они смогут пролить свет на этот интересный вопрос.
I think in the audience there are FIDE representatives, so they can answer this question.
Yes, thank you. The answer is no.
Спасибо. Ответ нет.
Thank you. Do we have more questions in the press?
Дин еще не ответил.
It will not change any the reality. Sorry. Let's go the next question. Do we have? All right. It's time for just base India, please.
Hi, Aditya from Chessbase India. Question to Nepo. Nepo, in the first 10 minutes, you almost blitzed out the opening. And when Ding took almost 13 minutes to play Queen C2, you immediately played D takes C4. Could you please tell us that till what point was your preparation?
I guess I checked something like this. So I knew, like, I think there were some games, and I think I can only recall that knight c6 is inaccurate because of rook d1. But I guess dc4 is I think, if I'm not mistaken, that's the correct move.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. From Twitter segment, we're gonna take only one question. Jesse, please bring the one question only and the good one.
I didn't know there was only one, so I need to select, I guess. Right, so Jan, did you consider playing g6 instead of taking on c5 with the knight? What was your evaluation of the position at that time?
Actually, I thought that knight ac5 is nearly winning because of my rook's activity, and the bishop on e2 is placed really poorly. So if I would think that knight e5 is let's say is not enough, probably I would consider g6. Yeah, but I guess I quickly got a winning position after knight e5 as well. Yeah, so I wouldn't criticize myself for this particular move. Probably, yeah. Then e5, yeah, was once again quite unexpected that white actually can regroup. That it's not a stalemate.
Thank you. Do we have more questions, please?
Менің есімім Асылбек, Қазақстан ұлттық арнасының журналистімін. Менің сұрағым екі гроссмейстерге. Жалпы осы ойыннан ұтып алатын қаржыларыңызды неге жұмсайсыздар? Көбіне көп жеңімпаздар мұндай қаржыны қайырымдылыққа жұмсап жатады.
Hello, I'm from Kazakhstan TV channel, and the question is to both players. How are you going to spend your prize fund after the match? And normally players spend some portion of it for charity. What about you?
Jan, we will go first with you.
Let me think some, next time about this.
Я подумаю, мен ойлана жатармын, осы туралы келесіде сөйлесеміз. Мы поговорим об этом в будущем.
What about you, Ding?
Well, I'd like to travel when I have some spare time.
Я бы хотел путешествовать, когда у меня будет свободное время. Менің бос уақытым болған кезде мен әлемді аралағым келеді.
Thank you very much. Do we have more questions in press? I don't see more questions here. So now it's time to call on the stage the chief arbiter, Nebojša Baralic, who will announce the format of the tiebreaks and also will draw the lots.
Good evening. After 14 games, the final result is equal, 7-7. According to the regulation, tiebreak shall be played tomorrow at 3 p.m. 4 rapid games shall be played with time control 25 minutes plus 10 seconds, increment per move starting from move 1. After 4 rapid games, in case his results is tied, 2 blitz games will be played with time control 5 minutes plus 3 seconds, increment per move starting from move 1. In case after 2 blitz games the results is still equal, 2 more games, blitz games with the same time control 5 minutes plus 3 seconds will be played. So after the results is still tie, we will continue with 1 blitz games with time control 3 minutes plus 2 seconds per move. Next in the results is draw. We will continue with 1 more blitz games with the same time control 3 minutes plus 2 seconds. And in case draw, we will continue until the first player win the game. So the tiebreak will start tomorrow at 3 p.m. And now it's time to organizing a drawing of colors for the rapid games. Give me 1 second.
We have 2 boxes, and inside of the boxes there are pieces.
Okay, I would like to ask Mr. Ding Liren to choose 1 box because the Mr. Jan Nepomniachtchi did it during the opening ceremony from the standard games. Mr. Ding?
Yeah, you can. Yes, please take it. It's white pieces.
It's white. I will check the second one. Mr. Ding Liren tomorrow first game will play with white pieces and Mr. Jan Nepomniachtchi with black pieces. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we do have the colors tomorrow at 3 p.m. The tie breaks will start. Thank you very much.
It is too soon to start thinking about a €2 million prize fund for the players, as there's a big day of tie breaks coming up tomorrow. And these are the formats going into the playoffs. The players will first fight in 4 rapid games, 25 minutes. Every time a player presses the clock, they get a 10-second increment. If that ends in a tie with a 2-2 score, we will see 2 blitz games, 5 minutes with a 3-second increment. And if that ends on a 1-1 score, then the players will play 1 blitz game. Well, they'll continue to play the blitz game with the time control, 3 minutes and a 2-second increment till one of the players wins the World Championship. And we saw the candid emotions and feelings and analysis of the players in the press conference today. Fabi, how hard will it be for Jan and Ding to get sleep tonight?
I think they'll probably sleep well. After a game this long, I'm sure they're tired, and hopefully they have no trouble getting to sleep. But I think without any disappointment, and probably they'll both feel like today was a normal result. Maybe Jan a bit disappointed, but I think they'll be able to sleep pretty well tonight.
Yeah, I mean, we heard Jan in the press conference. He was saying, oh, E5, it looked like a good move. And people were asking him, did you rush? He knows he had a better position, so it will be difficult for him to recall this game and think about moments that could have been, things that he could have changed, moves that he could have played that might have led him to the World Championship title. But it's not his first time seeing the World Championship title within his sights and then letting it slip. Game 12, he had the upper hand. Ding won that to level up the match. So I feel like for Jan, there has been some disappointment in recent games, but he has done well after that disappointment to bounce back. And for Ding, you heard him. He wants to rest. He'll find his motivation tomorrow. But both players seem like they've given it their all in the 14th and final classical game. And whatever they have left in the tank will be laid out on the table tomorrow.
It's all inevitable. We will have a world champion tomorrow. And Fabi, you were mentioning long game, tiredness, but knowing what's on the line, what's at stake, and it will all be decided tomorrow. I am predicting a sleepless night for both Jan and Ding, but of course the adrenaline will kick in regardless of how much rest they get. They've got to try and get that recovery period in. Going into 4 rapid games, a completely different mind shift from what we've seen in the classical. Now, in the 14 classical games, we often saw Ding being the one who struggled on the clock. He was down on the clock. There was that big meltdown moment that he mentioned. It was the hardest for him in the World Championship match. He said game 7, it had a big influence on him throughout the classical games as well. We've seen him fight it out in the time scramble. Jan's been the one who's been up on the clock, and we see their head-to-head as well. Such a close match in the classical portion, and that's exactly what we'll get in the rapid as well. Now, rapid and blitz ratings, they are so volatile. So it's hard to go by the numbers here, but we do see that Ding does lead with a 7-6 margin in the rapid. And I was talking about the clock edge that Jan Nepomniachtchi has had in the classical games of the World Championship match. Going into rapid, Robert, you see that as being a competitive edge for Jan? You see that as something that he could be relying on just to be the faster player tomorrow?
It's funny because I think people would see Jan has been faster, so he should be better in quicker time controls. But one of the players who uses the most clock during classical chess is Alexander Grishuk. And guess what? He's a 3-time World Blitz champion. So players who don't mind spending a lot of time during classical games, they may thrive in quicker time control settings because they're used to playing under the duress of having just the waning seconds on the clock. So I don't see Jan's quick play as an advantage for him necessarily, but I do think that Ding Liren, he has been a bit shaky. This was a game that he could have lost. So I think that he is going to have to adjust to the new time control, and he can't get himself that low on the clock, but he does have increment. That's a big difference. 10 seconds added per move in the rapid chess. That means that even if he finds finds himself low on time, he can rebuild his clock.
Yeah, I think that there is actually correlation between, as you said, players who think a lot in classical chess and players who are good at blitz, because very often they're not afraid to get into time trouble. And that's why they don't mind spending a lot of time on those moments where they feel like it gives them an edge for the rest of the game, like Rishuk, as you mentioned. And I can also think of other examples of players who like to think a bit because they're not afraid of those time trouble moments. Even Magnus would come to mind as a player who, although sometimes he plays quickly, he's also not afraid very often in the opening, even in rapid and blitz games, to think quite a bit in the opening because he wants to get out to a good start, and then he's not too worried that being in time trouble won't affect him so negatively. So I don't see Jan being faster in critical moments in this match as necessarily that he's a better blitz or rapid player. Although I think that for Ding, we just don't have enough info in the last few years to gauge exactly how his form in fast time controls is, because we see his blitz rating is inactive. He even mentioned in the press conference. We just don't have enough recent information in games for Ding.
And that's what he said, that, well, he hasn't played that much blitz. And we saw in that head-to-head graphic as well that the big score for Jan is in blitz. A score that was pretty destructive. He leads with a huge margin in blitz, and now going into that rapid portion, keeping that in mind, Ding Liren's lack of activity, lack of experience in the recent history, in the recent time in blitz format. Will he try to decide the match in rapid in the 4 games that he's got? Will that be the aim for Team Ding tomorrow, to try to do the best in rapid and avoid going into blitz against Jan?
I think both players want to avoid the blitz, because at this stage, you're like, oh, we're going to play a game with just a few minutes on the clock. That's scary territory. So I think that both players, they're going to play their best chess in the rapid. They'll try to make the most of their chances. But I don't think if it's 1.5 after 3 games, that suddenly a player will feel, I need to win this game. I can't go to blitz. They're both very talented. They both have played plenty of important blitz games in their lives. So I just don't think that players have to take risks in rapid because they're afraid of quicker time controls.
I think that's certainly the case, because it's not only about how good you are in blitz, classical, rapid at this moment. A lot of it is also about tiredness and nerves. And in blitz chess, when it comes down to your last few seconds, even if, let's say, you're looking at a very, very big 13-2 edge that Jan has over Ding in their blitz games, I don't think it really will matter in the heat of the moment, because with seconds on the clock, yeah, the past no longer matters. It's about those like split-second decisions, and it's going to become random. Anything could happen. I don't know if either player wants to let it get to that random point, but they might also not be. They don't want to take excessive risks to avoid blitz and end up losing a rapid, because maybe they consider their chances as 50-50 in blitz, and those are still pretty good odds. For us, who it's just too difficult to say. I mean, these guys have been so close in everything that we've seen so far. This match has been back and forth, and I think it will continue to be close.
It's been an amazing classical portion, and now we're heading into the playoff. It's really gone down to the wire. Exactly what we expected. A big back and forth trading of punches by these 2 world-class players. They've got a long night ahead of them, filled with a lot of emotions, and of course, the biggest day of their life coming up tomorrow. And in the press conference, the players were asked about the plans for the next 24 hours. Here's what they had to say.
Well, now I thought I need to take a rest and try to find the motivations for tomorrow's rapid tie break.
Я думаю, что сегодня уже немножко как поиграл, да? Вот, поэтому, наверное, буду отдыхать.
Actually, today I have played enough, and that's why I'm gonna rest.
2 very different approaches there. Ding Liren saying he wants to find motivation for the tiebreak, the rapid matches. Slightly surprising to me. World Championship crown, what bigger motivation can one find? And Jan Nepomniachtchi there saying he's played a long game. He's going to focus on rest. Robert, what did you make of Ding mentioning motivation being a factor?
Well, I think it was part of the question, so that's why he incorporated it into his answer. I don't think he needs any more motivation than the World Championship title that is at stake. And Jan, he says, I played enough chess today. I'm exhausted. I think we've seen that from both players. They are motivated as you possibly can be. And I feel like it's just a lot is up in the air. When you start playing quicker time controls, you do feel nervous because there's more variance. Mistakes are more frequent. You could find yourself blundering at early stages of the game, and you could also find yourself coming back from those mistakes because your opponent may not have enough time to work out all the nuances to win that game. So I think that both these players, they're starting a new mini tournament. It's awkward, it's difficult. Fabi probably can speak to this because he played a rapid tiebreaker to decide his World Championship match. But I mean, from my perspective here, it's just there's so many differences that we can't talk about the storyline of the first 14 games and include the next tiebreaks. It is just a big difference.
Yeah, and I wonder also if the question, if there was maybe some element of translation there, like maybe he didn't exactly mean that he's not motivated, because I think that for sure he's fully motivated to win this match. I mean, tomorrow is going to decide if he's a world champion for the next few years. Well, decided for both players, of course, or if he'll need to try to make another run of it next time. But yeah, tomorrow is super critical. I'm sure they're both fully motivated, but Jan is absolutely correct, I think, in his assessment that it's the most important thing right now is rest. No matter how bad you want it, you still need to sometimes take a step back, not prepare up to the very last minute of the game, and just because you want it so bad, you end up tiring yourself out. It's important to get that rest in too, because it'll be a day which is decided by probably some serious mistakes. I mean, it's going to be fast time controls, a lot of nerves, a lot riding on it. I expect we'll see some serious mistakes. I think that's unavoidable. And you want to limit that as much as possible by getting as much rest so your head stays fresh.
And they got to balance that out with also opening preparation for the big rapid day, and perhaps also blitz that we might be seeing after rapid. The players have got such little time. It all happens tomorrow. Tomorrow we will have the world champion, and Ding Liren starts rapid with the white pieces. Fabi, what's your take on that? Is there any advantage at all starting with white? A brand new format, a brand new time control?
I don't know if it makes much difference. I thought about this recently because I was playing the Champions Chess Tour, and you're playing different matches. Some you start with white, some with black, and I generally prefer to start with black, but I wouldn't say it's much of a difference. It probably doesn't make a difference, but that's just my kind of feeling about it. And the reason why is because, let's say, if you're in your final two games, and if you lose with the white pieces in the first round, you feel like winning on demand with black is going to be too difficult. Well, if you lose with black in the first game, you feel like I have more of a chance to get back in this with the white pieces. While if you draw with black in the first game, then you feel like, okay, with the white pieces, I can kind of press for free, like safe way to press for an edge with white. So it feels a little bit like that second game you get a bit more opportunity. But that being said, maybe, I mean, if we see the results of like different matches, I'm sure we'd see pretty much the same, like that we wouldn't see much of a correlation between having black in the first game and better results. I think we'd probably see that more or less results stay consistent.
I am so excited about tomorrow. This is such a monumental day in the chess world. After an extraordinary match, we go into the rapid playoffs to start with. And who knows, we might have the world champion being decided in the blitz. And Fabi, Robert, it was a long day of chess, but I feel so blessed to have this ringside view of the action with you guys. And of course, the chat. Almost 200,000 people across the world joining us for this final 14th classical game. And the biggest day of the match is ahead of us. It's all happening tomorrow. The 17th world champion will be decided tomorrow. Do not miss that. And we leave you for now with the best moments from game 14.
Ding will feel relatively confident going into potential playoff, so I don't think he wants to take huge risks. What are the chances we see a Frankenstein Dracula variation? Probably not too high.
Maybe less likely than seeing the pterodactyl beefeater variation, but it's up there.
And he starts with the queen's pawn opening, knight f6 played. No London today.
This position has made it worse for white. There was an advantage after the move e4.
Knight c5 does indeed play it, and we saw rook c7 was looking decent for white.
Oh, he didn't play it. He grabbed the knight, brought it to c5, and then placed it back. There's some uncertainty, some hesitation from Ding.
We saw a line where there was no rooks on the board. We saw a line where there were still a pair of rooks, but he plays rook g3. That's not a good move. Jan looks surprised. Chat is surprised, for sure.
He goes for
Oh,
a
king
tricking
e2?
move. King e2, and the bar really dips. And rook c3 immediately played by Jan.
And you could see it on his face. I mean, he is really upset. Now, his world championship aspirations, they may be a thing of the past. Because look at Jan, he plays quickly e5 instead.
These guys really don't think. They're just kind of blitzing.
If he plays b6, he's out of it. But he played
On the board,
E6.
it has happened. b6 played. Ding Liren keeps it precise, keeps it accurate. Playoffs are going to happen. He's going to pick up the f4 pawn. Rooks will be traded.
Is he going to blunder his h-pawn or is he going to stalemate
Yes.
his opponent?
He's going to... And that's it. We've got handshakes and it's a draw. The final 14th classical game after a marathon 7 over 5 ends peacefully.